things. Your style made simple with Phillips Norelco One Blade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Hello and welcome to the NACL. It is week number 5, which means we are entering the second half of the season. It begins today, and this is where a lot of those top teams in the standings will begin to clash. So it's bound to get heated on the road to playoffs. For the cast and my name is Eric Boach. Long at last, man. Long at last.
Yes.
The Twix Bros are reunited. It feels so good. It's Beatdown Boulevard. Nate, never leave my side again.
It's not up to us, man. It's up to the scheduling gods up on high. But finally, long have we awaited. Twix Bros have been activated. So I'm very excited for today. I haven't looked at the schedule. Maybe we'll be back again on future days. But for now, we just gotta moment of silence. Let's take it in.
It's the proper way to start the second half of the season as well.
Yes.
I do want to echo back to that. It is going to be a great time because a lot of these teams who are in the top 4 area, your Supernovas, your NRGs, your Marivilles, they will be facing off in this spot. So now it's time to really start putting up the Dukes, man.
Yeah, I really thought you were going to go in a different direction. You're correct. But it's also interesting when we think about standings implications because those teams you mentioned in the top 4 are in a pretty good position. I think even 5th place, I think it's a Supernova, also in a really good spot overall. It's everyone below that. I could not predict how anything below top 4 or 5 is going to be, which is why these next couple of weeks are going to be so important, especially for the teams who we believe have the greatest risk of relegation because nobody wants that.
As we get ready for today, I've been told we got some bald loser to do the recap. It's probably Kangas or something. So to get you all caught up, here is the video recap for week number 4.
Hello everyone, my name is Desirux, and on this recap we'll go over week 4 of the NACL and the showdown between Blue Otter and NRG.
In Game 1, Blue Otter drafted a composition for long-range sieging with Caitlin Ziggs. NRG, try as they might, could not stop the romp from stomping as Blue Otter stacked Drakes with their superior objective setup and crippling poke for an upset Game 1 win. In Game 2, seeing a Scion locked in, Zamudo would counter-pick Rek'Sai and farm up a gold gap that constantly threatened Blue Otter's backline. Game 3 is where things got hot. At Dragon Soul Point, Blue Otter stacking would be stopped short by Kizno splitting up the Otters. Eventually, Ariana's cannon flank would give Blue Otter a critical Infernal Soul. But after a 40-minute slugfest, it all came down to an Elder Flip, where Kizno would clutch out a smite that would lead NRG to securing the series.
We're going to develop some players that maybe in the future will be the ones that can challenge the Asians at Worlds.
Week 4 signifies the halfway point of the season, and taking a look at the standings, NRG remain in first with a perfect record. Maryville, CCG, Supernova, and Conviction trail with 1 loss. That leaves the rest of the league fighting to be another name in the current playoffs picture. The second half of the season will feature a lot of teams from the top end of the standings going to battle with one another, so expect heat on the road to playoffs.
Thanks for watching the recap, brought to you by our friends at Philips Norelco. Be sure to follow us on Twitter and tune in at twitch.tv/NACL. We'll see you there.
Damn, I thought that was
Eric,
for something else.
I didn't see a loser, man. I saw a beautiful, bald herald of important information regarding the NACL in the last week. So I personally want to thank you, and I invite everyone in Twitch chat to say thank you, Bald Beautiful Harold, or thank you, Eric. You know, they're synonymous. It's the same thing. But let's look at the Fast Five. You guys remember Fast Five? Now it's the Philips Norelco One Blade Fast Five.
Yeah, and this is going to be a culmination of the first half of the season that we're seeing. You know, it's been a little bit since we've seen our Fast Five. So we're catching everything up. This is the first 4 weeks of the regular season. Always great to see some stuff here. One of the things that's going to stand out to me right away is Munchie. I think he's been a pretty solid rookie to see show up for Blue Otter. Definitely a little bit volatile, but fun nonetheless. And fastest level 6. Gotta love it seeing Munchie up there.
Yeah, 5-minute level 6 is disturbing. I really wonder if that's from his first series, because I remember
the Master
he was.
Yi?
No, it actually might have been the Master Yi game. It's either the Master Yi game or in the first week Blue Otter played. He had a Nocturne game, if I remember correctly, where dude was pumping the jungle farm. Either way, good looks for him. If I look across the board, what else is speaking to me here? Meech, 122 fastest kill. I think Meech was on the Fast 5 a lot. For things like this, so good to see he's still able to hit these numbers.
Yeah, anything else that pops out? I'm also looking at Protoss getting the 630 item transformation. It's always nice to see these teams that are like a little bit lower in the standings, that don't have the expectations so high, that are still showing up and you know, being able to present some level of individual skill.
Yeah, it's really good stuff. I think that's I'm surprised you didn't mention Shochi being on the list, Eric. I know we all love him.
I'm about to talk about Shochi all day, so.
You know what? Yeah, you want to give everyone a little break. I understand.
No insight is greater than a coach's, though. So before we get into the action today, we've summoned Bach to give us some perspective for Supernova. So Beatdown, take it away.
Thank you, Deserex. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome, Bach, once again to the interview desk. Thank you so much for taking the time, as always. I gotta say, I loving the look. Fresh shave, nice jacket. You must be feeling good. Yeah, chin wash it a little bit. Show everybody what's what.
I learned from the best. Best. Chase, at the end of our last victory, I think against Winthrop game 2, he showed me how it's done. I'm just the student, man, you know?
Okay, I respect that. A humble king. So let's get right into it. Big match today against Supernova. I think something that's interesting for me, versus NRG, excuse me, or Supernova. Big thing for Supernova that I found interesting was that, you know, you got a lot of good individual pieces. It's just kind of bringing everybody together to play more on the same page. Last 2 weeks, not the best competition, but we finally saw you guys come together. Has something clicked for you guys recently? Is this the culmination of a lot of work, or was it just a one day it all just started coming together?
I never say like, oh, things are like magically happening. It only works with a ton of effort, mostly from the players, but also like I have to put in my hard work too. And the second you get happy and you say, oh yeah, we've made it work, we found the magic Elo potion, that's the second you get complacent and you start making mistakes. So I will be very happy if we continue on this trajectory, but we're not slouching here. It's just a trend in the right direction for us.
Yeah, so progression is this like ever evolving discovery that you guys are working towards every week. Is that right?
Oh yeah, you got it.
All right, love to hear it. I gotta ask you your thoughts on the members of NRG and them as a team. I'm curious if you have specific thoughts just about them and how you think you guys stack up against them. Besides the obvious, we will beat anyone, anytime. You know.
Here's the deal.
Okay.
There's a lot of people on NRG that I really respect. Like Razvan, their coach, great guy, extremely intelligent fella, has looked out for me personally as I kind of come up in the scene. So shout outs to them. And I really enjoy like a lot of the players on the roster. They're a strong team. I like that they're trying to do something in tier 2. Not a huge fan of how Hoarder got done, but I'm also a huge fan of how Hoarder got done by them because we ended up with Chris. So we're just here to show them like, hey, we're here to play some League of Legends. You guys aren't the only big dogs around. Nothing but love, nothing but respect. But you know, we're here to win today. So
of course. Speaking on that connection with Razvan, you think you think the jibes, the rivalry is a little more heated in in a fun way? I know you get pretty creative with some of the comments that you make either on and off the air. I'm curious if you got anything specific to say to Razvan.
I mean, I've got less hair than he does, so I've already got one up on him there. I mean, he's from Europe. I'm from America. I've also that's 2-0 me. But I think he's been to Worlds, so that might make it like almost equal there. But it's gonna be a close one. You know, like I said, a lot of respect for Razvan.
Okay, I gotta ask, can you walk me through the less hair giving you a point thing?
Think of all the best coaches in the world. Me, Inero, Colomer, all bald, right? Like, need I say more?
You can't beat statistics like that, Bach.
You can't.
I honestly, I feel like we just gotta let it go there. I think that we gotta let that wisdom marinate and leave the audience with some of the finest things I've ever heard you say. So I want to thank you very much for taking the time as always. I'm sure I'll see you again next week, sometime, same time, same place. You got any shout outs?
Yeah.
All right,
shout outs all the content that I've been seeing. Like, so here's the deal. A lot of people hate on the content. Like, I see stuff like, how could you rate my team like
content
this?
Creators.
Yeah, but like without the content creators, it's not as fun. So big shout out like Salt Mine Pod. I think I saw like Super K-Man Rocks do something. You know, Salty Runback, all this stuff. You guys are great. Keep it up. Want to see more content. So that's my shout out. And of course the boys on the team. Let's go. Burn Bright.
Yes, sir. You heard it here first, guys. Burn Bright and content creators are not the problem, from Supernova's own Bach. Thank you, Bach. Good luck today. We'll talk to you next time. And let's bring back Eric into the fold. I could hear in the background he was really enjoying this interview. So please share your thoughts. You know, are you also a bald man? Rate the
Also
interview.
a bald
Talk
man.
to me. Talk to me through it.
Yeah, you know, that makes me feel empowered right now.
Doesn't
Thank you,
it?
Bach. Like you're coaching my life all at the same time. And
yeah.
Also, shout out to a lot of content creators and co-streamers. Respawn, Shaunatonin, you know, Cubby's always doing co-streams, Jet Skis. Fawn is someone I talked to very recently, and I had said in her Twitch chat, I'm like, yeah, I'm the bald one. And she said, which one? That doesn't narrow it down.
Yeah,
and then I was like, okay.
I mean, if we're being honest.
Yeah, I'm realizing that more and more that there's a lot of bald people out there, and they're all goated, by the way.
Yeah, big fan of the Caliber mention, especially. Didn't know he was bald, but you think you know a guy. It happens. You know,
hey, you know, they have hair systems now. It's no longer called toupees. They're called hair systems. Please.
I mean, tell me that's just not the
worst.
Microaggression. Tell me that's not the worst rebrand in human history. God damn.
Hey, fight me on that
system.
one.
I will. I don't see your hair system. You clearly don't support it.
So let's get to the standings. Yeah, shall we? I mean,
talk about systems.
All right.
Some diversionary systems here from Eric Deserex
Beltran.
Beltran.
Escape tactics. This is my this is my black ink squid type thing going on. You know, take a look at the standings. You know how squids like ink away or octopuses, something like that.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
All right. Looking at the standings, NRG, they barely made it past the halfway points, undefeated, surviving their visit to the zoo. Remember, a certain water dog really pushed them to the limit last week. Another thing coming up here, things are going to get tough for Supernova. They only have one loss, but this week alone, they'll face off against NRG and Conviction. My eyes primarily are going to be on that 6th place slot, though, because that's the cutoff for playoffs. And we have 4 teams with a single win who are fighting to begin their climb.
And this is what we were hinting at earlier. I mean, from 6th place onward, you have teams with 1 win or 8 AMI who are sitting at 0. So there is really some room over these next couple of weeks for massive shifts to come through. And even with Citadel starting to look a little better with some of the changes, I think some of the turmoil they went through early on even puts them in this difficult position as well. Not a team we expected to be at that bottom of the standings, but with how they've been looking, they're probably a team I expect to kind of make it a little further through the ranks. But overall, who can say?
I mean, there's so much competition because, like,
there is.
You know, Winthrop has a lot of talent. Denethor, Mobility, great players. Dorado has shown such great mid-game team fighting. Blue Otter is starting to come online. Like, there is big contention for that 6th slot. Of course, things can really shake up, as you said, if you know one of these top 5 teams kind of goes through a rough sprout. But only time will tell, and only getting through the second half of the season, this next 4 weeks, will really put exclamation point onto that, as I see my cat in the background just chilling there. But more diversionary tactics being used. Yeah, you like him? His name is Caesar.
I do. Shout out Caesar. Wow.
But let's get into
yeah, today's matches.
Yeah.
Not your gorgeous looking cat.
I'm still trying to divert from baldness, to say the least.
I mean, we're like 3 subjects past that, and you're the one who brings it back. Like, what's going on, bro?
I don't know. It's just something in the water out here in Idaho. Today's
I'll toss you a
schedule.
smoke bomb. Yeah, there you go. NRG versus Supernova, everybody. We just talked to Bach. He's excited about their chances against Supernova. And spoiler alerts are Eric and myself. We'll get to those later. And of course, later on, we have Winthrop versus Conviction Esports. There's so much good League of Legends here today. So happy, Eric.
Yeah, I got a little bit of that Cholula green on today's
Sure.
schedule. Gotta always have that spice. But taking a look at the predictions, Beatdown, this is why I'm glad I'm casting with you today, because
Yes, sir.
we are in agreement. We believe in the Shochi and Supernova squad. As you can see, Cubby and Rafa, they've spent a lot of time being a duo, especially outside of
That's
tier
true.
2 when they were doing, what was it, like Challengers Uprising. So
Right,
I kind
season
of understand
1.
them going NRG, but it's okay to be wrong.
I agree. We all make mistakes, even the mighty intelligent Matt Cubby Samuelson. I will be sure to ping him after Supernova's victory because, Eric, as you and I know, we believe in the Shochi Nova.
Yeah. And maybe we gotta actually have a tally for some of these predictions. Maybe we put
I probably do.
some kind of wager on it. Maybe loser has to shave Sean Atonen's head. I don't know.
Yeah, I like that. You lost me at shave, then you had me at Sean's head. So I can live with that. That's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
So first matchup of the day, that is NRG versus Supernova. And this is where things, again, are going to get difficult for Supernova. I do think they've had a pretty relaxed strength of schedule in the first half of the season. And now you're going against the undefeated NRG. A lot of experience on this squad. There's a lot of strength on this squad.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of strength is there on both sides. Of course, starting with that NRG roster, we have players who I agree with Bach talking about how it's great that NRG want to be in the space and want to participate. And it's really cool when you think about some of the pieces they have on this roster as well. I mean, it'll pop up any second now, but a lot of great talent there that we've seen in Tier 2. I mean, Zamudo, even though should be in Tier 1. Kizno, who's only been in the scene just for a couple of years, of course. Phi Mini, rookie debut last year. Sushi in his debut as a full-time player this year. And, the young Buck Speaker.
This young rookie.
This young rookie who's got a lot to show us. Jokes aside, I think everyone knows. That's a very experienced player in the LCS. Bringing that kind of wisdom to this roster. And aggression. God damn. This guy pushes.
I will say with this roster, everyone is talented. Sushi being one of the... Sushi and Phi Mini being the, less when it comes to experience, but not when it comes to actual play style and growth and development.
Yeah.
But Kizno is one of the biggest ones for me. It's really hard to stand out when you're in a league with Dardoch and Yuji. And yet Kizno has been popping up time and time again, and he's been like this pillar of stability for NRG.
Yeah.
And he's really clutched out big moments. Again, you look at last week, that match against Blue Otter, able to secure that smite or the Elder Flip to make sure that NRG remain undefeated.
Yeah.
It's a stacked roster through and through, but I just wanted to give the props to Kizno right there as we pull up Supernova. And now with this team, first word that comes to mind is going to be volatility. They are an incredibly highly volatile team. I think the reoccurring theme for a lot of them is they're skilled. They've all had standout moments, but they need some level of consistency. We started to see that as the season has gone on. I think Shochi, you'll see game making plays, you'll see game breaking plays, and it'll be in the same game. Music, he's willing to aggressively outduel other junglers and then proceed to dive 5v1 as Pantheon. They all have incredible talent, but if they can hone in that edge, as we've had in that week 1 interview with Shochi, we could see this team really start to flourish.
I'm talking to Bach earlier, it's already starting to seem like that is happening, and of course they're committed to that constant growth, understanding that, again, ever evolving search to improve as a players and a team.
Yeah.
So exciting to see that start to show itself these last 2 weeks. And now we're really going to see what they're made of and whether that growth can really stand up. Because again, 2 tough matches this week. It isn't just today against NRG.
And it's always important to bring up like the context of Supernova in the grand scheme of things. This was a team that was doing their tryouts for a very long time, to the point where they said their scrims were the tryouts. That's how kind of ridiculous it got. They didn't get that much scrim time before coming into the NACL.
Yeah.
But now you've had 4 weeks to play together as a squad, and this is where I'm expecting to see some of the better looks from Supernova.
Yeah, and I meant to ask this during the interview and I forgot, so I covertly DM'd Bach asking him. Most of the time teams are playing once a week, but they're having their 2 toughest matches in the same week. So I quickly asked him, like, how difficult it is, how difficult it is to balance prep time against 2 of the best teams in the league. I was like, is it hard? And he quote said, "Hell yeah, it's hard. WTF, ish is not fun to balance back-to-back Bo3s against the best 2 teams in the league. But we ball, and I respect that."
Ball indeed. Let's go ahead and pull up our face-to-face. Phillips Norelco, the sponsor to that one, and it's going to be in the jungle. Kizno versus Music. And I think this is a fun one when you look at the history of these players, right? They both debuted in 2024 of NACL, Music with Supernova, now back on Supernova, and Kizno with Blue Esports. Both of those teams had really low finishes in the standings, but both of these players have evolved to being quite capable and steadfast players when it comes to the NACL.
Yeah, and I'm just going to go ahead and put it down and say, if we're talking about growth and improvements since both debuting in North America, I give the very clear up to Kizno, who I think, not just because he started in competitive in 2023, and what did I say last night, Eric, when we were talking about this series? I'm like, now that Kizno has become a really good player, I am comfortable saying when he first started, I don't know, man. Dude was struggling. He didn't know Q from R in his early time in competitive, but now he has become such an incredible jungler and a player that LCS teams have already looked at over these last 2 years for consideration. And I think someone who we really got to start talking about more as a player who could move up to tier 1 anytime now.
Yeah, I always love seeing the way Kizno plays the map, because he knows where his lanes are strongest. He knows where to play around that. And he also knows when his, the map state is not exactly in the best position for NRG. Like we saw with the Blue Otter game, for example, game 3, they forfeited 3 back-to-back dragons, understanding that they weren't going to outplay Blue Otter in those early stages. And then when you need him the most, he's able to split the team, secure smites, really start to show up. I think Music, his overall trajectory has been a little bit up and down here and there when we do compare it to Kizno, but overall on the positive, because he's always been really good at jungle fighters. I remember the first champion really stood out to me was his Vi play.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say Volibear, but respect.
Volibear as well, but in the early stages, we're talking about like that first Supernova squad, it was Vi for me. And his ability to just duel and fight in the early levels to try and get leads. Obviously, there's some weaknesses that he's been working on, and I think that started to show as the season has gone on. But both of these junglers, incredible to see them develop over the past 2 years, and I'm looking forward to the showdown, B.
Me too. This is going to be, I think, a really exciting match. Regardless of who we thought was going to win, I think all of us can agree that it's going to be a 3-game series. It's going to be an exciting one, especially after these past couple weeks of just so many 4-0 nights. I'm ready to see a game 3, Eric. I'm ready to see a game 3.
I want a game 3 very bad. I mean, Blue Otter has shown that you can push NRG to the limit if you play a composition against NRG that shows a lot of identity and shows a very clear win condition. That being said, the main difference about last week and this week is it's going to be Fi Mini in the mid lane, and Fi Mini has been getting a lot more hype, and it's also important to note that he's been playing the more difficult games for NRG. So it should be interesting to see how this does play out, especially when you're going against Shochi, who is kind of a journeyman within the NACL, going back to those Cincinnati Fear days, even Taco Gaming.
Yes.
Back when qualifying. This is a quite experienced player who has a champion galaxy, to put it
Yes.
lightly.
Yes.
And does have the highest of highs, but also some pretty beat down lows.
I think the exciting thing about Shochi as a player is that when he's on a team that plays to him and lets him be that guy, I think that's when we've seen really the best out of this player. It was present in Taco Gaming, it was present in Cincinnati Fear, and I think it is present in the Supernova roster, where he really has this opportunity to take resources, be the player that is making plays for his team, and just trying to maybe carry is a strong word, but really just be that leading force to get them to victory. I think about their series last week. I think it was against AMI. It was the whole damn Shochi. I know we say it all the time. Like, I don't know how else to describe like what he was able to do in the early game. He gets out of lane so consistently, so easily, and is able to affect the rest of the map. And we think that's going to be a pretty critical point here, and how they might overcome NRG.
Oh, sorry, I was kind of laughing because he's like
His
struggling
hair.
with his hair.
Yep, I know.
I'm just saying, I like the glorious main. I know there's some people in Twitch chat and in Twitter who have been saying cut it. I do not like you, and I am willing to block you on my socials.
Yep.
So no,
he's telling the truth. He's telling the truth.
I spit nothing but facts here on NACL. Another lane I do want to take a look at is going to be ADC. Sushi and Levitate have been interesting characters to watch develop. I think back to Levitate when he was on that original Blue Rotter Oster, and how far he's been able to come with the squad. I do think it hasn't been the fastest growth, to say the least, but he has been very stable when it does come to the marksman role. Versus Sushi, who had a lot of expectations on his shoulders when he came out from being the sub of Near Airport. You're subbing for Double Lift, and Double Lift is speaking about you in very high regards. It kind of fell flat when he was on Dorado in the very early stages of that season. But as we saw the season go on, he was able to kind of find his identity. I know there was a lot of Kaisa play that helped him do that. And suddenly, towards the end of the season, Dorado were actually looking pretty capable. That was alongside Shochi, by the way. Always fun to go against your old teammate. But Sushi has shown kind of a history of growth and development.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to say that he's definitely become, with his stumbles, still a much more well-rounded player this split. And it's why he's such an exciting player to watch, and definitely able to contribute his fair share to his team's victories, and the reason that NRG are currently sitting at 5-0 right now. Excited to see how he matches up against Levitate. I think both of these 80 carries really show a lot of their strengths once we get out of that lane phase, which is kind of why I was hinting at, which is why I was kind of partially why I was talking about Shochi and how he's so good at getting out of lane, getting these matchups where he can shove and roam and affect other parts of the map. That could really be the edge there for Supernova, starting off these early games on a strong note. And of course, you can see how NRG might want to deal with that.
All I'm saying is Levitate's jawline is immaculate.
Dude, I need to see
throw it out there. That's crazy.
If he gets the solo, the solo or the 2v2 kill, we got to see the. I don't know what I guess it's just Moggy. I need to see it. I need to see it.
Shochi's already done it. Come on, Levitate.
Yeah.
You gotta follow, man.
Yeah, man. It'd be fun.
I do think it is an interesting bot lane matchup when you start looking at like the grand scheme of things and how these bot lanes do play out. Sushi, what I have noticed from him is when he gets put really far behind, he has a hard time figuring out how to play and how to come back from those deficits. It was one of the strategies Blue Otter used, where in game 1 of their week 4 match, they just focused down onto Sushi. They kind of played towards the over-aggression of Spica, and Sushi had a hard time impacting the game. That's what gave Blue Otter that week 1 win. So it does put things into an interesting perspective. Like, will Supernova look to try and like play towards that, realize that when Spica is on something that can go forward and play aggressive, maybe we should play towards that bot lane and try and look to punish that? Or if they have their eyes set elsewhere.
Yeah, it is interesting. I think NRG are playing the engaged supports, I think maybe slightly more often than other people. Only team to play Rel, for example, especially after we saw some buffs, I think, on 26-7 that we've been playing on for the last couple weeks. So I'm kind of expecting we see still more of a lean into that direction, because I agree with you. Spica has been a really good kind of person to lead that charge, and he's been really good at finding angles for his team to start off these fights.
If he gets a lead, fantastic player to have a lead with. He does really show up. And then we also got to talk about the top lane beat, because this is a case where you have Zamudo, who was pretty much the hyped player in the top lane for a long time. It's a shame things fell through with him promoting into tier 1, and hopefully that gets resolved into the future. But after Zamudo was gone, the next one we were looking at to be called up to at least kind of fill in that void was Hoarder.
Yeah. So Bach even said in the interview today, unfortunate how it ended up for Hoarder, but it was a small plus for Supernova because they got to play with him as well. And I think while Zamudo, probably best top in the league, I think we can just kind of be cool with that and not be weird about that. Hoarder is definitely a top laner in the tier 2 scene. I mean, he's a player who debuted in the NACL last year. I was like biting the bars of my enclosure to give him Rookie of the Split, but we didn't do Rookie of the Split in Split 1. And I think he's just been a player who I was super critical of and managed to just come onto the scene with like very few issues, and already being such a strong, complete player makes him really exciting to watch and see how he's going to be able to grow with the Supernova roster. And Zamudo, I mean, we've said it about countless other players. We've said this about players like Masu, Unforgiven, and, in time immemorial, get this guy out of the league, man. He shouldn't be here.
I mean, just look at how calm he looks. This is not a competitive match for him. This is just like another day in the office. Man, I hate Mondays. I need to have my coffee.
He always looks like that. All I'm saying is because I remember some of Josh's content where Zamudo's on it, and I feel like that's just like his standard face, Yeah, he's just
super chill.
He's just chill. There could be an earthquake, and I think he would kind of look the same as he's getting underneath something solid.
By the way, to double back, we didn't have Rookie of the Split in Split 1. We had Rookie of the Year in Split 2.
Yeah,
Hoarder did win that.
Yes, he did.
Hoarder did win that. So
I forgot to mention that. Thank you for that addition. Deserved.
Now, I think it's important to point out that Hoarder had a pretty stacked team on that split, right? Because you have Dardoch, Scary Jerry, Breezy, ABO was part of that squad. And this is kind of one of the teams where Hoarder has to kind of show on his own that, even with players who are not as consistent at that level as that Supernova squad was last year, can he still show that level of play and domination like he did in 2025?
Yeah, I think that's a really fair shout, and something we're really excited to see from a player like that. Definitely had his stumbles, but everyone on Supernova I think have had their fair share as they're coming together in this split, but they're working towards that improvement again this week. Going to be really telling for Supernova fans. See, they have 2 difficult matches ahead of them this week, and this is the first one. Could give us a glimpse on what the standings could be like going forward, because I mean, think about it. They win today, Eric, and then imagine they win their next game as well against Conviction. Like, it's not just that they'll get those 2 wins. They'll give NRG their first loss. So NRG are undefeated, and they'll give Conviction their second loss. Supernova have a chance to do something really funny and shake up the whole standings.
It's going to be a tough uphill battle, but they do have a chance, man. And they've definitely shown up in the past. So I'm excited to see what they can do against NRG. Unfortunately, we did get some bad news for Supernova.
Well, what happened?
We'll need a substitute in the jungle.
No!
It is going to be Will. We used to call him our sweet summer child. Showing up in spring this time.
Yeah.
Will clutch in for Supernova. So no music, at least for this game 1. We'll get more context a little bit later on what's going on. And if music will be able to join in for game 2. But I believe draft is ready. And yep, here we go. Game number 1, NRG versus Supernova.
Oof, that is a tough start. That is a tough start there for Supernova. Going to see how Will is able to fill the shoes of music going into this difficult matchup. We'll see. I haven't seen him play in this league for a little bit now. I'm excited to see still. his return and what he's going to be able to bring to these circumstances.
First part of the draft, nothing too shocking right here. A lot of mid lane bans, both for the sake of the meta. Ryze and Orianna have been very present, but 5 Mini can play those champions to great effect. Seraphine, you do want to kind of separate the chance for that Seraphine Ashe combo to go through. And of course, the Varus taking a shot at Levitate over there. Bessa, one more ban for Supernova before we go for this first B1. Interesting that we've seen Anivia rise so much in priority over this last season, but that's going to be the final ban for Supernova.
Yeah, of course, it's going to be even on this patch. We were talking about patches earlier. We are on 2608 this week. So the Karma nerfs are in. From nerf to her base AD, AD growth.
Mana cost.
And the mana cost has gone up a little bit for her E. So, and it's a dig at her laning power. Gotta imagine she is still good. But, you know, it's going to be a little less impressive, I think was the goal.
Yeah. I'm curious to see if Supernova want to try and maybe take away a little bit of the comfort Kizno's been playing. J4 is kind of the Swiss Army knife of junglers. You can pretty much put him in any role, but it's something Kizno has been more than happy to play throughout a lot of these series, and to great effect at that.
I think it's going to end up being dependent on what Levitate's playing. I mean, you see Bard already. If we see something like that Ezreal, and with Anivia and Ryze being banned, I'm kind of imagining Shochi's going to go on something a little more mobile. I think you're not as worried about. I think you're not as worried about the J4 in this situation as Supernova. But I mean, again, Kizno's played it to great effect. I like the use of Swiss Army knife. I would argue Kizno's the Swiss Army knife of junglers these days, especially with his willingness to play just whatever is strong, whatever is meta, he will pilot it, no complaints, and he will do it to great effect. And that's why we're going to see the Xin come through.
Supernova were at least able to separate the Ezreal Karma combo, but now you're going to have to deal with a lot of long range and push threat, this Caitlyn Karma. And Kizno being on the Xin Zhao, again, he can play anything. You want him on it, he will happily be able to pick that up. I think it's not as effective, at least his Xin Zhao play, as some of his other junglers, but it's still a strong champion nonetheless. And see what Will's willing to go to here as he goes for the Wukong. I don't know, it's been a little bit since we've seen Will, so it's always interesting to see, like, hey, when you're lacing up the boots once again to get in competitive, what are you going to be most comfortable playing? And for Will, it will be that Wukong.
Yeah, you got to imagine he's still playing the game too, so Wukong's current strength means I'm sure he has the games on the champion. And it does mean that, you know, you do have some movement as Caitlyn, but not as much as something like an Ezreal. So it already just put that pressure on champs like Caitlyn and Karma. And it does mean Fimini has to think a little bit about what mid laner he's going to end up going with. I mean, something like the Victor would be a little more dangerous now that Wukong is on the table.
Taking a quick look at what Will's been doing recently, he was part of that 2026 Spring Open Qualifier. On third party. That was a team that had Dragoon, Doxa, Repi, and Aaron on it. So,
shout out Aaron.
Yeah, he's still getting his reps in, which is good to hear. You definitely want someone who's at least going to be present and has at least a similar influence as to what Music had. Getting back onto the topic of the draft here, you know, we already have our junglers locked in. We have our bot lane locked in. So now it's time for the solo lanes to eat a couple of bans.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what's left. It's going to end up making... it makes a lot of sense. It's about what we can expect. The Rumble Scion, I believe also it's worth noting that because of the last-minute substitution, Supernova should not have their last ban.
Yeah.
I think that is something that is obviously yet another unfortunate part of these circumstances. So a bit of a disadvantage there. NRG are going to use their last one.
Yeah, I mean, remote play, stuff happens.
Life.
And you have to make the most of it. So, banning away the Rumble, it's definitely a good pick right here to not allow Zamudo to play it, because he's an absolute threat, absolute menace when he's able to get that character. Zion getting taken away on top of that. So, one more ban to come through from NRG side. They choose to go for the Ahri.
That's good. That's good.
She is going to take away a lot of that mobility, roam power, and pick power Supernova would like.
Yeah, and it's a good fit too with that Wukong, so I think that's a good answer there from NRG. Shochi gonna have to dig a little deeper, but it is the champion Galaxy, as you pointed out. Another champion, a hit by the nerf hammer on 2608. Not an unreasonable nerf as well. Really, the big thing for her is the initial damage on her Q.
And
lost a little bit of base damage and some of the AP scaling as well. So it's going to slow her down, not make her as oppressive early on. And you said it, the rebuttal, the move speed boost duration is halved, and the cooldown went up a couple of seconds too. So Shochi going to have to be very mindful the amount of damage he's doing and that rebuttal cooldown.
Yeah, rebuttal was a pretty big one because rebuttal already feels like pretty oppressive when you go against it. So the fact that the cooldown's a little bit more up there, that means if it does get baited out, it takes a little bit longer to get it back up. That's a larger window for NRG to try and pounce. As X2 lock-ins, I mean, that's one thing rebuttal can bounce back, that shock blast from the Jace, but also locking in the Victor to round out this comp for NRG.
So not afraid of the Wukong. Mini is going to go for that pick, going to add a little element of scaling alongside Zamudo's Jace, a champion he plays to great effect as well. He's been able to do very well. And also, yeah, just trying to match some of that poke and having a lane that you can play to inside later on. Zamudo will be really strong as time goes on. And Hoarder wants to respond. Scaling of his own, but in the form of the Ornn. Very easy way to start and stop fights. I think Supernova just have a wealth of engage and disengage. So when it comes to the 5v5, they are going to be looking really strong. And of course, that buff to scaling with the Ornn items coming later on into the game too is a good look.
I do like some of the responses from Supernova for sure. You have long range that wants to pretty much poke you out and siege all the way to the high hells. And when you have that, what's the best way to really stop that? Just get on them. Just fight them. Just engage as fast as you can. Wukong, Ornn, they're both going to do that very well to get the ball rolling for Supernova if they want to press a fight.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we see somebody's out of their chair, looking like maybe Shochi. Now things are kind of quieting down. I agree with your points about Supernova's comp and how they want to play into NRG. I think for NRG, you have a really strong bot lane and top lane to be playing for, and I expect that's where a lot of Kizno's attention is going to be. He's going to want to be trying to affect these lanes and get these early lane advantages because NRG, I think, may run into a scaling problem as time goes on, even when you consider the champions like Jason Victor being really strong. I think even nerfed, Mel's going to be really strong later, and I think Ornn just brings it all together with how he rounds out the comp.
And honestly, I always love when I see a Bard as well. I'm so happy this champion is seeing more play because I think there's a lot of skill expression you can really pull out with the Bard. Zyko as well being on this character does put some interesting things for Zyko because, like, one of the things about Zyko is sometimes he engages for better or for worse, and I feel like it's a much more safe engage for Zyko to be able to play with here. But we are now on the Rift, so we get ready for game number 1 between NRG and Supernova.
Again, this is the beginning of that difficult 2-match week Supernova are playing towards. Today it's NRG, Friday it's going to be Conviction at Esports. And already off to a rocky start with the need to substitute Will. We could see music back in game 2. Now Will is what we are working with here on the Wukong.
Yeah, the jungle pathing will be on opposite sides for the very start of this. We'll have Will moving over towards that top side. And it's going to be a weak side lane for Hoarder for sure. You know, just going into the range matchup, you need a little bit before you can actually really do much into a Jace, because he can play so safe, he can poke you from far. And then, of course, the burst damage you get, he's able to jump in with the hammer. You got to be able to block a lot of that CC immunity, or else you're really not going to get anything back. So it is a bit of a challenge for Hoarder, but you know, sometimes playing the weak side, you just got to bide your time and, you know, deal with it.
Yeah, it is what it is. I like the Unsealed Spellbook as well from Hoarder. A little more utility there with the shifting summoner spells. Excited to see how that one is going to be panning out. I'm interested to see where Kizno's going to attack first. I think there's two really main options here. Could just finish his clear and then head towards that bot lane if there's an opportunity. Or he could actually reset immediately and head straight towards top lane. I think Zamudo could be in a pretty good spot to shove that lane, get it to bounce back, create a punish opportunity into Hoarder.
I am pretty curious to see how Shochi on the Mel is going to play out. We talked a little bit about the nerfs, and honestly, I felt like Mel was slightly overtuned, even if the ranked play won't really give you that perspective. But here we go. Looking to find Zyko. Magical Journey always keeps you safe. And then back to that point, now you don't have as much like oppressive Q damage that you can really throw out there, so it does really affect the matchup through and through. And Shochi's kind of feeling that right now as 5 Mini is getting better of the poke coming in.
Yeah, you definitely got a lot to be working with there. As the Victor. Otherwise, I think things are just playing out slowly. Honestly, really interested. You know, we were talking about Shochi typically playing matchups where he would be able to shove and roam, but this time, not really going to get that opportunity already. 5 Mini has that shove into him, and for Victor, of course, it's only going to get easier.
This is that strong side that Kizno can play through. Already going on this invade. Might be looking for an angle on the Hoarder, who's already fallen pretty low. So here we go, setting up for the kill. Zamudo's going to be the one to grab turret aggro, and it's an easy first blood for NRG. Zamudo will pick up the kill.
It costs Zamudo's flash, but otherwise it's as clean as can be. Nicely done there to start things off for NRG.
And just like that, I mean, being able to play towards that side, it really does punish out Hoarder. A lot of the work Zamudo was doing to poke down this big Ornn. And I like the fact that they started with Zamudo grabbing that tower aggro in the ranged mode, because that means he can just bail out at any given time. Did take the extra effort with his flash, and it seems like Shochi might look for an angle to punish that, but because there's control ward right there, Zamudo has a heads up.
Yeah. There you go. Attempt there from Shochi. Going to use some of this time to try and do something, but NRG well prepared for this. Things are just going to continue slowing down. I like this hover from Will. If Zamudo is flashless, goes a little too far, and he definitely is in some trouble there. But otherwise, it is just going to give some breathing room there to Hoarder. Nice ward from Zamudo is going to spot out Will.
Oh, yeah.
So it is just going to end up being a wave crash.
At the very least, it provides a little bit of protection for Hoarder as he pushes the wave forward. But yeah, crash the wave. Kizno, after seeing Will on that top side, instantly calls for the dragon. Right thing you should be doing. And that'll be first strike going over to NRG.
Yeah, Caitlyn Karma. Lane pressure guarantees those early Drakes really easily. So there is that angle for Drake stacking, especially when we talk about Supernova and how well they scale. Just preventing them from picking up early Drakes and building towards that soul and playing for it themselves is good.
Seems like the first steps of the game are really working out in NRG's favor. Again, Kizno, he knows how to respond very well depending on what's going on with the map. Like, he already responded to the top lane and Zamudo applying pressure there. Knowing that Will's going to be on that top side, he responds by grabbing Dragon. Now here comes some punishment onto Shochi. Shochi taking a lot from that Victor ultimate. We'll have to just peel back. He doesn't have teleport, so does kind of bite if the shove does come in. It's a freeze towards the mid lane, so also going to be a little bit rough for Shochi, but we'll take that recall.
Yeah, tough. He's going to lose out a little bit as a result of that, so props to 5 Mini. Being able to get this kind of advantage pretty much naturally. Able to force Shochi back multiple times now. I think this is the one where that's going to be felt the most in the CS League. Already setting behind this Mel pick that is nerfed on this patch. A little weaker early and a little slower to scale into what we're used to her seeing. So she might be having a tough game.
And this is where you got to wonder if the difference in play styles between Will and Music is one of the biggest factors about the way this early game is going, because Music, he likes to influence the map real early on, and not having him there to kind of set up a lot of these aggressive plays. It could be a change of pace for Supernova that they're just not really ready to play with right now. Shochi walking up, called Forge God, going to be used. Rebuttal gets popped by Shochi. Knock up found onto Zamudo. Zamudo runs critically low, about 300 health remains. Not going to get knocked up in the process. Able to find the sidestep, but a kill for Shochi gets him a shutdown. Now Kizno's by his lonesome, has Fi Mini in the back pocket. Will flash right out of it, but Fi Mini flashes forward to take down the monkey. And now here we go. Solar Snare. Knock up into the air. Fi Mini getting low, taking a lot of damage in the process. Fi Mini looking to bail out of this. He does not have his flash though, but he does have his gravitational field, and Supernova will not cross that boundary. Flash forward from Shochi. Picks up the kill on the Kizno. Survives by the skin of his teeth. And though it was quiet in the early stages, everything is fighting as another kill is picked in the bot lane. This one going over to Sushi. Levitate having to bail out. Ace in the hole lands on the Levitate.
No mana.
He has to run out, but he doesn't have enough. Speaka smells blood in the water. Barrier goes up. Levitate still walking out, but you got to watch for that base damage of the Karma, because when it hits, it is deadly.
Yeah.
Flashing out, Levitate gets out, and chaos across the rift.
Oh my god. Nice plays all across the board, but I really want to give it to Sushi. Honestly, that play might even be worth replaying. This looks so nice. We use that 90 caliber net to dodge out on the Tempered Fate. What could have been his death ended up resulting in the death of his opponents. But we're going to replay this one right here again. Shochi able to find these roam opportunities, able to move on NRG's top laner. It was a very contentious fight, but Shochi getting the shutdown is huge for this Mel, who was starting to fall behind. And of course, the success here overall on this play of Shochi to take down Kizno also is a big positive for Supernova.
Yeah, that was pretty chaotic to say the least. I mean, Shochi right here, this flash, man.
Yeah.
And what I really appreciate about this is Mal was just nerfed. You have less damage on that Q, and that could have been a situation where you flash for nothing and they survive by the skin of the teeth, but Shochi's still at least in tune with that champion to dial in that kill.
Yeah, good stuff. And of course, bot lane again, Sushi Speaka getting a big win there, being able to secure Sushi's first kill. And of course, blow both Levitate Summoner spells in an attempt to survive. There's something. Oh,
remember, Speaka burnt his flash a little bit earlier, but the damage that came back onto Zyko.
Look who's coming!
Makes it rough. Teleport now coming in as Hoarder wants to join the fray. Says you don't have flash, you don't have a way out of this. Call the Forge God. Easy knockup.
Nice.
Levitate gets his kill right back.
Wow, but that is a huge sacrifice there. Hoarder, who's already down 20 CS, they teleport him to this play. And they allow Zamudo to crash this big wave and collect turret plates. So this Jace massively accelerated, but it was for the gain of trying to get more gold onto Levitate. Whether or not that pays off, it's going to be about how Supernova play out these 5v5s later on.
The thing that's always going to worry me is when it's a poke champion. Poke champions usually want a lot of gold early. They want to get as much as possible. So when you contest for those youthful objectives or you start power sieging, those shock blasts will hit like a freight train. And first item already completed for Mudo. A lot of alone time with that power. Man, that makes me a little bit afraid for Supernova once that Jace is able to hit another lane.
Yeah, once the saving grace is something you yourself did point out in the draft, though, Deserex, the fact that Supernova's comp really good at closing the distance, especially because of that aura. Yeah, like you put this gold into your AD carry so that you can set them up in these fights later on. Yeah, Zamudo can poke at range, but if those Call of the Forge Gods hit, it don't matter. That's really what they're betting it all on in the late game as Supernova.
Taking a look at the lanes, it's only Shochi who has a gold lead at the moment, but for the most part, it's not the biggest lead. We're talking just like little minor items here and there. It's the top lane that hurts the most thus far. And especially when you're going these like serrated Dirk items early on, you hit damage rather early for Jace.
Yes.
As we said, just engage, man. Just engage.
That's why you see Order, appropriate amount of armor in response. So dealing with Zamudo and Kizno should still be able to soak up a lot of damage. But the big thing really is the fact that he's going to be able to soak up these shock blasts for his teammates. That's going to be so important. And equally important for Zamudo to find ways around him. Because, yeah, Orin's going to be able to handle that, but with this acceleration and the lethality he's going to build, can Levitate handle that? Can Shochi? Of course not.
Well, you get a good rebuttal and use it against them at the very least. They hit the no you card.
The no you card, really?
No reverse.
Yes, yes.
Activated my trap card.
That is the goal. We'll see as things slow back down. It is that Mountain Soul too, so it's halfway there as NRG, but as Supernova, it would be really valuable if they were able to secure those dragons. Not only because 4 Mountain Drakes would make Order unkillable, but also that shield from that Mountain Soul. Actually, kind of the perfect response to poke. Shield that comes up after, what, 5 seconds of not being in combat? So, big goal for both of these teams for sure.
Now the rotate being called out, it does allow Phi Mini to just focus on the top lane all by his lonesome.
Yeah.
That tower is very low, but the minion wave is going to go down in just a second. It's a little bit difficult for Supernova's side, though, because they're running out of minions. The wave just barely getting there in time, and there it goes. Yeah, tower going in.
Yeah, so that race for first brick.
All right, here we go. Call to Forge God comes out. They get a burst of damage onto Spica. They're going to hold him down for a little bit longer. Throwing out the ultimate. Doesn't find the kill just yet. A lot of healing getting found by Spica thanks to that tethered with the mantra. Solar Snare slows him down, and Shochi will find his prey.
Yes, he will. Another successful play there from Supernova. And honestly, nicely done. Keeping Zamudo away from the wave while getting gold onto his teammates elsewhere. Really just keeping this gold lead at a respectable level. Now we're looking at sub 1,000. I think it's fair to say Supernova getting most of what they want in this early game so far. One thing that NRG have going for them is 2 Drakes and this accelerated Jace.
Minute 50 before Mountain Dragon hits the map. Dragon stacking, as you mentioned earlier. Supernova would really love it to a siege poke composition. Rift Herald is now up, so it might be the objective a little bit earlier as Kizno steps forward onto Zyko. Good chunk of damage onto Zyko, but not going to result in an outright fight just yet. See Levitate? Kind of has poke of his own as those Mystic shots start to come through, but nothing's going to match that Shock Blast.
Yeah. You know, I just had a thought. If you use rebuttal stepping into a Caitlyn trap, what happens?
You still
I assume
you still eat the Caitlyn trap, but
you eat the damage, but you don't get rooted, right?
I'm pretty sure you do get rooted because it's projectiles that it reflects specifically. It's not like Morgana spell shield, but the empowered auto, you can reflect that with the rebuttal.
Yes, that makes sense. Okay. Well, Herald taken by NRG. Really good timing as we're 45 seconds away from the next Drake. Big opportunity for them to get their soul point, and it's decision time here for Supernova. We're not quite at 2 items. Even the accelerated Shochi is only halfway there, maybe 2/3. So when do they want to be fighting this Drake? You're up to me. I would say no. It's kind of tough to let go of 3 Drakes in that early game.
Yeah.
But it seems like they've put themselves in this basket of, all right, we're going to be really strong later on. But no, they don't want to be in this position. This is the riskier of the plays, but committing the TP because they have to be here first. But of course, they got to rotate to stop the Herald.
Shochi a little bit from the laser. Herald goes, but doesn't take the tower just yet. It was a bit of priority bought by NRG, but that's immediately returned by Supernova just being present here. Bigger topic is Zamudo is still shoving that wave. He's still down there. He already grabbed the tower. Is now taking that recall, and this is at a good time for Zamudo. If he can get there before the dragon starts, he should be able to have a pretty good major purchase here.
He's in trouble.
That Manamura, but no, the recall going to be stopped. Zamudo's in a bad way. He's getting chased. Will flash forward, go after the wave, clear out the wave in the process.
The dragon.
But Dragon's now being started all at the same time. A failed flash. You hate to see it. Now stepping forward, Supernova looking for 5 mini. Here comes the True Shot Barrage. Tempered Fate not going to find the mark. Cyclone going out, finds the back line. Spica eats a lot of damage. And just like that, jumping into the fight, Kizno wants to duke it out, but he is all by his lonesome. Now Zamudo teleporting in. He doesn't have much mana though, so how does he fight this? Waiting for the secure, there's no enemy jungler. Supernova get the dragon, but they want more. They see NRG, they see potential for kills, but Zyko can't do it by himself. Has to flash forward to get out of the fray. Now Hoarder steps up, doesn't get the knockup, but here comes Will coming out of the flank. Will's by himself, falls to about 100 health. Levitate jumping forward. Levitate has to flash out. Choshi now looking for the flank. Levitate's dead. NRG are out dueling. They're out fighting. 5 mini drops. Sushi drops. Shochi flanks.
Are you kidding me?
Up NRG.
I can't believe Supernova pulled this rabbit out of this goddamn hat. I expected it's dragon or it's fight, and in the situation where we're not at key item breakpoints yet, they managed to pull out both. I literally clenching harder than I've ever clenched, and now I can finally relax as Supernova have gotten themselves back into this lead. I mean, watch this. This is so awkward for Zamudo. I think he ran too long. He was sitting on a lot of gold. I think he needed to commit to the recall, spend his gold, get some mana back, then TP. I think he would have had a much greater impact, but instead, you know, throws out a couple spells, easy for the team to get on top of him. And then it's Supernova just playing out their health bars excellently, magnificently. I look at how low everybody is and how they're trading out. Yes, Levitate dies and we lose Will as well. At the end of the day, they know how this one is going to work. They sacrifice the appropriate lives for the best gain.
Yeah, Shochi, brilliant using that blast plant to get over the wall.
Yeah.
It catches Sushi completely off guard all at the same time. And I know now look at the mid lane. It's a slight CS lead, mostly even, but the gold tells you the story of what happened there. As Shochi built himself right out, flashes for Solar Snare. Sushi is dead.
Ooh, they got him. Sushi stepping forward a little bit too much. This Caitlyn, no summoners, and still ends up going down. We're 5 seconds away from this Baron. I don't think the Baron take is very fast from Supernova, so I'm not really a fan.
It's a crazy call.
Wow. Even Fimini has to TP away because he thinks he's the target. So, in a way, I mean, they have to turn. They have to play with the Ornn ulti here. Like, there's literally no other option.
Yeah, this has to be for the force of the fight, and yeah, that's exactly what's going on right now. Here comes Call of the Forge God, gets the knockup onto Zamudo. Zamudo takes a chunk of damage. Solar Snare doesn't snare Zamudo just yet, but it's not needed because Shochi will go dominating. Kizno is in the fray, but he gets cooked by Shochi. And the bait was set. Supernova spring onto NRG.
And what a well-executed trap. Woohoo! Shock Blast, scaring us a little bit. And unfortunately, Ornn Hoarder is a little too tanky. I think he's going to be able to walk away from this
Teleport.
TP.
Oh man, Shochi runs this down. As gold has been spent, mana is full, but yet to be kicked as they will run on out of there, not willing to contest with Shochi.
Yeah, I think you're really happy with that one as Supernova. You get 2 more kills. You also get 5 minis teleport out. So if you're in another ideal situation where you can start the Baron, especially if you manage to take out Zamudo with the only TP, then it's going to become a very successful Baron play. Remember, NRG were ahead for most of this game, and now Supernova managed to get a slight lead for themselves. I kind of want to look back and see what the items are like. We haven't gotten to really look yet, but you got to imagine Shochi, Levitate well past 2 items and have really hit those key breakpoints we expect for these champions.
Oh man. We knew this match was gonna be a banger, man. And already it's really putting in. This has been kind of the story of Shochi in this season. He's having these fantastic performances. I've said it before, a lot of games are kind of made by him, they're kind of broken by him. But this is one of those games where Shochi is locked in. 7-0-3 on Mel. Freshly nerfed Mel. He's doing fantastic.
You'd think he's playing on a previous patch But just everyone on Supernova, crazy that we had these questions of coordination, volatility, and whether or not these teams can come together. Oh, I gotta hold that.
Yeah, here comes the teleport from Hoarder. Gets back in. This is where NRG kind of wants Supernova to be able to just poke them without any hard engage going their way, but this is what Supernova do when you don't watch out for that hard engage. And just like that, 2-for-1 exchange. Levitate's gonna fall in the process, but Supernova grabbed 2. Mountain Drake is now up and available. Hoarder is going forward. Gravitational Field is not gonna do much to stop Supernova's march. And now NRG looking to defend. Here comes Hoarder, stepping forward, has the pillar up, doesn't get the knock up onto Phi Mini just yet. Hoarder's taking a lot of damage though, but Shochi brings a lot in return. Hoarder having to step back, and the poke game gonna work decently in this 4v3 for NRG.
Yeah, this one is tough. No teleports for the members of Supernova. No ultimates or flashes they can play for as well. They're all spent. Nice stop there from Phi Mini as well. Just wasting the time, limiting the response that Supernova can go for. It is the sole point for NRG as a result. But still, certainly not the end of the world here.
Shoe shot barrage. A little bit too late there. I just saw that thing right outside my window, actually. Oh.
Yeah, man. Exactly.
See, this is why I missed you beat.
I know, man. It's been too long.
And Covey would say, like, it passed by my golf course. I don't know.
Holy stereotype, but you're right. It's true.
He's the golf man. What do you mean?
I mean, he does other things.
Yeah, he does. That's fair.
But he's also the golf man. He runs. I know that.
Passed by his treadmill?
I think he runs outside.
He used to always be on the stair stepper. I remember, like, post games. That was a big thing for him.
Oh yeah. I don't know why. I thought he was an outside runner. No, you're probably right. Well, there you go. You think you know a guy.
Hey, and you think you know Shochi. And then suddenly he's him. Beyond him.
I mean, Eric, we knew that. We've been knew that.
But I mean, like, reflect this off of his Dorado play last season. Was it good?
Okay, fair
yeah,
enough.
But it wasn't as tuned in as he's been this season.
Yeah, that's fair. I think Supernova, this iteration of Supernova, just built an environment where he can really succeed. It's been a really good look for him and the rest of the team these last couple of weeks. And in the situation where Will is substituting in, by the way, it really is impressive how well these guys are able to coordinate. Again, this is an emergency sub situation as well. They weren't expecting to play with Will today, but it's like they haven't missed a beat. They are still playing the way Supernova play.
And Shochi taking advantage of that rocket belt. It's been a great item on the current meta. It's so cost efficient in terms of like what it gives. But Shochi is really utilizing the active part of it, because anytime he sees someone, you see him rocket belt forward, I'm going to get you.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a great feeling having that kind of movement, that ability to gap close, especially at this level of play. Dude, just a couple of units, it really makes a difference. Yeah. I think it's a big reason why this item is so popular. And speaking of items, we're at level 15 for Hoarder. Already seeing that upgraded Muramana on Levitate, and it's only going to give more power to Supernova as time goes on. That is not represented in the gold difference. Time is not on NRG side.
Ooh, things not looking good for Sushi. Flashing forward, Shochi wants the kill, and Shochi will get the kill. But now Shochi's left vulnerable. Kizno looking to chase this one now, but the rest of the squad of Supernova have arrived. And just like that, 2 members of NRG hit the dirt.
Yeah, and again, I like that. They know the teleports are down for Phi Mini. They see him topside, and they say, okay, it's game time. And speaking of time, it's a Baron time as well. Flash is blown.
No jungle.
But no jungle is available for NRG. It's going to be tough. Zamudo has a lot of poke to work with. That is what we should be watching for.
And look at Zyko trying to run interference on Phi Mini. 4K health remains. There's no way they steal this. I'm going to assume at the very least. But yeah, the rest of the team will step forward and make sure you can't find that angle. Zamudo gets chased down. Levitate grabs the kill. Speaking, Phi Mini can only watch it in horror as now Supernova are wearing purple.
And Levitate. Oh, he's in trouble.
Now Levitate can only watch an order. He's
Okay.
got to get out of there. Oh no, that laser can still hit him, and it does. Forced to use the barrier. We'll be able to arc and shift away. There's so much movement speed you get from the Karma. That was a good pick from Phi Mini.
Really nice catch out there. Punishing Levitate. No, recalling a little too close to the opponents. Baron Empowered Recall did not save him. Shut down for the victor. And it cost Levitate his summoner spells as well. With a bit of that vulnerability for the next couple of minutes. Still, 4 Baron buffs in 30 seconds. Once Levitate is back, should still be able to impact 2 lanes pretty easily.
This is a 2.3k gold lead despite a 10 kill difference. This shows you that, for the most part, NRG have been able to keep up a lot of that through laning, but it's the fights that are really benefiting Supernova, this composition that says, we're not going to allow you to poke, we're just going to pull that trigger and fight.
Yeah, sacrificing farm, especially on Hoarder's side. I call back to that TP earlier on, allowing Zamudo to get several plates topside and crash a huge wave. But again, the sacrifice was worthwhile. They know what they're playing for here. And it is why they have that 10 kill advantage and why they're sitting at a 2k gold lead, while still having a tier 1 available to take. So a lot of easy gold Supernova can grab for themselves as well as they set up for this next Drake. Remember, every Mountain Drake, Supernova, especially Hoarder, is going to get even tankier. And that Soul will be the nail in the coffin for NRG this game. Woohoo!
Yeah, that's a 3-item Caitlyn, all right.
Yeah.
Shochi filmed that one. But does have at least a couple of fruits able to utilize. Now Hoarder forced to get back over here as Will put on the Cyclone, finds Phi Mini, call the Forge God, gets Phi Mini. Will's gonna peel back, Knockup finds its mark as looking for more angles is Shochi. Shochi's gotta be careful because Kizno jumps right onto him. Shochi's low,
That's a big
and
shutdown.
he's gone. Sushi gets the shutdown. Hoarder forced to flash away. Zamudo seeing the angle will put on the pressure. It's Dragon Soul Point earlier picked up by NRG.
That
Is Soul that's on the table right now. Unless Supernova can pull out a miracle.
I don't think they have another miracle in the pocket. That's Mountain Soul for NRG. Huge boon that they desperately needed with how this fight was going. And a well-played fight from NRG as well. Supernova failing to force the issue. Zamudo coming from an alternate angle. He's now a big buff for their opponents. And something to keep them in this game a little longer.
And that was one of those moments where it felt like Supernova were a bit disconnected because Shochi was attacking one angle while the rest of Supernova were going for a different one. Yeah. It's got to be Sushi, man. You really have to focus down Sushi at all given times.
Yeah, it's really not. It's really not a question. It has to be him. Even 5 Mini, who has finished that death cap, I still think Sushi is that greater danger, especially with that Infinity Edge completed. He's so powerful. And if they can't take him out of the picture, they're going to really struggle in these longer fights. It's the importance of that engage that Supernova are working with. Got to get those key members.
So now NRG feeling a little bit of momentum shift back onto their side. They don't have the gold lead just yet, but things kind of change when you start factoring in that Mountain Soul that was picked up by NRG. See, just like that, Phi Mini chipping away at this tower. Be able to get good amount of damage onto it, and this is what NRG have been doing really well throughout the entirety of this game. It's playing to the side lanes, taking towers, taking plates, and making sure that this gold doesn't get too out of control.
And Supernova just ignoring those side lanes for the most part, and really playing, doing the bare minimum to guard them while playing for these 5v5s. The last fight didn't work for them. Still have a lot of tools to be able to win out these fights later on, and I think we're going to see whether or not that comes true, either this Baron, but more likely Elder Dragon in 4 minutes, as we know that is the great decider.
Zyko wants an angle right here. Again, it's so pivotal to get at Sushi. He has his flash down at the current moment. You can get this knock up on Sushi. You got to get that Tempered Fate onto him. Right now, NRG, they're just like, we got to protect this Caitlyn and make sure that Sushi does not fall.
That's right. Remember, this Caitlyn is flashless. You gotta imagine Supernova have their eye on him. But for now, they hold on and they maintain control. I think now, just looking at itemization, a fourth item coming through for Sushi. So this Caitlyn is very monstrous. You got to imagine, even with Baron up in about 40 seconds, some attention needs to be paid in that bot lane, especially with the deep wards NRG have placed into Supernova side of the map. That Elder Dragon, I think, is what's going to decide this game, not this Baron.
To the benefit of Supernova, they are able to utilize quite a bit of that Ornn passive. You can see every single player on Supernova has had an item upgraded. The Bandle Pipes, the Unending Despair for Hoarder over there on the top side. Sushi, even with the Shadow Flame. Shochi, excuse me. See, very easy to mix those two names up. But
yeah. S's and H's, man. Yeah, the Ornn items coming out in full force. Here we go.
Looking for Zyko. Crescent Guard popped. Versus the teleport out from Supernova. And just like that, disengage called.
I think that's fine. Supernova, only downside, Zyko lost a lot of health. There's still an opportunity here with that Crescent card down for a fight to break out. Supernova were so inclined, but NRG know they're just going to be backing up. That someone's going to have to answer that big stacking wave on that bottom side of the map. With both teleports up on the side laners, I don't think there is really a Baron start here, even a pump fake from Supernova. So I think he's going to slow back down, and we're going to focus more on mid and getting better control over this Baron area.
A lot of pings over to Baron, but our Philips Naralco, precision play now coming in. They focused Pi Mini early and took him down, but you have to watch the split right here. As part of the team goes on Kizno, it's only Shochi who goes for Sushi.
Yeah, and I think the real problem is less of the split and more that, you know, they threw everything they could at Sushi, but Sushi was able to weather most of it with the flash.
Baron going low. It's picked up by Will. And now here comes the fight to follow through. Sushi in a good way. Will be able to get the stun onto Will. Will, Guardian Angel, now going to be popped. Hoarder looking to fight his way right on out of this. Needs to flash over that wall. Gets over, but so does the rest of NRG, who will chase him down. Now Hoarder fed to the wolves as Spica and Kizno will look to chase him. Sushi coming out from the other angle, gets what he wants and jumps right onto Hoarder for the kill onto the Ornn. And even though Supernova, they get the Baron once more, it's NRG who clean up the fight.
Really surprised that they went for that one, because it was so risky. Like, again, unless they're able to take out Sushi, the main damage deal. Oh my god.
Zamudo finds the kill onto Sochi.
Yeah,
levitate, but Sochi will be able to clean up immediately after.
Yeah.
And I don't know, that's definitely a tricky one, because I feel like if you could have bided a little bit more time, you could have set up for potentially an inhibitor take, but Zamudo just really wanted levitate.
I'm going to go ahead and call that one actually not worth. He flashed and died. He doesn't have TP, so he'll be back 20 seconds before the Elder... he'll be back 15 seconds after the Elder Dragon spawn. There might actually be an angle here for Supernova to be able to either try and force this issue, force a team fight. I honestly don't like that play there from Zamudo. A big thing to highlight, Sushi has both the Summoner spells back. He's been the target for a lot of this game, but I think these last couple of fights, he's done a good job at avoiding the engage of Supernova, so I think Supernova have to get a little more creative. They want to be able to take down this Caitlyn.
Look for the tempered fate of Zyko. 3 seconds before Zamudo's on the table. Supernova, they couldn't get the fight at the time they wanted to. Now Zyko will be back to make this a 5v5 for the Elder. This is where it's getting tough, because now the gold lead 2k in favor of NRG. If you don't respect that poke, things are going to get bad. It's harder to get onto Sushi as well. His flash is back up.
I kind of like this. Okay, they're just going to go ahead and start this. I thought they were pulling aggro. But right now, Zamudo is keeping Hoarder at bay. Man. They really need this Ornn, so I don't know if I'd call this ideal. Supernova, are they going to flip the game?
Oh, they're looking for the flip, man. NRG have already won a flip
before.
And it's looking bad, looking to jump into the fray. Tempered Fate goes out. Shochi has to back away, and just like that, Kizno wins Elder flips. We saw it in week 4. He does it again in week 5. And Supernova are running in the wrong damn direction. You can see that execute threshold. It is so close. NRG want to make Supernova hit the floor as Shochi tries to hold the angle. Burst of damage from Shochi. We'll get a kill onto Kizno. Shochi leading the way to get out of this, but too low. And now he's by himself. No one to back him up. No one to save Shochi. The game decided on an Elder Flip, and NRG win those.
Wow. Really shocking turn of events for Supernova, who really felt like they were in control for so long, but NRG managing to adapt and win out when it really mattered.
And with Nexus Tower number 2 falling to dust, you can't bank on an Elder Flip when you're against Kizno. NRG take game 1.
Yeah, I think now that we can kind of come down and talk about it a little more with some time, I think it was really just more of a lane setup there issue for Supernova. I mean, we called it out. Zamudo is keeping Hoarder away. This Ord needs to be front and center in any setup for a team fight this team is needing to do. And now I think they felt pressured and had to make a call. It's like, all right, we are super disconnected from our Ornn. So, like, what do we do? And they, you have to make a snap decision. Could have worked, but I think it's a situation they put themselves in. And props to Zamudo. After I criticized him for diving into the enemy base, it's a good job keeping Hoarder out of the fight.
He's like, oh, you criticize me? I'll do it again. I'll do it again. Yeah, Zamudo did a fantastic move there to make sure that that hard engage of the Ornn was not going to be available. And again, Kizno can't flip an Elder against him. You just can't. He's always going to secure that smite. And when you need him the most, he clutches. This is why I said he's one of those pillars of stability for NRG. But off of that note, it is a best of 3, so we're not done just yet. We're going to throw it over a short break while we get ready for game number 2 between NRG and Supernova.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Hello everyone, my name is Desirux, and on this recap we'll go over week 4 of the NACL and the showdown between Blue Otter and NRG.
In Game 1, Blue Otter drafted a composition for long-range sieging with Caitlyn Ziggs. NRG, try as they might, could not stop the romp from stomping as Blue Otter stacked Drakes with their superior objective setup and crippling poke for an upset Game 1 win. In Game 2, seeing a Scion locked in, Zamudo would counter-pick Rek'Sai and farm up a gold gap that constantly threatened Blue Otter's backline. Game 3 is where things got hot. At Dragon Soul Point, Blue Otter stacking would be stopped short by Kizno splitting up the Otters. Eventually, Ariana's cannon flank would give Blue Otter a critical Infernal Soul. But after a 40-minute slugfest, it all came down to an Elder Flip, where Kizno would clutch out a smite that would lead NRG to securing the series.
We're going to develop some players that maybe in the future will be the ones that can challenge the Asians at Worlds.
Week 4 signifies the halfway point of the season, and taking a look at the standings, NRG remain in first with a perfect record. Maryville, CCG, Supernova, and Conviction trail with 1 loss. That leaves the rest of the league fighting to be another name in the current playoffs picture. The second half of the season will feature a lot of teams from the top end of the standings going to battle with one another, so expect heat on the road to playoffs.
Thanks for watching the recap, brought to you by our friends at Philip Norelco. Be sure to follow us on Twitter and tune in at twitch.tv/NACL. We'll see you there.
Trim, edge, shave. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL NRG versus Supernova. And gotta write it down, pull up the chalkboard. I will not elder flip against Kisno. I will not elder flip against Kisno. I will not elder flip against Kisno 100 times. Write it down, because every time you challenge this man to an elder flip, he wins.
Yeah, and got to give some credit as well to Sushi, who I think managed to dodge a lot of the ire of Supernova, especially in those last 10-15 minutes. Was able to avoid a lot of the engage that Supernova were playing for. And of course, 5 Mini, a constant staple of damage and threat. Finding kills we may not have expected, and just pumping damage like crazy. I mean, this chart speaks for itself.
Yeah, it really does, man. I mean, it was fantastic of NRG to really fight what was a pretty close match. Side lanes of NRG were played incredibly well, where you had these turrets constantly going down, a lot of gold that was given back to NRG to equalize the gold loss from team fights that were going Supernova's way. But again, that kind of straw that broke the camel's back was going into those later team fights when Sushi was able to find his damage onto Shochi, or Zamudo, who bullied Hoarder right out of some very crucial 5v5 team fights where they desperately needed that Ornn engage. It all benefited NRG in the very end.
And really, that last fight is where Zamudo, I think, came in super clutch, keeping the Ornn away. There's something you could say about the lane assignment there for Supernova, but regardless, Ornn being away from the team there was really what sunk Supernova in the end and didn't give them the greatest chance at coming out ahead there. So now, music is back. Got to thank Will, who I think did, honestly, an admirable job.
Did fine job.
Yeah. Especially given the circumstances. So props to him. Now music is back. And we'll see Supernova and what they're going to be able to bring to Game 2.
And music played to the win condition of Supernova really well, which was hard engage for Feist, who was flashing in, getting those cyclones in the back line. The only thing that was kind of absent was the early aggression that we typically get for music. So we'll see if that changes the way things are going to flow. Take a look at some of the bans now coming in, mostly stock standard for NRG. Only change up for Supernova is they're going to take away the J4 this time from Kisno.
They were hearing you during that first draft we did, knowing that J4 is a huge staple for him, especially when we get to Game 2, Game 3 of Fearless. We already have Wukong and Xin away. They want to ban that one. That's tough, though, because, Pantheon is still up.
Yeah.
Which, probably best jungler. Last patch, this year, whatever you want to call it. So you got to imagine SN have an answer for that one.
I mean, remember, it was one of the best junglers last year as well for a brief period of time. This will be at least Kisno's first time playing it for this split this season. But that doesn't mean he's not experienced on this champion, because, as I said, meta last year, he did play quite a bit of it then, and some pretty good results.
And again, Kisno, I mean, just for these, whatever year we've seen him in competitive play, we're looking at 3 years now, he's always been really good at playing whatever is strong at the moment.
Put me on what you
Very
need,
flexible
coach.
In a way. Yeah, whatever the team needs, he's got it. You got to imagine that he's gonna pound on this pick.
Supernova now kind of threatening that combo of the Corki Nami. So NRG can look to at least swipe away the Nami if they don't want that duo to really go together. You also have kind of a match when it comes to global presence. Hey, Pantheon says, I'm just going to drop in from any given angle and dive your team. Nocturne kind of says, hey, I can do that too. Play ball and see who does the dive better. Spawns from NRG is getting that rumble, though, and that was one of the things that was kind of forfeited from the draft earlier that Supernova had. They were able to ban that out in game number 1, but now leaving it on the table. Again, Zamudo's a big threat when he's on this character.
He is. He's been historically really good on the champion. I'd imagine that's why it was banned. First rotation from him in game 1, excuse me. So 5 Mini, I'm in a little bit of identity crisis, figuring out what he wants to land on, but it is going to be the Aurora. I think makes sense. Really, it's kind of champion that do a lot when you get ahead. I think that's something 5 Mini was able to do in that last game, so should he be able to repeat that lane success, it will very much be a problem here into this game 2.
problem indeed. For competitive tier 2 play, by the way, I did look up the stat. Rumble is Zamudo's most played. So this, yeah, we really want to emphasize just how good he is when it comes to this character. But that means the Corki Nami is going to get finished out in the grand scheme of things. So, you know, a lot of that does, you know, I feel like Nami's kit as a whole self-synergizes. You get Tidal Wave, it pretty much gives you a free bubble. And using Tidecaller's Blessing on Corki just feels incredible, to say the least.
Yeah, and another thing about the Aurora that's nice, you don't have to ban it away out of concern that Hoarder will play that matchup into Zamudo. It means they can try and focus their bans elsewhere. I'm curious what they want to target. Wondering if they want to maybe remove something like the Anivia, the Azir. I think we know Shochi's also liable to play himself. Just remove something that might make my mini a little scared. Annie, should have thought of the Annie. I think that makes a lot of sense there. Just give Phi Mini a kind of safe-ish lane phase, and with how well she clears the wave in general, ahead or not, I think it's another problem for Shochi, who again we know will even sacrifice farm to get out of lane and help this team.
Still one more ban to go through. If I'm looking at mid laners, Ahri is one that was banned last game. It's still on the table.
I don't think so.
If you want to play like more roam pick heavy, it's not the worst case for Supernova to go for.
Yeah. They do want to ban it.
But
Shout.
Yeah, that does get banned out, and they're taking away the hard engage of Spica all at the same time from Supernova's side. As the Rel, something that was buffed, something that Spica was very quick to play last week, and Nico gives a lot of 5v5 presence, can be kind of tricky to really lock down. So going after Spica's pool more than the ADC pool in the second phase of the draft.
Yeah. And okay, Order. Just want to go for the safe blind there. I kind of like this angle, or not safe blind, the response, excuse me. It makes sense. You want to give Shoti that last pick, given what's showing, and see how NRG are going to round out this composition. I'm really curious what Shochi is going to be playing for himself. With Ahri removed, a dive option out of the way there to pair with this Nocturne. At the moment, Music's just kind of going in by himself, which I'm never really a fan of. And wow, NRG, an old classic with Xayah Rakan as well, adding a little safety just so that, you know, Music doesn't have as many easy targets to go for.
Yeah. And we haven't seen Xayah all season.
Don't you dare.
What are you looking at that Galio?
I am.
It's a hover. It's a hover. We won't talk about it yet. Don't get baited. I was baited last week.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, that's better. It's much better. Ooh. I mean, for everything we say on Shochi, it's never fun for me when we put them on champions like Galio. So this one is a very exciting one. We don't see a lot of Vlad anywhere. But this is that angle where, all right, you have something that can do a lot of work in lane in that Aurora. But now Shochi's just going to play for the long con scaling, something that's going to be pretty strong and hard to deal with inside. And late game is really good in these like longer fights. Once you get more of that AP, and especially that cooldown reduction, that ability haste, that's really what he's going to be building for. Very interesting pick, exciting stuff.
Yeah, and it's always like kind of a pain in the butt to really lock down a Vlad and be able to get things going, because one moment he's low, one moment he maxes out his bar, and the next transfusion heals him for like half health, and you're just like, what do I got to do, man?
It's a great shout too, because really the only CC you're worried about is Spica. There isn't much that he needs to worry about pooling, really, when we get to those later stages of the game. So I think he'll feel pretty comfortable just dodging out the key spells from NRG and saving his own life.
Now, personally, I want to know your thought on the Xayah getting locked in, because, again, this is a champion that is seeing play for the first time this split. Most of the ADC pool, hasn't followed into that direction. It's been a lot of Varus, Ezreal, Corki, Ashe, Caitlyn. So how do you feel about the Xayah?
We haven't seen. I don't think there's been a great opportunity for her, especially with the presence of J4, and I think even Pantheon in a way. So I think it makes sense, especially given how crit items have improved over these last couple of months, and especially like late last year, I think she's in a pretty good spot. I think Rakan is actually in a good spot overall, so I think it makes her look a little bit better. And in this instance where the only real dive target, or not dive target, the only real diver that Supernova are looking for is Nocturne. So you really only have one big thing that you need to be dodging. So I think a lot of value is going to be gained out of this Featherstorm. I think that's the rationale there. And I think it's fine. I think it'll work. You're going to lose out in damage later on, but it can work.
I mean, whenever Rakan's on the table, it's just inherent synergy. I had to follow through to make her more viable. I think the only thing that's going to be at least worrisome for me is like, if Vlad was a good pick, even in the context of Xayah. You can Featherstorm, if you already have the Hemo Plague on you, by the time you Featherstorm, you're still going to take that Hemo Plague damage when it pops.
Wow, okay. I was very curious, as Sushi is running the Conqueror, which is a not very popular build. Of course, it's usually lethal tempo. The actual sub-runes are all the same, but technically it does have a pretty high win rate, 52%. I'm reading this right.
Yeah. I would expect the lethal tempo just to get out all the feathers as fast as you can and make that blade color so threatening, but...
Yeah, I mean, I think you have a pretty easy way to get some quick feathers down with the W. So I imagine the idea is just any bit of sustain you can get, because these fights are going to get long.
Yeah.
I think you're going to have a pretty easy time stacking Conqueror. So I kind of see what he's going for. I don't hate it.
And again, to point out to our audience, even with that NRG win in game number 1, it was with the sub for Supernova. Music back in the fray. We'll be jungling on this Nocturne. And the thing we always look out for Nocturne is when he hits level 6. Because I feel like that first Paranoia has a lot of value and really kind of sets the stage for how Nocturne's going to play out through the rest of the game.
Yeah, you do have it before the experimental Hexblade comes through. So that first cooldown is going to be very long.
Yeah.
Yeah, so music. Imagine it's just going to be farming Fever, the jungler of Supernova. And Kizno really just trying to find whatever he can, see if he can pressure some of his opponent's laners early on. Whether it's Shochi on the Vlad, who's going to take some time, or maybe a dive, if lanes are played out well enough.
See how Shochi's playing this. The transfusion, again, it does heal you up quite a bit if you get that bar all the way stacked. So the sustain that a Vlad has is a little bit painful for 5-Mini to have to deal with. For 5-Mini, you're going to take that very early recall and teleport back in, burning a lot of mana to at least get the first advantages in lane, but Shochi's okay kind of just standing this out.
And of course right here we're seeing that danger of the Xayah Rakan. You are one melee into double range.
Right.
Oh, gotta hold that.
Should be Zamudo's flash. Gets knocked right back by the Q3. Now Zamudo's in a bad way. Turns it around. Kizno at the perfect time. He's putting on a highlight reel series, man. And even in this early stages, the jungling will get the better of Supernova.
Yeah, really nice response there from Kizno. Zamudo holding his flash until the very end. It's going to allow Zamudo to get that wave crash. He might actually be in a position to just walk his way back too, but either way, great opener for NRG. Me neither. I had zero clue. So did Hoarder.
Oh my god, is that Batman? He just came down and changed that entire 2v1. That was some impressive stuff from Kizno, but hey, Pantheon do what Pantheon do. Point and click stun, always going to be nice when you got to save a teammate.
That might be worth a replay, honestly. Just look at that one again. Music spending that some of the precious early minutes there that Nocturne needs to be getting to 6 as fast as possible. Worth it if it works out, but feels quite bad. They aren't able to make it work.
So music, just get back to power farming. Get into the office once level 6 hits. Let's take another look at this top gank.
And I like this one. Off the recall, Kizno is just sprinting topside. Zamudo waits just long enough for his jungler to come save the day. Really good stuff there from NRG's jungler.
Music won't hit level 6 off of this. Still needs a little bit more time before he's at that break point. So this does leave Levitate and Zyko to kind of deal with the flames of these feathers for a bit longer. Music will just take his first recall, and we will hit the level 6 off of next camp, which can try and get Supernova back into this early game.
Yeah, I mean, I actually think even top lane would be worth revisiting.
Oh no!
Oh, hold on.
Oh no! PTSD for music. Like, I remember this. I'm just gonna walk away. Luckily, there's some backup there. Zyko's there.
Guys, we're playing Nocturne Vlad. Be for real. Like, this is not a fight.
Yeah.
Go back to base. Go back to farming. No, I don't want to see it.
No.
I don't want to see it.
Just let Pantheon have this. Yeah, level 6 already, music.
Yeah, I mean, like, I really would have preferred the instant recall, because now I think music would have already been at 6 or close to it, just off doing a camp, and could have flown in top lane to do something. Zamudo's flashless. I really think there's an angle there that they could have gone for.
Oh, jeez.
Wow.
It's very risky with that recall, but starting to see the Lovers duo really pay dividends into this Corki Nami matchup that we had bot lane. I mean, again, they set each other up so well. You have a lot of extra threat on the Xayah that the Corki has to be very careful about, because he's such a short-range champion. Those feathers can catch him quite easily. Yeah. And it's a great lane from Sushi Spica.
It is. It's a good look so far, and now Sushi getting really close to level 6 as well. That Featherstorm going to be huge, as music only just getting access to that Paranoia. Does mean that Sushi can play his life out just that much better. And speaking of play his life out, being Levitate.
Oh man.
Worried about getting taken out. Really taking his time there, as he should.
Yeah. You don't want that.
Zyko's not level 6 too, so speak. Okay, never mind. I see.
You don't want that Rakan ultimate running right into your face when you're without your support.
Hell no.
Oh no. No. Quickness will lock you down for a while. The Blade Collar will make it feel like ages. Still fighting out over on the top side. We did see the ultimates traded a little bit earlier, all out for Equalizer. But for the most part, Zamudo is getting better, getting the better of the matchup in the farm thus far. Almost has about a 10 CS lead and still putting pressure on the border. Border will equalize that a little bit with this next wave. But it's always going to be good for Zamudo, considering, again, highly played champion for him in the Rumble.
And bot side, Psycho Levitate. I gotta give him some credit. Definitely playing out this lane as safely as they can. Double range is there, but like we were saying earlier, you were just mentioning, this duo, Desire Rakan, very dangerous.
Oh, music.
Ooh, music is here. We got a lot of summoner spells to be working with here, so that works.
Could have been the angle. Spica has his flash down. I know you'd want Sushi more, but that's a tall task when Flash is up and the Featherstorm is available.
Yeah, I mean, music can't stay any longer. He's just going to have to recall there. And I like this board, too, from Zamudo. NRG doing whatever they can to keep an eye on this Nocturne. Being privy to his movements, of course, sets you up really nicely to not get caught out by that Paranoia. And, of course, gives Kizno the opportunity to realize he's going to be able to pretty easily get at least 2 grubs, likely all 3. I really don't think music's going to try and fight this.
Yeah, this is difficult for music because first Paranoia hasn't even been used yet, and he's approaching level 8. You're almost getting to a situation where, like, if you used it the moment you hit level 6, it would be back up again. And
true.
That's never the best angle for the way an early game of a Nocturne's going.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good. I think he had few opportunities. I think, again, that opportunity top lane on the flashless Zamudo, I think was one of the few chances he would have had. He delayed his recall, so he couldn't take it. So I think he's just unfortunately not going to be able to drop that one until a better opportunity presents itself. At least he's pretty close to that experimental Hexblade. Means he will get that ultimate ability haste. But overall, I think just zooming out a bit, talking about where these teams want to be versus game time. NRG 2K up, pretty much how they want this one to be going down. Especially when you consider, Nocturne's going to power farm and become a monster. Vlad and, of course, Corki are going to scale really nicely into that later stage of the game. You want this kind of lead that NRG are working with. You want to be collecting these early game objectives. I think so far NRG checking off all the boxes in game 2. Hey, order. Whoa.
Essence Reaver finished by Sushi. It takes a lot of gold to build a Trinity Force. So this is a big advantage for Sushi.
True. Yeah.
That he can play around for quite some time. Does make him quite the threat in the bottom lane. Also makes it harder for this Nocturne to like be present in the bottom lane. So you're going to see different angles of attack, more music, and it might be the top lane. Your Hoarder, you're just burning up, man. As getting torched, and the flash gets blocked out completely. Paranoia #1 finally gonna work out as music takes down Zamudo.
And nicely done by Zamudo. Well placed equalizer. He collects the whole wave. Still, all things considered. All things considered, it is the play we were looking to see here from Supernova. It's unfortunate because we saw the hover on the minimap there from Kizno, able to pressure, levitate, and Zyko off that wave a little bit. Just deny some golden XP for this bot lane that really wants to scale. You said expensive items.
Oh, yeah, and we're going to use those items right onto the bot lane. And just like that, a double kill for Sushi. That Essence Reaver put to work immediately, and it results in the complete collapse of Supernova's bot lane.
Yeah, it's tough, because on the one hand, you want to go for the play that you have available to you, and we talked about it. Going for bot lane is really hard for Supernova at this stage of the game. As we get into a pause. So it's tough because in game 1, we saw Hoarder sacrifice, use TPs, you know, at his own expense for the benefit of his bot lane. I think this game, it's even more crucial that you really need to be considering Levitate and Zyko. Because they're playing this Corki Nami.
Yeah.
Corki, that first item, you said it was expensive. And you just want to be getting as much gold on him as possible. But instead, it's just 1.5k gold lead for the Xayah.
Why did the camera cut to Zamudo and he just looks like he's taking a nap for a brief second, man?
I told you, man. Cool as a cucumber, that guy.
Man. It also might be a hydration diff because as they're rotating through cameras, he saw Spica and Sushi. Both have their beverages. Yeah.
What kind of beverages? You know?
I'm not sure. One looked like a smoothie for Sushi. I know Spica had some kind of iced coffee.
Ooh, not very hydrating. I mean, not the worst, but you know, coffee, caffeine. And I want a nice coffee now.
Yeah, this bot lane is doing work.
Yes.
I was very curious at how the Xayah was going to work out, but in the context of the Corki Nami lane, this seems to be a well thought out counter to just smash this lane into the dirt.
And also, I think it was really well done from, like, it was smart drafting because I think this is that situation where you look at this Nocturne. And I think that's part of why you picked the Xayah or Khan, because you realize, you know, early game, there aren't very many effective ganks he's going to be able to do. Post 6, I think it's going to be really hard to actually get that successful gank off just because of that kind of safety the Featherstorm offers you. So with that in mind, it ends up being a really smart pick because Music is forced to play elsewhere, leaves his bot lane vulnerable while he's trying to far from himself, make any successful plays he can. And now, again, that's culminated in pretty significant gold lead there. Or NRG's bot lane. Sushi on the Xayah, who I think was one of the champions we saw him on when he substituted for Near Airport for a brief time last summer. Really just showing up again on what seems to be a comfort champion.
And I like the overall draft for NRG in the context of the Nocturne being picked by Supernova. Bot lane, if you go hard, you could get caught by the quickness of the Rakan. And then from there, it leaves you incredibly vulnerable because Nocturne's not a tank. He wants to do damage. He wants to do damage fast before he gets blown up. Look at mid lane. Mini playing the Aurora across the Veil makes it very hard to lock down an Aurora. And then you do the between worlds in the most critical moment. It means you can break the tether really fast and pretty much get out of dodge.
True. I like that. Good thinking, Eric. Yeah. Again, well thought out draft from NRG side, and we're really seeing that play out in some small ways and, of course, some big ways, given the play we just witnessed on that bottom side of the map. You know, small pluses for Supernova. Corki's still going to scale, be very strong later on, works really well with the Nami, and, of course, Yoshochi very quietly farming away on Vlad in the mid lane. who I think is going to be a real monster once he gets more of that ability haste going in his favor. Something that we're going to have to watch out for as an audience, and of course, as NRG is going to need to be careful of once we get past that 20-minute mark.
All right, I'm looking at room diffs now.
Damn,
This is one I didn't want to talk about. I wanted to talk about that Charizard in the background for Zyko.
Oh.
Yeah, and then Sushi's room just looks so nice, man. He's got those little posters up there. I saw the Basil Cat and the Labubu,
respect.
of course.
Of course. Is it a real one? I've seen so many fake ones.
I have no
This is
idea. I'm not.
comical.
That's not my sport. I don't know ball for that.
For what it's worth, the fake ones I've seen are like painfully obviously fake.
I think it's
like,
a real one.
Like
'cause
different
it looks
facial expression, you
rough to
know?
me. Also,
Oh,
shout out to Shochi's shirt. I don't know if you saw that, the
Oh,
Gojo
damn, what
shirt.
is it? Oh, I mean, yeah. I mean, I think he did a picture where
There
he's
it
like,
is.
yes.
There it is. There it is.
Oh, I like that one. I think it's from Uniqlo. Respect.
Nice.
I like that one. Shout out
And their
JJK.
style.
Most difficult ending I've ever had to read in my whole life.
Pain and suffering builds character.
Yeah, I built a lot of character reading JJK. I'll say that.
Shochi's like, I built enough character as well, you know? I want to win AAC.
I mean, hey, he's trying to be the strongest, you know?
Oh, another Labubu. Another Labubu. Speaka. Look at his bookshelf. Top.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Wow, that's funny. What else is on his bookshelf? Those are some
CB?
thick books.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. I got to screenshot and zoom in. What are we looking at here?
Screenshot and zoom in.
I want to know. I'm a reader, you know? I'm intrigued. What if he's reading, like, my favorite book or something? This is just hella blurry. I don't know
You
why I
like
thought this would
the
work.
Red Rising series?
Yes!
There we
Like
go.
the Red Rising series. In fact, I'm pretty sure that is Red Rising on his bookshelf. Now that you mention it. So go.
Nice. Nice.
I might have to message him about that.
Got a good eye for that. By the way, Zamudo, we got to talk about that laundry.
Dude, don't look at my bed. My bed is so much worse right now. Oh my god.
Hey, I'm hearing
Executive dysfunction goes crazy.
the pause is nearing the end, so we can
Oh, thank God.
at least start focusing back onto the topic. Yeah, music's back in a seat.
There it
So
is. I was like, where'd
You're
he go?
good to talk ball once more. But yeah, with the way the game's going right now, I do worry in the long term for this Nocturne. It's going to get a little bit more rough if more damage is picked up by both the Aurora and the Zaya, where it's like, can I really dive in anymore? Do I really have a target I can focus?
It's hard. You're really at some point NRG
great
are
clip.
going to have to kind of force the at some point NRG are going to have, or not NRG, SN will have to force the issue in a way
Yeah.
where you got to force that Featherstorm out without really sacrificing very much on your side.
Yeah.
You know, flank angle, if Chochi's playing Vlad shows up behind you, you're basically going to install. I think something like that, especially leading up to a crucial objective fight. I think being down that ultimate is going to be something to capitalize on. And now that we're looking back at cooldowns, Sushi currently doesn't have that ultimate. It was used. I think Music will get his ult back first. And they're both pretty long cooldowns, so I think Music will get his back, and that's something they could play for. What do we think?
It's an angle. It's an angle. We need
An
any
angle.
angle at this point.
Yes! Oh my god, yes.
I mean, the biggest angle so far has been topside. It's a rumble. It's a rumble with flash down. You're past the halfway point of your paranoia, and Hoarder's really good at Q3ing. Mudo, but Mudo's really good at cooking Hoarder. It's just so irritating to watch that flamethrower like slowly step incrementally towards you and keep burning away your health bar.
Yes. I still remember the painful day where they added % health damage to his flame spitter. They've nerfed it a number of times, by the way.
Yeah.
So really cool of them to put it in the first place. We needed that in League of Legends. Very cool.
The Hexblade is now finished for Music. That's a good threshold right there, but ooh, Shochi getting picked on. He'll be okay, though. He was really holding on to that blood pool. But this allows Sushi to get some one-on-one time with this tower. Minion wave will go down. This tower, if it's allowed much more time with Sushi, going to be more gold into the pocket of NRG. Even 5 mini in this bot lane.
Yeah, I like this early rotation that we've seen here from NRG. No free 14 minutes. We have both Fine Mini and Sushi really reaping those benefits. Now first brick is going to go down. We don't really have anyone moving bot lane just yet. I mean, Porter will be there soon, but so much gold is gained on NRG side. 14 minutes 4K is pretty crazy. I kind of like these lane assignments to see if...
Jeez. Is he diving this?
Shochi.
Shochi, this is really ballsy. He has to flash, but he gets the kill. Music backing him up. Now here comes teleport from 5 Mini. Found Mini's just racing into the fight. Gets pushed away thanks to the blast plat.
The goddamn hell out of me. What, I'm watching like Lilia and full prance stacks. Oh, Jesus. I don't like that.
I don't like that at all. Oh, and Zyko's not going to like this. He doesn't have flash. Featherstorm gets right through, so Zyko is dead to rights, belongs straight to NRG.
Yeah, so much use for that play. They take this opportunity to capitalize a little bit. It's going to give Hoarder some time to crash another big wave into the turret, get plates for himself. But overall, NRG is still very much in the lead here. Entering Supernova's play with another one of their own each and every time, and of course running some plays themselves.
Your response to the teleport earlier is still just stuck in my head. What the hell is that?
Dude, like, what? Oh my god.
Zoom in.
Yeah.
I mean, luckily for Supernova, the blast plant was there.
Yeah, literally.
The true MVP of Supernova.
We'll see. They got to win to declare an MVP, and it's not looking good, Eric, scaling or not. Every objective, top to bottom, has gone the way of NRG. A minute 30 till this next Drake coming through. You got to imagine it's going to be an easy secure for NRG. They have this Herald. They could drop top side or bot side to knock down one of the remaining outer turrets. Or they could just wait till successful play comes through. They've had several and get more value out of it that way.
Yeah. Every single lane has a gold lead on top of it. I think the only one that's been cut down quite a bit is just the top side, and that's because they've literally focused onto Zamudo. But with those kills, Zamudo still has the lead nonetheless, and that's concerning.
That's right. 5 Mini dodging the Pathmaker, I think just guarantees that no play really is going to be made there. Unless...
Oh, we're just dive happy top side.
I mean, I don't think they have time.
Ooh.
Oh,
there's time. Yeah. Got canceled.
That is actually kind of funny.
No one can reply in time either. There's teleport available for Zamudo, but it's not going to come nearly fast enough, and it's not even going to be used. They just accept that 5 Mini's going down, and Supernova
mid lane.
Set their eyes towards the top side and keep going for kills. Now, Levitate having to get on out of there. Keeps his flash in the process in a very close exchange. Ooh.
Oh my god. I was going to have some words with Levitate if he died there. Spica is fine. He has flash.
How you doing, Spica?
He's good.
Nice young rookie.
Works out a little better for Supernova. Hold that thought.
Yeah, Kizno's in the fray. Quickness going to be used. Equalizer placed beautifully, but Levitate's going to go forward.
Look who's here.
Still, Salmon gets cooked. Joining the fight, we will find a shutdown in the favor of Levitate in a 1-for-1 exchange.
All ults used for NRG side as well. Finally a win here for the boys in purple. It's tough though. Shochi's health bar. They don't actually want to try and force this one. I think NRG aren't really keen to do this one either. Shochi. Oh, was it Shochi? Or not Shochi. Music is in the area. Almost has his ult back. This one is tough. Only 10 seconds for Pantheon. He has Grand Starfall, so if Supernova want this Drake, it's got to be right here, right now.
See the benefits of the Rocket Belt, making sure that across the Veil, it's going to be used to get over the wall instead of taking that long run. But Dragon now started up. Isno is nowhere to be seen, will be late to the fray. Levitate takes a good chunk of damage there, so he's got to be careful. It's the Valkyrie out as Queen World's going to be used now, jumping right onto Hoarder. Meanwhile, in the back end of the fight, Zyko will go down again. Spica dives forward, wants to knock him onto Shochi, who goes into the blood pool. Now Hoarder, Q3, finds a knock up onto Kizno, but doesn't want to continue the fight, just wants to disengage.
Yeah, there it is. There's a dragon, but Supernova lose one in the process, and of course it opens up for this Herald. A knockdown tier 3 turrets. A little more gold for NRG, getting us closer to that 4,000 gold lead they had earlier. And still, overall, a very strong position. Supernova, still, I think it's very important that they got this dragon because this draft from the beginning does need time to come online. And unfortunately, with how the early game went, they needed to buy some more time for themselves. And I think securing this dragon does that. So NRG don't get their soul points. It's going to give them time to farm, reach some crucial power spikes. I mean, Shochi in that second item will do him a lot of good. He's just continuing to stack on that health and the ability haste. I really think that's who we're looking at this game. Levitate set pretty far behind, but also getting towards that Muramana as well. I think both of them are really who you got to be looking at in these team fights. Can the rest of Supernova enable them? Can they get that damage down? Can they make good on the early game or on the late game promise these champions make?
This is bringing up one of the struggles I was kind of worried about going into this meta for Zyko specifically. Enchantress meta isn't really a Zyko meta to me. Like when I think Zyko, I'm thinking like Ral, Nautilus, Rakan, Alistair, these like engage heavy champions. And you kind of see it from the scoreline. Zyko dying 4 times means he's having a hard time finding his positioning on this Nami. And I mean, even in that last fight, he was picked back to back for 2 deaths. And definitely a rough game for Zyko.
I think some grace needs to be given just because we're looking at like Pantheon Rakan as your opposing jungle support.
That's very true.
But overall, I still agree with you. You know, it's not typically where we see Zyko shine. Still, this is a lot he's chosen. And he definitely has the tools to have impact these fights. So now with Baron up, I don't think anybody's really going to be fighting for that anytime soon. I'm really just watching Shochi and Levitate, seeing how strong they can get before we have to talk about a Dragon Soul.
Yeah, that Soul's coming up in just over 2 minutes. Oh, it's not Soul, actually. I forgot. Supernova did grab that last Drake, so yeah.
Yes.
It'd be Soul point. So there's not that much pressure to have to fight for Supernova. But not allowing them to have Soul point would be nice. It's just, how do you stop them, you know?
You don't.
Oh, maybe you just find picks like this. Music looking for an angle onto Phi Mini. Music goes on a rampage, grabs that kill.
This is awkward.
Looking for a counter engage. Zyko cut off from the rest of the team. They jump right onto Shochi. Sushi goes on a killing spree. That's the power of the quickness right there. And now Zyko gets cooked again. Zamudo with the long distance equalizer. Supernova want to defend their tower, but you gotta watch out for Sushi. Hoarder jumps right towards him. Featherstorm going to be used. Doesn't have the blade color up immediately, just coming off cooldown right there. And NRG will pill out.
Oh, that is tough. Again, NRG win out on the trade. Nicely done from them. Supernova get themselves split up and still not able to equalize this gold deficit they're in really at all. Feels like this is something we've been seeing both of these games, bro. They'll force a fight, they'll force a kill onto a certain person, but I think that commitment is what ends up having them in these situations where they're split apart, not able to effectively fight the way their comp wants to. I think that's something they have to worry about going forward as well.
Now Shochi is hitting some decent breakpoints. Riftmaker being completed, you know, getting some additional Omnivamp for these fights on character that already has a lot of inherent. I wanted to say spell still, but yeah, sustain's just. I'm going back to season 1 for a second there.
That's okay.
But yeah, that does help him out to try and fight these out. It's just not the biggest damage. That is the case that like Supernova kind of need right now. And here we go. Quickness going to be used. Music pops the paranoia to just deny vision, but Spica is going to go for the long chase. Has the backup of Hoarder and Zyko. Levitate looking to run out from the grasp of Kisno.
Oh, look at
stay alive, but Music is low. Almost gets picked off. A heal comes in, but one more shield. It is not enough. All Out going to find its mark onto Kisno. Kisno will get picked off by that tower. And a 1-for-1 trade, jungler for jungler. Shochi's got to watch out though. Tidal wave comes through. Shochi will heal up. quite a bit off of that Raptor camp that does get stolen away. Now coming out from the flank, Shochi still wants Spica, still wants Sushi. Steps up towards Sushi.
Ooh.
A burst of damage going to be found. Zamudo looking to go forward as well. Both of these teams looking to fight without their jungler, as Shochi is looking for a way in, but he's getting denied through those electro harpoons of Zamudo. Now rotating towards that dragon. NRG have Zamudo to hold the line.
Yeah, starting to see that power of the Vlad come through a little bit. Overall, you got to give a lot of credit to Hoarder in that last fight. Being able to kidnap Kizno with that all out and take him down really prevented this from being a Baron for NRG. So they managed to, again, stall things out a little bit.
Zyko, you are not very tanky.
No, sir.
Zamudo is a lot of oven-baked salmon that he's been eating all day. Time to find Zyko.
Very true. You'd think you'd get sick of it. But Zamudo is happy to munch it every single time. The dragon inevitably secured for NRG. And still, Supernova really just floundering in this game. Some small wins have gone their way, but otherwise, there's really just no response for them to be had. You can see just the difference in the comps and how well, more importantly, the options NRG have for how they want to fight. But Supernova's options, I think, this whole game have been so limited for the plays they can actually go for.
I would say it almost feels like too much scaling from a lot of your carries. Like you mentioned it earlier, Forky, he can be a late game beast. It takes him a while, but he also has a pretty expensive build, having to first build Trinity Force. Same thing with Vladimir, where you are getting these cheap items early, but it's not until that late game fantasy is really met that you can just be this unkillable threat. It's taking a little bit too long for Supernova.
Yeah. Really, it's just going to be about how much can Shochi farm in these couple of minutes. Level 16 on Vlad, we know, is a big deal. He's already hit level 15, so can he finish that third item? Can he hit that final breakpoint that you're looking for with champions like this? Is really that final hope. I say hope because, you know, this is not something you can consistently rely on. It may not work, but it's really all they have to go for. Alongside Levitate, who's finished that Lord Dominic's regard, but still, you can see in these fights how hard it is for him to actually interact. You really are depending on this Vlad, who can sustain himself, protect himself, and still output a lot of damage.
You find yourself asking, like, is the quickness down? Is the quickness down? Okay, I can play. Kizno's on me.
Oh! Kizno's dead? Well, guess what? The quickness is back.
Quickness on cooldown, I can finally step up. I got caught by Blade Caller.
Yeah. Jesus, if it's not one thing, it's 5 other things. For Supernova. Again, gotta give some credit for the draft they got for themselves. The way they responded to the Nocturne, not something we've seen much of in this league, especially considering how popular the champion is, but it's worked out for them, I gotta say, beautifully. Even this Baron, you know how it is. You force the TP out, and they walk away. It costs them nothing. You can try this again pretty soon. Shochi, of course, on the Vlad went for the Ghost instead of TP, so now it's going to be tough while this Baron is up for anyone on Supernova to side lane.
You have to keep Jochi either in the top lane or the mid lane if you are going to get the better of this Baron dance. And you can see right away, Fi Mini has no problem going bot lane. He's pretty much saying, Hoarder, I dare you to match me. Guess what? My teleport is up and available. Yours is not.
Ooh, Spica.
Oh, Levitate's going for this.
Oh, that's awkward. I mean, okay, do we just force?
We just force onto Zamudo again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, I suppose. Spica's around the corner, but look at how low Spica is. Zamudo's surviving for quite some time. Does fall, but this teleport might be a little bit suspect. Fi Mini has to flash on out. Between Worlds going to be used. Shochi now dancing around. Supernova might see an angle onto this, but Shochi using the pool means that Supernova can't continue to fight because you don't have those safety protocols in your back pocket anymore. Still, a pick is a pick, and Supernova will take it.
That's right, no Rumble. Question is, can they do something with it? It's looking like no. Minute 30 from the Drake too, so not only is this Baron play risky, they stand to lose quite a lot if that soul ends up going through. Ooh. Supernova really playing a very difficult game so far. Gotta credit them for continuously looking for openings, continuously trying things, and finding whatever they can to be able to get themselves back into this one. But of course, equal if not more credit to NRG for the comp they drafted, and of course how well they've been playing out every stage of this game so far. It's been really good stuff. And that constant reminder of why this team is undefeated, 5-0 at the moment. If they win this game, it's gonna be a nice clean 6-0.
The recurring problem that comes up is, yeah, Supernova are getting picks, but they're never really getting tempo, those picks.
Yeah.
So they have a hard time playing the map immediately after, where NRG, even with a man down, they find the setup on the Dragon. Mid lane does belong to Supernova right now. Now pushing forward will be Supernova.
Oh, nice bubble.
Looking for Zamudo. The bubble finds its mark, but coming down from the skies, it's Kizno. Between Worlds going to be used. Now Shochi has to leave that pull eventually. Quickness finds Shochi. The rest of Supernova taking a lot of damage. Guardian Angel now going to be popped out, but here's the equalizer. It's in the wrong direction for Zamudo. So now Hoarder has a way out. He will flash to safety. NRG, they still picked up one, though. Zyko fell in that fight. Dragon Soul on the table.
Yeah, GA really proving its value there, keeping Kizno into this one and guaranteeing the Chemtech Soul going into NRG's pocket. Big win here for NRG. And Supernova, again, really just clinging to life, looking like they are starting to run on fumes, even with level 16 on Shochi, even with Levitate at 3 2/3 of an item, really starting to pump out a lot of damage. The way these comps interact, so hard for Supernova to be able to actually win out any of these team fights. And we're at a point where I think I'm seeing a repeat of game 1, Eric. We're rolling it all on the Elder Dragon. 5.5 minutes. And it could be Supernova's salvation, and I dare say it's their only salvation.
No, put it on the chalkboard. I will not Elder flip against Kizno. We said you don't do this. He wins these, man. But sadly enough, it might be Supernova's only way out of this mess. Is the 5.5k gold lead for NRG. So many item breakpoints have already been reached on top of that. I will say, we do have another one now coming in. Cosmic Drive finish for Shochi, but here we go. Paranoia going to be used. Quickness catches out Music, and this was the worry for Music. You go in, it's a one-way mission to the gray screen. Caught out of position will be Shochi. Shochi looking to survive, gets a good amount of health back, and will be able to run away, but Sam can't be said for a Hoarder. Now 5 Mini coming in off of the flank. Levitate gets low, but here comes Kizno, who will drop the bows right on top of Supernova. Left and right. 5 Mini chasing down Shochi. About 300 health remains as NRG just clean house on this team fight.
That's right. Shochi trying to survive, but 5 Mini will not let him recall. He might not even let him live. Guys, we need to pan to mid lane because this series is over.
NRG undefeated in the first half. They're going to keep that streak going to 6-0, and not a thing Supernova could do about it. Let's pad some more stats, take down Music once more. Shochi stands on the respawn, but he watches as his base is in flames. His screen goes gray, and NRG proceed to 6-0.
And there you have it. Our first seed widens the gap just that much further with another 2-0 victory. Big shout out to NRG for what they've been able to do this split today. It's just been wonderful stuff from this team so far. And it's crazy to think, too, that Game 1 was a closer look than Game 2.
Yeah, and that was with Will as well. So kind of crazy
Again,
situation right there.
Draft difference.
Draft does really impact away a lot of these things do go. But I do feel like, yeah, draft difference is the best way to put it. Taking the Lovers duo in the bottom lane as a response to the Corki Nami. It also acts as sort of a pseudo response to the Nocturne, making it hard for that Nocturne to find a dive target. And from there out, you know, it was only, hey, we can dive top lane and that's it. But typically NRG will win out in the long run when it comes to anywhere else on that map.
Yeah, again, it was really just a good look there. And I think that's the big reason this game looks so much less close, much more one-sided on NRG side of it. Again, I think we saw a really good tactical response there to the Nocturne, and I really like it. You know, something we haven't seen much this split with that Xayah Rakan, but it worked.
Take a look at our Phillips Norelco precision replay of that very last fight. You can see how hard Sochi is trying to fight to survive, but he's watching his teammates go down one after the other. And that's the power of this composition drafted. Even Kizno, hey, I'm gonna dive on him. I'm gonna drop bows on him, man. And that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, especially given that the way those fights were just looking, there was so much that Levitate really could have done, but the game really just wasn't set up for him to succeed. No. He's just under threat by so many different targets, and it could be a 12-item Corki. Like, as long as you're not auto-attacking, it doesn't matter.
Still did a decent amount of damage in the grand scheme of things, but look at Sushi, and oh boy, this Xayah. First time seeing it in this specific split, and it really ran that bottom lane and took over.
Yeah, I completely agree. Again, you know, Sushi was really set up to succeed in this game, but still really good individual performances from him in this game, in last game. I think it's been a good series for him overall. Yeah, and it really shows in this damage. It's tough because, you know, on paper, I look at Xayah, I look at Corki. This is not the damage spread that I'm expecting. It really just shows you how well NRG played this one.
Yeah, they played it fantastic, both in draft, in composition, understanding their win conditions. I think the whole team was able to really bring their best forward. And even if a player wasn't having the most flashiest of games, you know, like Zamudo getting caught out here and there, it was still impactful in the grand scheme to have him basically burn down Zyko time and time again. And Phi Mini always posing a threat, being hard to lock down on the Aurora. This team, man, is really something else. Even from their newer experienced players like Phi Mini and Sushi,
I know,
to the rest of the squad. You know, speak a wealth of experience on this new rookie, of course. But we are hearing that our interview is ready. So, Beat,
hello.
I'm gonna shoo you away. Go get out of here. Come on, get. Bye. Okay. Beat, come back. Beat, come back.
Oh, look who came crawling back. Interview's not ready. All of a sudden, you want Beatdown back on the... Okay, I see how it is, Eric. See how it is. I'm just a floating... I'm just a talking head to you. Nothing more.
You know what? No. You're more to me than that, Beat. Come on now.
Yeah. You're telling me as soon as that interview's not ready, you're not going to ditch me?
I will, but...
Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
But yeah, we are getting that interview ready. Still a little bit more set up onto that. Any closing thoughts before we jump to that, Beat?
Sushi MVP.
No, get out of here,
Beat.
Beat.
That is my closing thoughts. Okay, bye. I said what I needed to say. I'm sorry, Kizno.
All right, Beat is gone. Congratulations, man. This has been a fantastic season for you so far and a very dominating 2-0 win.
Yeah, thank you.
So I want to know, how's it been working with this team? You know, a big point to talk about is always going to be Spica role swapping to that support role. Is there any communication that has gone on between the two of you in terms of like how to better really lock in and be the jungler this team needs?
He definitely has like ideas of like mid game, like how to push the game forward, or like I shouldn't just be like playing my camps. Like if we're ahead, we can just like go invade theirs and really open up the map. But yeah, he just teaches me a lot of things, honestly. Happy to have him as a support on my team.
That's awesome to hear. I think another topic that it's the elephant in the room, Kizno. Elder flips. Talk to me about it. How do you keep winning these elder flips? Back-to-back weeks, week 4, game 3, Blue Otter, and now in this series, game 1, you get another elder flip. Talk to me about it.
I mean, I think there's a trend. Whenever I lose the Baron flip, I win the Elder flip. So maybe like, if we win the Elder flip, then, or if I lose the Elder flip, maybe I'll win the Baron flip. I'm not too sure.
Talk to me a little bit more about that game number 1 as well, because that was the more competitive of the 2 games, where it seemed like you guys drafted quite a bit of poke, and it was mostly hard engage coming out from Supernova, but you guys responded very well to take the series at the very end. So tell me a little bit about the game plan going into that and how you guys overcame Supernova's composition.
More than comp-wise, I thought like even if they have like hard engage, like as long as we get set up first, it should be pretty easy. But they actually overgrouped a lot in order for us to like not take control. Like there were multiple times where like we thought Sochi would just go and catch like a side lane, and then he's just mid lane, and they're just engaging onto Sushi. I think it happened like 3 times. And at some point, like we realized like, yo, he's just dropping all these waves. Like if we can just respect one time, like he's gonna lose like infinite. Or like when we have flash, we can play aggressive more. And then once we figured that out, it was like pretty easy to play.
So now I want to look at the bigger picture, and that's been your journey in Tier 2 and the NACL. Because we're talking about it on the desk, and we see you being as easily one of the top 3 junglers. And that is a story that has Yuji in it, Dardoch in it. You're very competitive with them, which is incredible. And coming from kind of humble beginnings with Lit Esports and the time you had there to growing and evolving into, what is a high caliber jungler, what's that journey been like?
I don't know, at first it's definitely like hard and like not really motivating, especially on Lit, because we were like 9th place and got relegated. I still had people and coaches telling me like I'm still good, like maybe I was like the best player on the team and that I should like keep on trying. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely better now. Like I think it's really hard to show like NA raw talent if you're like on a like somewhat bad team, or like you're not on a team that has like decently good players, because you just get like stomped over and over again and it seems like pretty unplayable. As long as you get like that one good team or like okay team, it really just lets you show like what you're capable of, and that's all you need. It's just like one team to let you shine and then like get recognition from everyone else, or just like during the off season just performing well.
And you're definitely shining, man. It's some great stuff. Now, I want to ask, we have the rest of the season coming up ahead. You guys are 6-0. It's almost looking like a perfect record is within your grasp, but you do have some heavy opponents. Is there anyone else you're looking forward to facing between Citadel Gaming, Conviction, and CCG Esports?
Maybe Conviction and CCG. I mean, I feel like I've had this like battle against Dardoch for so many years now, or like my whole like competitive experience. Because when I first started, I think it was also Dardoch that I was facing. So I mean, I guess just Dardoch. Legit just been here throughout the entire time with me. So yeah.
Yeah, you got to kick the old man to the curb and show him that the new blood is ready to fight, man.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's been a pleasure having you. Do you got any shout outs before we let you go?
Shout out to my team. We've been working really hard on those early dragons. Showed this game or this series. And shout out to all the fans watching. Shout out to my coaches, and shout out Draxler, I guess. Yeah.
Maybe you can convince Spica to make a highlight reel about you for a change.
Nah, I mean Spica. Nah, we just need Spica highlights,
All right, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on your win, and we're looking forward to the rest of the season, man, because you guys have been absolutely killing it so far. Yeah. So have a good.
We have like an inside joke. It's like our coaches and everyone, like our staff, just wants us to lose just to like experience it and like keep us humble, but we just keep winning. So maybe eventually we get that humbling experience. Yeah.
Just keep winning, man. Well, have a good day, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Just keep winning. Just keep winning.
It's just that easy, guys. The rest of the league needs to follow suit. NRG undefeated throughout this entire split so far, going to 7-0 so far. And Eric, you know what time it is.
It's time for MVP. And
right. Tell me who it is.
this was a little contested between Kizno and Sushi, but I really do think Sushi edged out here. The Caitlyn game, he knew how to stay safe with the long range and was a big part of taking down Shochi on that Mel, who was terrorizing NRG for quite some time. And then the Xayah pick
was pretty good.
dominated that bottom lane.
Yeah, I think overall, really great performance. I really think it's the Caitlyn game that did it for me. I think this game, you know, he had everything he needed to succeed, and it's important that you still succeed in those circumstances, but the Caitlyn game was hard. Kizno talked about it, fighting on waves that they didn't expect, sacrificing a lot of farm, but still, I think Sushi managed to avoid a lot of key ultimates. I managed to play his life out really nicely in every scenario past 25 minutes. Huge contributor to why they won game 1. So, and of course, still play great game 2. So very deserved.
And again, it's been a joy watching Sushi's growth.
Yeah.
You know, again, near airport, people saw him in Dorado, thought it was maybe Sushi was overhyped, and it's like, no, he's a developing player, and he's going to get better with time. And now being with such an experienced roster, such as Kizno, we're obviously not referring to Spica, fresh rookie right there, but having all that talent alongside him really helps him flourish, and I really am so happy growth we've seen from 2026 Sushi. But that's going to do it for that game. We got to get into our next series, and that's going to be Conviction versus Winthrop. Conviction, again, one of the top dogs, that is competing alongside the likes of Maryville, alongside of NRG, and Winthrop having to take some time out of that CLL bracket to still bring it this upcoming matchup.
Oh yes, we were talking about at the top of the show, the bottom 5-6 in the standings and how tenuous it is for really everybody at the moment, where most of the league only have one win, which is pretty crazy to me when you think about it. So with that in mind, it really is important, especially for a team like Winthrop, who are in that kind of cluster of struggling teams, to be able to get some things going in your favor, because right now, of course, they're playing Conviction, which is crazy. And I know they have some other difficult matches. They're playing Blue Otter, who are continuously looking better. Dorado Gaming is a winnable one for them, and I'm pretty sure they have a game against Citadel as well. Oh, they still have Maryville, and they still have Citadel. So, some winnable ones, some very difficult ones, and ones where it's a little back and forth.
But this is a tough team to really have to face off against. I mean,
yeah.
Conviction, they're pretty terrifying. It's like the continuation of what we had with Luminosity, given we have two members from that roster from back then, Tomio and Insanity, but you pair up Meech and Sniper, who both have tier 1 experience, and Breezy, another one of those tier 2 journeymen. It's an incredible roster, but we're hearing right now that we have an interview ready from the coach of that roster, and this is where you get to shoo me away, Bito.
Get out of here, Eric. Just be gone. All right. What's going on, Mash? Nice to talk to you again. Head coach here for Conviction. First of all, you guys have had a pretty successful split so far. Obviously, congrats. You guys are one of those top 3 teams. I'm kind of curious, especially considering the NRG match we just saw. They moved up to 7-0, and I kind of curious about for your take, or 6-0, excuse me. I'm kind of curious about your take on that team, and are they really so far above everyone else, even a team like you guys?
I don't think the gap is that far off. I mean, they're definitely a good team, right? In terms of I think I overheard you say about the overall standings, there is a gap just based off results.
For sure.
Yeah, I would say it's top 5, bot 5, if I do my math correctly here. So yeah, I think Energy looking like the team to beat, but I don't think they're unbeatable. I think they had very close series just in general, even the ones they won. So I'm really honestly looking forward to that match.
Fair enough. I think now we are moving into the second half of that regular split. Still definitely a couple of weeks and a lot of matches left to play. But I'm kind of curious now that we're halfway through this split, I'm curious if you could speak to, expectations versus how things have gone. I mean, you look at a team like Conviction, and on paper, we're just expecting just slap everybody around, coughing baby hydrogen bomb type thing.
Mhm.
I'm kind of curious if that's kind of been that experience for you. Is the competition a little bit better than you might have expected, or what's the experience like?
I would say, just from like obviously preseason scrims, we thought like Winthrop would be better, but fortunately it did not look like the case. I think maybe they just play a little worse on stage. For us, NRG, we thought it'd be the complete opposite, but I think, just shout out to their team. They've obviously like made improvements from week to week, and they clearly have good takeaways from each stage game, and they're just showing the success there, right? And obviously, as well, Maryville's always been a good team. They had, they have UG, Scary Jerry, Spyrex, and they just have 2 different members, right? So they have a very, 3 of the 5 old championship roster.
Fair. I mean, you got some champions. You got some champions on your side as well when we're talking about NACL success too. So, I'm very curious too, working with players. What's it like integrating? Players like Meech, Breezy into. I think if you kind of look at, especially this mid jungle, kind of already established synergy. Is it really hard, or does that experience kind of make it easy enough? Are players like Tomio and Insanity flexible enough they can just kind of work with whoever?
For Tomio and Sandy, they already have a way they want to play the game. And it's just important that, for the less experienced players, not by no means are like not experienced at all, is to like fit themselves into that system. And obviously like Tomio and Sandy have had success with that system as well. So it's just very important that, okay, we believe in the way we play the League of Legends, even though in the short term it's like, oh, there's gonna be a bit of growing pain understanding it. But I think as you can see now that, we're slowly becoming a good team. I don't think we're like the perfect team even against our series against AMI. Like we still had like not the best game 2. I would say game 1 we made a bit of mistakes, but it's not like I would say, oh, we had a terrible game 1, but for game 2 we had a very high expectation to like, play it better in the early to mid game.
Yeah, and I'm kind of curious, like given your personal experience and tier 1 in tier 1 with like Liquid, for example, and also just dealing with players who are very experienced in their own right. Is there any serious friction you've ever had to deal with? Like even like generally speaking, when it comes to integrating players, especially this experience who may have their own idea of how to play League into your system?
Honestly, like I don't think it's always gonna be sunshine and rainbows like what you kind of said. Right after our match against AMI, we were just having a debrief and like a back and forth. We're just like, guys, like, that early game was terrible. Like, we shouldn't be like, it even comes from me. Like, for me, I was like, oh, guys, like, we had to do a little better in the game 1. And like, sometimes, players like, oh, it was fine though. And I was like, yeah, it's fine. But at the same time, we could do better. Ooh. So like, the way I had to like frame that personally myself is like, people take things differently. I worked with different people too. So it's like, we have to be able to separate the scrim day and the game day, which was like one of our debriefs. And at the end of the day, like, we're all trying to get better. And what I love about this team is like we are allowed to make mistakes, including myself, whether that be draft, the way I review, talk to a certain player. So I think that's like where we truly grow, which is why like the trajectory is there, and our main focus is just being good for playoffs. I don't think we have to worry too much about like qualifying for playoffs. So now the goal is let's be very good when it really matters.
Yeah, really just being the best you can be for playoffs, and of course for Split 2 when, that LCS spot is on the line.
Absolutely.
All right. I love to hear that. Thank you again, Mash, for taking the time. Before I let you go to go with your team, you know the drill. Any shout-outs? Anything you want to say?
No shout-outs. Just shout out Conviction, our players, our management, and whatnot for, giving us the space to do whatever we literally want.
All right. Love to hear it. Thank you so much, Mash. I'm going to wish you luck. We're going to let you go now, and we'll see you later. Maybe we'll talk to one of your players after the series ends. Hope so.
Let's hope so. All right. Talk soon, guys. Take care.
See ya. And Eric, now that I need another talking head, you can come back now.
I'm back. Also, like, his wall has so much history on it. I saw the FlyQuest jersey, the CLG jersey. I think there was an Echo Fox jersey that was up there.
Damn.
An Evil Geniuses jersey. Like, that is awesome stuff, man. But it shows you how storied he was as a player. Always great to have that type of experience as a coach, joining with Conviction. So fun stuff, man. Fun stuff.
Yeah. And it was really cool to hear him talk about, integrating players into a system, some of the issues that kind of come across. I'm glad he talked about that AMI series as well, because, I mean, For a team like Conviction, that's a tough look, even if it was okay in the end, like one of the players had mentioned. At the end of the day, as good as AMI looked in that game, in that series, you have high expectations for players with that kind of experience. So it's good that, MASH is keeping them in that direction, and we're focusing on that right attitude. And we'll hope that it culminates into a little bit more. Maybe they can challenge NRG later on in the split.
I would love to see it. In fact, that match
Me too. Hasn't happened yet, right?
It has not happened. That's a week 7 match. That's gonna be an awesome matchup.
Week 7.
Conviction versus
NRG, May 6th. I know who's on that day. Not
Who's
me.
it? Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's Hawk. Because remember, they were doing that schedule change yesterday. It was for May 6th. Yeah.
But let's get into this matchup a little bit more. Conviction versus Winthrop. We've talked a lot on the Conviction side, and for good reason. There's so much history for a lot of these players and what they've done. Luminosity last year and Sandy and Tomio were part of that roster who pretty much ran the entirety of the league. But now you're bringing Meech and Sniper into the mix, who are incredibly experienced players with tier 1 experience. This is, without a doubt, the most experienced roster that we have in the league currently.
Yeah. All together, there's really no one else. There's really no other team that has even close to this much experience, especially in that LCS.
Yeah.
Really, it's only Breezy hasn't been able to make that jump, but of course, still trying to make it there while the rest of his team is trying to make it back. There's so much positive things we could be saying about this team, the amount they've been able to accomplish over the years in NACL, of course, before getting promoted for 4 out of 5 of them. And, they're back again, trying to win their way back to Tier 1.
One note before we do leave this page, Tomio, the only one smiling, most golden smile you've ever seen in your life. That's the team you got to take after, man. After them. But yeah, now moving on to Winthrop. Okay, there we go.
We gotta look again.
Production loves me. Production loves me, and they love that smile. It's golden, man. I've always been a big fan of Tomio and what he's been able to do, but of course his mindset as well. That's the reason why. See that smile right there. Winthrop University will be their opponents on the Rift, and this has been a squad that. Even Mash was saying it. It's kind of surprising that they haven't been punching as heavily as we hoped them for. Denethor and Mobility, they're definitely the more stable pieces who we do know can perform, but it seems like elsewhere we haven't seen this roster kind of click together, and we're hoping to see that in the long run for Winthrop.
Yeah, I remember in an interview I did, I think it was 2 weeks ago now, with Tails, and when asked about the recent performances of Winthrop, didn't really express much concern. Just thinking that, it's part of the journey. We hit some bumps, and he seemed confident that they would be able to overcome it. Because I think Winthrop University, historically, a lot of strengths, even against some of the best teams that we have here in the NACL, especially when it comes to playing that early mid-game really nicely.
Yeah.
And lately, we really haven't seen much of that, but the hope is now maybe here in Week 5, we can see that Winthrop from old, who's able to challenge some of the best we had.
I think some of that is going to have to come from Zach, because when I think of old Winthrop, I think of their neutral objective setup and how they were able to play around Sword. His Talia was one of the most fantastic ones. So hopefully Zach can get more integrated with this roster and bring that identity back out. But let's go ahead and pull up the face-to-face. And it's no surprise, we got to look at the top side. Denethor versus Sniper. And we've been aching to talk about this stat beat. Counter pick rate. 13% for Denethor. This guy is he is John Blind Pick.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. When you think about Sniper, it's lane dominance, counter pick as often as possible, and trying to get whatever lane advantages as possible. And Denethor is really kind of on the opposite side of that spectrum. As you said it, this split alone, what did you say, 12, 13%?
13%, yeah.
13% counter pick. For top lane, that's ridiculous. It's so low that it's so often on red side, even in years past, he's blinded. They'll pick him early on blue side. They'll pick him early on red side. He's always kind of that team player and willing to play a lot of these really safe blinds, whether it's like Scion, whether it's Gnar, which we know is a big one for him. And of course, the Cassante is another one on that one as well. give you here an idea on these champion pools. You know, some of these things are not like the other.
And that's part of why I'm hoping that we kind of step away from blind picking Denethor and maybe try and get a counter pick angle. We saw what happened with AMI. When Arbio got a counter pick into Sniper, suddenly Sniper's getting solo killed by Arbio.
I wouldn't even call it necessarily a counter pick. It's supposed to be good for Gnar. Sniper was just, he's getting rinsed, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Let's just get Denethor in a way to win.
Yes, I would like that. I would like to see a counter pick for the top laner of Winthrop University.
Back Denethor.
Come back.
But yeah.
There we go. Oh nope.
Not Denethor. Yeah, this is going to be a fun matchup. I feel like on Winthrop, throughout the years, we've seen Denethor kind of evolve from just being like this tier list top laner who would just pick the next one up in the tier list to someone who can compete with a lot of the best. But oftentimes having to do that from a blind pick angle, that really does come down to like trial by fire. You have to evolve, and you have to evolve quick.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. So it'll be interesting. Overall, I think when we talk about the strengths Winthrop University have shown us just over the years is playing these comps that are really strong in that early mid game, and even some instances at the late game. The problem is usually at the end, either clock runs out, they get outscaled, or they get out team fought. But either way, I think it's some really good gameplay from what we've seen, and I think the way I described it when I was writing my notes was just that they have been really good at identifying the most high value play and really minimizing their risk, not going for things they don't need to, and managing to earn a lot of gold in the process. So the fact that they haven't really been able to do even that lately is really a big part of why they've been struggling so much and are in that conversation of most of the teams in that bottom that bottom 5 or that bottom 4 who only have one win.
Yeah. I'm not sure if we will have extra time before the draft does come up, but if we can take a moment to pull up the standings, I'll give Rod a little bit of time to set that up if possible, because I think this is a very important talking piece when we do look at Winthrop in specific. Winthrop University, they can fight for that final spot in playoffs. I know it's been a very tough start of the season for Winthrop, but a lot of other teams are having a tough start of the season as well and have a similar score line, series line. And this leaves that 6th place spot really up for grabs. And Winthrop, if they can find the momentum, it could be theirs.
Yeah, it is possible. Should we, the nice thing I love about our standings graphic too, it shows us a couple upcoming matches. It will give us a bit of an idea on what everyone else is dealing with, but no time.
Yeah, we got draft.
It is draft time. And I think your point just overall stands, visual or not, with the fact that we just need, Winthrop just needs to win maybe a game or two to really guarantee themselves to be outside of that relegation conversation. And they would have to take quite a run for them to make it into that top 6, in my opinion, because again, I think really of their remaining matches, only 2 of them I think are like pretty winnable. I would say Blue Water is winnable. I would say
Dorado.
They have Dorado as well, which is winnable, but Dorado's also been looking kind of good, but still winnable.
I think CTG could be winnable as well.
It could be.
There has been a weird trend with them. I mean, Dorado were able to take down CTG, so that does put that on the table, at least for Winthrop. I will say the first half of the season was the harder half of the season to do, and this is like one of your final tough opponents before eventually you got to fight Maryville a little bit later.
Yeah, I was gonna say. and my thing to your Citadel point makes sense, but I disagree because it's in week 8. If they were playing Winthrop, if Winthrop was playing them tomorrow, for sure I'd be with you. But 3 weeks, they'll get it together. That's the thing.
Let's get into this draft now, as already first picks have come out. Conviction going to go straight to that Pantheon. Again, we've seen the power that champion does bring in terms of like presence, where you don't expect it when he just drops from the sky onto you. So outside of Winthrop, they're going to get Zach onto the rise, as well as that little sneaky 5v5 threat, which is always going to be that Nico. That should be going to Kim down.
most likely. Definitely offers up a lot of team fight potential, strong lane pressure, and just overall a lot of good stuff here. Worked him down in that bottom lane. I think him down, especially as a player, we talked about Zyko and how Engage was really that specialty that we're used to seeing from him. I think him down is one of those players over the years where, of course, can play the Engage, but I thought played the ranged supports pretty admirably, pretty respectively.
Yeah.
Far from a liability. I think I'm expecting some pretty good things from this Nico.
I mean, if Team Liquid saw potential in Kim down, you know, there's
They
definitely
brought it out
something
of
there.
him, too.
And yeah, they definitely did bring it out of him. I do like this pick of the Anivia into the Ryze because Ryze is such a short-range champion. And Anivia always thrives when he can just cut off the short-range champions from the rest of their team with the wall and force them into Glacial Storm. Marksmen are going to get locked in. Conviction taking Jhin. Winthrop University will be happy with Ezreal.
Yeah, bit of range. Follow-up there, utility. Things like that Deadly Flourish. And that curtain call, of course, Scary Jerry showed us the 6-item Jhin Dream. Damage do be pumping, especially if Winthrop doesn't end up going with any tanks on their side.
Yeah, I remember I had put in our group chat, like, I thought Jhin doesn't get to a late game fantasy. I thought the game's over before that.
You know, usually, but in NACL, we like to go long.
Like to go long. But yeah, I like that you brought up that topic a little bit earlier, the tank lock-in that could be essentially on the table for Winthrop. The fact that they grabbed Jhin and Anivia is a challenge to the Scion specifically. Because Scion, you're looking to just rush into the fight. Wall stops the onslaught, right? It's a good way to like make it so Scion can't actually get the engage that he wants to get. And it's a nice little question that is now posed by Conviction.
Yeah. The Jace ban does make me wonder too if we will see something tank oriented, whether it's like Scion or Horn or something, depending on what Conviction let through. But I do agree, Nivea Wall, so much utility there with that ability to create terrain. I think tanks, Gwen bans. I think Sniper might also want to be going a sort of tank-ish route, maybe Cassante or something. I find very curious. I think Conviction. Do I want to say they have a damage problem? Not kinda. If Winthrop have a tanks, I see a damage problem.
Would you like to go? If you don't go tank, would you like to go Deninar here?
I was thinking about that. I think they're probably gonna. Oh, well, that's fun.
Okay.
All right. This is good.
All right, Wilson.
I was literally just gonna cite how, you know, Denethor almost never gets counterpicked. So I was just kind of expecting a blind top there. They're just gonna go ahead and run the Lee Sin, which is fun. Gives Wilson a lot of agency, a lot of outplay potential, and he's very fun to watch.
And it flips the script. Finally, Denethor counterpick. Imagine that.
Oh my god. Let's go. We love to see it.
Man, now you got that big, beefy tank in the front line for Conviction. Breezy's still to be happy on that Nami all the meanwhile. I'm still curious about the Gnar angle. Because playing into the Scion, it's going to work okay, but yeah, there we go. It does get locked in. One of the things that I was trying to think, right, was the wall.
Yeah.
Like, okay, the wall stops the Scion from getting in. Gnar kind of likes the wall, man.
Yeah,
so that could be a way to go for it.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can use that wall for the Gnar ultimate. So there's definitely some use to get there. Denethor should have a chance in this matchup to be able to get some pressure in the lane overall, and of course, you know, Gnar does add that little bit of damage, and sometimes not a little bit, depending on how ahead he ends up getting. So I think overall, Wilson, a big engine for Winthrop University in this game on that Lee Sin. If you just look at the rest of what's being played, like, he's the one driving everything. And that's kind of what Winthrop are looking to play for. Him starting plays, getting his laners to, you know, whatever levels of strength they want to be getting to. Whereas on the other side, I think Jhin, even a little early on, has some value, especially with that utility. And we know Pantheon's got it. Every level of the game.
Yeah, Pantheon is... He's a beast, man. That's the only way to really put it there. I do have a little bit of worry for Wilson. Sin, very strong early game and can be very present throughout the early to mid. But if he does get picked off early, it is like a problem for Lee Sin. And he does fall off a little bit late game where mostly becomes kind of this kick bot where you need to find the perfect Dragon's Rage to make sure your team's still going to do well. But time will tell. It all really depends on how Wilson plays out the early game as we head into game number 1 between Conviction and Winthrop University.
Already, vision down, get that tracking onto Wilson. Again, it's the recognition that he's going to want to be active this game. Having an idea of where he's starting should give the bot lane that recognition that he might be showing up on their side of the map around 3 minutes time. Something that they can be aware of and prepare for. Anything Wilson can do to try and get the drop on someone is going to be very impactful for his team.
And you can always be very creative with a lot of these Lee Sin angles. Being able to ward hop over a wall really does give you that benefit.
Yes, true.
Maybe you hop over the enemy raptor pit. Hello, Insanity, how you doing? What did the 5 toes say to the face? Kick.
Boots? Oh, kick.
Yeah, that was terrible.
Okay.
All right, that's all I got.
I'm just sad I was so close, but so far. You know? It feels like it should have been obvious, but I couldn't do it. I'm really just disappointed in myself. Not you.
We can be disappointed together.
In another?
No, together. Disappointed in myself, you disappointed in you.
Oh, okay.
Both feel the suffering.
I accept that. I accept that.
Ooh,
Oh, mid lane.
First gank coming out of the mid lane. And that's a chain of CC that's so hard for Zach to deal with. Easy first blood for Conviction.
Nice catch out from Tomio in transition. Honestly, really love to see it. Even though, farming your camps, on time is really important. Really like when, especially champions like the Pantheon, look for angles. There's something there sometimes. And this was one of those times. And it didn't cost the flash either. Zach, very much in danger for the next couple of minutes. Somewhere Tomio can easily revisit again very soon.
And it really does suck to get put behind as a Rise. If they do repeat this gank, as you were saying, now you don't have teleport. Now you have to walk back to lane. Rise they love to do the double scaling build. They want that Tear of the Goddess to be stacking up. They want to get their Rod of Ages. And when you're punished like this early on, it does make that a difficult task.
Yeah. Worth noting too, a lot of times we see Rise go for the Ghost. Zach did opt for the teleport, and as you noted earlier on, and Wilson, okay.
Well, this is just what I was mentioning too. Come out from the enemy Raptors. Wilson will try it, but you can't spend too much time trying to lay and pray for that and not fall behind. So pulls the trigger early and just heads on to his next camp.
Yeah, it really is just about getting that wave crash in, I think. Trying to see if they can get some pressure there. Insanity low on mana does mean that I think Zach has a little breathing room here, which is very nice for him. I kind of missed it, but Wilson, it looks like just the fact that he's sitting on that longsword does mean he probably backed after doing his first side of camps.
Oh yeah, he did.
He's sitting on a so he's probably sitting on a good bit of gold as well. I mean, at the end of the day, it does pay off. He's able to give some breathing room there to his mid laner, and he's really not harmed in any way for it.
Zach has to play so carefully in this lane now. So any breathing room is going to be really welcomed. And Wilson can facilitate that quite well. It is now his second back so far in this game. Does have a control ward coming off of this one on top of it. Same can be said for Tomio though. Teleport's now coming out. Mostly for Sniper to get back in the lane. Same thing with Denethor, who is at least trading decently well. Does force Sniper to play the weak side matchup. A little bit of shenanigans going on in the bottom lane.
Yeah, nice trade going through here. Nothing else really of note going on. Just some heavy trading bot lane. Really curious now the Dragon angle is going to be looking at. I think that's why we're seeing trades like this.
Yeah.
With Tomio pathing upwards, they should know this is Winthrop. I'm curious if Wilson is going to try and go for this Dragon. Level 5 Lee Sin shouldn't have a problem soloing it. Even as his bot lane if they really want to try.
Yeah, a bit of fight for priority going down in the bottom lane. And you can see by the way Mobility and Kim Down are positioning, they want to be sure they're in a good angle where they can respond if Wilson does get threatened, because they still don't know exactly where Tomio is on the map.
He's sprinting. He's probably going to show up before this Dragon's taken.
Oh yeah, he's getting there.
Okay, no. Kim Down Mobility.
He's still walking up though.
Oh,
He's still
yeah,
right
we got
there.
a situation on our hands.
It's a little bit of a pinch. Tomio has arrived, and he goes right after the Dragon, but here comes Wilson looking for Insanity. Dragon going to be smited down. It's picked up by Tomio. Realm Warp to get Winthrop out of danger. But still, Tomio, he locks in that smite and gets the first Drake for Conviction.
Yeah, really brutal there for Winthrop, because not only do they committed a good amount of time. They lost summoner spells on Kim Down. They lost his life. There's gold being given away and a big wave shoved into that bot tower. They couldn't even secure that Dragon in the end too. Oh, nice stun.
No way, Wilson. Ooh, if the minions went after him, he was dead to rights, but I heard that dinner bell and Sniper is hungry.
You're
As
joking.
he steps up, Tomio gets the kill instead. Zach will go down to Insanity 4-0 for Conviction.
And they didn't even pop the egg, Eric. And Nivea still has her passive. Oh my lord.
Oh,
Smudthor able to get a lead because Sniper left for that play, but let me tell you, the damage is done.
It is severe now. And Denethor, while he still is picking up a lot of gold, it's the threat that Sniper's posing on the map. He doesn't really need a lot of gold to still be that big tank. He's okay taking a small deficit as long as he can get the rest of the team ahead.
Exactly right. Very similar to what we saw Hoarder do in Game 1. In the previous series, Sniper, happy to sacrifice a bit for the boys. And it's certainly more than paid off. Now already a 1k gold lead at 7 minutes 30 seconds. No objectives to Winthrop's name.
Yeah.
And likelihood of them getting something like the Grubs. About 10 seconds. Little low. Let's Kim down.
They're pinging it. They know. An Insanity will be able to stun up Kim Down. Kim Down. Not looking too good, but here comes Wilson, the great equalizer. Needs a lot of Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike. Here comes a Mobility with the Mystic Shot. Now is it time to finally pop that egg? Yes! It goes down. There's no minions to hold, so they got to make this a shooting gallery, and that's exactly what they'll do as a shutdown is found by Mobility.
Wow, big roam there from all of Winthrop, essentially. Sans Denethor. It ends up paying off. Especially considering that CS lead that Mobility was able to get. Even with that wave crash in the tower, he still maintains the lead. We're going to see a replay here of how this one turns out. Again, nicely timed here. Winthrop just sending the whole cavalry in to get the passive and, of course, the shutdown.
Yeah, both those kills going to Mobility on top of it.
Really
so 1k over Meech because of those two kills and a slight lane advantage to boot. So this is really nice for Mobility, getting him accelerated for Winthrop.
Right. Winthrop really needed that one. Giving out that gold lead a little bit. I think even though Zach only got the assist gold, a bit of acceleration for that rise is really good with the stacking items he wants to build. And of course, Ezreal getting to those big power spikes sooner. Really big deal there for Winthrop University.
Ward spots out where Wilson is, just barely on the edge. I saw the ping coming out from Conviction, so Tomio's eyeballing this top side of the jungle, making sure that Insanity is safe. To play as aggressive as he's been playing so far, Denethor and Meganar form, that's going to time out, spots out Tomio, Blast Plant used. Wilson not even going to really bother with what's going on in the river, just head straight back to his camps. Grubs pulled by Tomio. Let's go ahead and look at some of the shenanigans that's gone on in the game with our Phillips Norelco precision play.
Yeah, is this going to be... Oh, it's the play from earlier.
Yeah.
Which was really good there from Insanity, to be honest. Managed to get a lot of damage on Wilson with his own spells and the tower. Honestly, even if Sniper didn't show up, I'm pretty sure this is a 2-for-0 either way, but I like that he came anyway. Again, like I said, for the boys.
It was a little bit criminal that that egg didn't get popped, but hey, they repeated the gank in the mid lane and they still got Insanity at the grand scheme of it all.
That's true.
So it's a mistake atoned for.
You know what? True. They made up for it. They made up for it pretty nicely. And again, worth noting too, bit of a lead developing their top side for Denethor. Something that will really show itself when we get to those 5v5s a little later. Drake spawning right now. I think this is a chance that Winthrop will be able to have a little bit better than before, especially with Jungle going topside.
Denethor's out of there. Spotted the man drop, said, "Nuh-uh, don't want anything to deal with it." Meanwhile, Wilson replies saying, "He's over there, I'm down here, I'm grabbing the Drake."
Yeah, worked out exactly how you wanted to work. And if that back didn't finish, there was a dive taking place on the bottom side. But instead, Wilson will go back to his camps. As we see teleports come through. And really it. Things are kind of going back to a bit of a lull. If we're looking at Zach.
Gotta be Rod of Ages, right? Yeah, there it is.
Okay, I was going to say, it's already a little late, later than maybe you would want. But he does have that Rod of Ages. So all things considered, he's stacking okay. But it's worth noting Insanity, on the other hand, he just ticked over to 5 on his Rod of Ages.
That's a heck of a head start.
Yeah, 16 minutes. He's going to get that fully stacked. He's going to get that level up. It's going to be really nice.
Sanity kind of sitting pretty. That all being said, I do think Zach's done a decent job for himself in recovering from all those early deaths that came through, because he's still CSing well at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Just behind Insanity for the most part, and like even the gold's not that far off. It's just the timing of the items being completed.
Yeah. So, I mean, this still is going to be something Conviction will likely be able to take advantage of, because it just means that Zach is going to take a little extra time before he can really come online. Lane, though, no, nothing's going to happen. I think earlier on, still, what we were wanting to see from Winthrop University was, again, how well they played out these early games, how coordinated they always were, how well they were able to always take the objectives they wanted, or if they weren't that important, be able to trade them for something even more valuable. So we're starting to see inklings of that one today. Wondering if this really is that return to form we were hoping for this collegiate squad.
Good time to bring up the topic of the fact that they're a collegiate squad, because it is CLOL weekend. We got the first run of the bracket, Winthrop looking pretty fantastic so far. They will have to continue this upcoming weekend on top of it. Shout out to Shaunatonin and Cubby, who've been covering a lot of what's been going on in CLOL. Gotta hold that thought, because here comes another gank onto Denethor. He's gonna hit his Meganar form, and you can see Tomio playing this beautifully. He's spacing it out to make sure he's not gonna get hit by the Gnar ultimate. That guarantees a kill for Conviction.
Really nice there from Tomio. We've always said this kid has got good hands. Again, another good display of mechanics there. And thoughtfulness from the jungler of Conviction Esports. The play for nothing, it's a nothing in response as well too, as there really wasn't anything available for Winthrop. So it's just all positive.
Nice stun from Insanity is really gonna punish Kim down, but
oh my god.
Mobility's been eating good. He's got that Trinity Force done, so he returns fire onto Insanity.
Oh yeah, he's feeling very good. Definitely ahead of schedule, considering the kills and one of them being a shutdown. That what he was able to get. I think now, looking at these lane assignments, there's an opportunity to grab these 2 grubs. Won't be much. It is something. I'm curious if they'll be able to get both. Yeah, okay, yeah. Oh, that sucks.
Comes the angle over onto the top side. Deadly Flourish locks up Kin down. Now curtain call going to be opened up, but Meech has got to be careful. These are shark-infested waters.
Ooh.
Clearing the wave in time means that there's not much threat left from Winthrop.
Yeah. Curtain call, tidal wave out of the picture means that even though they lost that second grub, Herald is most certainly on the table for them. He just needs to answer mid lane. The big wave was shoved in by Insanity, but overall, as long as they're able to secure this, big wave for Winthrop to be able to. Yeah,
I don't like this. Oh, I don't like this at all. Deadly Flourish doesn't get the lockdown on the Wilson, but it does give Conviction a situation where they can say, hey, thank you for the leash, brother. We'll take this Herald right off your hands.
That is, it feels bad if I ever saw one, Eric. Herald in possession of Tomio. Yet another vehicle they can use to secure another dragon. Pick up some much needed gold. Whatever other secret third thing they want to be doing. Ooh.
Rotation out of Conviction. Gets a plate over onto Meech. Still trying to catch up against Mobility. All the meanwhile, Dragon will be hitting the map in 5 seconds. See the animation on your screen right there. Looking for the stun on Mobility. He does get himself out of the storm. But missing those Mystic shots doesn't mean he's returning as well as he wants. And same thing with the Sonic Wave.
Insanity is just dodging everything. What do you call that? Usually fancy feet, fancy wings?
Fancy shoes?
Fancy flight? I like the alliteration. Sure. Either way. Insanity, very nicely dodging out on many a skill shot. Now, we got a Scion ulti top side.
Oh, here we go. Locking down with the Pop Blossom, looking for Insanity. Insanity flashes over the wall, gets chased by Wilson. Wilson will put out the Dragon's Rage. It does not kill. Egg now popped. As they look to crack it wide open, they send in Mobility to pick up the receipt, but look at that. Kim Down gets it instead. A little bit of a misstep, but no time to really consider it because it's time to fight. As Bubble lands onto Wilson, Zach has to recall. Curtain call going to get opened up. Kim Down eating the first shot. Wilson eating the second, third. Almost reaching Kim Down. Now Wilson is low and Tomio wants to eat. Jumping in. Here comes Denethor. Is able to find the target onto Tomio. Tomio gets low. Zach gets the kill. Winthrop playing with their health bars here. Wilson gets back in.
Wow.
Look at how low Conviction are. It's a double kill for Zach. Sniper's trying to run out, but there's nowhere to go. He has to flash to get to safety. And Winthrop scrap it out with Conviction.
I think the scrap's not over yet. Low health bars and Insanity just TP'd in.
TP now coming in, but it's getting matched. TPs. All the meanwhile, Sniper's gonna get right into the fray. Denethor looking for the chase onto Insanity, but here comes Sniper looking for that decimating smash to stop.
Oh, they got him.
His mid laner from going down, but they can't because Zach is running wild right now. Dragon belongs to Winthrop.
And a big, much needed fight here for Winthrop University. Really nicely done. They secure their second dragon, halfway to that Chemtech Soul, and they just need to they got some very much needed gold. This is really a lot more of what we used to see from Winthrop University, being able to scrap it out in that early game, being able to find a lot of these advantages and turn them into a little more as the game progresses. So it's good stuff. That return to form starting to materialize, it looks like.
Yeah.
But what will they do next? Ability, once he gets that second item, he's going to be very, very powerful. And I need to see Winthrop kind of utilize that to try and take more off the map here because he is ahead of schedule compared to everyone else.
And I will say, it's a pretty good game from Zach. I think this is the player, when Winthrop picked him up, we had the most concern for, given the way that Winthrop liked to play. But you were mentioning it, B. You were talking about talking with Tails and saying that, hey, they need to do the reps, they need a little bit of time, but they are going to mesh together.
Yeah, I even asked him kind of directly to just give a chance to kind of defend Zach. Because naturally, you see a new player come in, team starts doing worse. It's pretty easy for people to just start dogpiling onto that one player from the community. So for him saying it really is just more of a team issue, one he finds himself not to be concerned about, is promising.
Rigo Mantrop going to be used from Tomio. Curtain call gets a little bit of chip damage, so kind of a big ultimate being spent by Conviction right there. Looking for a fight, but unable to get their hands on it.
Yeah, 2 ultimates. Especially considering that Grand Starfall. A Baron being a man drop, excuse me, of course, the technical term. Right now, Baron's up. No one's going to be looking for it. They're just trying to see if they can fish for Zach. Otherwise, this ultimate being down does present a little bit of an opportunity there for Winthrop. They could try and force something. I mean, a Baron take I think would be a little, what's the word, ambitious. But a play onto Insanity, I think it's just the right amount of ambition. They don't wanna. Sad.
They've been doing a good job at pressuring Insanity, though. I mean, getting the eggs both time it was cracked. There was a kill that was done outside of it.
Oh, nice tech.
What are you doing there?
No, it's nice tech from Insanity. He puts the wall, blocks the minions, get a little vision for him without him having to check. I wonder if there's a way to do it where that you can get it to walk through the river. Either way, stuff.
Some
what?
Big brain stuff, man.
Yeah,
technology. A player as experienced as Insanity, it's no surprise. You know, it's been a long road for him, both in Tier 2 and in Tier 1.
And in Tier 3!
Yeah.
Bro, my first look with Insanity was in 2022, when we were doing the Proving Grounds circuit. He came off a split with Immortals in the LCS, and immediately, found himself teamless. And what does he do? Yeah, he joins up with 100 Thieves, but it was still 100 Thieves next. Dude wanted to compete, no matter how he could. So he jumped down to Tier 3 and said, whatever, man, if that's where you'll have me, I'll play. And he smashed everybody, of course, in the qualifiers, eventually earning him that spot in Dignitas Academy.
Ooh, and he's looking to smash Zach as well. With the help of Tomio, that will come true. Easy kill picked up there on the top side. Sanity going to be able to recover from a lot of the losses he experienced from some of those fights. We'll take a recall, teleporting right back in. Baron is called by Conviction. Going to be a big Baron right now. They are losing a lot of health, and there's some good poke for Winthrop University. Mobility's got to be careful. Does step out from the Deadly Flourish, but here comes the curtain call. Dinner bell is rung, but used inappropriately by Sniper. Doesn't actually find the engage that he was looking for, and Conviction are going to peel off the Baron. They're looking for the long haul on this fight. Deadly Flourish doesn't find the snare, but Sniper still being that brick wall. And Thorn Meganar might look for a way back into this. It's a little bit too risky for Winthrop. Peeling them off the Baron, good enough.
Yeah. Nicely done. Again, really just taking advantage of the fact that Mobility has that Muramana complete, so he's chucking logs right now compared to everybody else. Something they need to be mindful of if they want to try for this Baron take. I say as they're walking their way towards outside again. Wow. I would be surprised. Also, it was really funny just to see, unfortunately, Sniper Scion ulti into the Anivia wall. It happened. He thought I wasn't watching, but I was.
Yeah. A little bit of anti-synergy going on there, but here we go, getting back into it. Baron pulled again by Conviction. They want to do this dance. They're showing they can do the 1-2 cha-cha much better than Winthrop can. Winthrop going to step forward now.
Hey.
Tomio and Insanity getting isolated from the rest of the squad. Zach is playing towards the bot side river. All the meanwhile. Just like that, we go back to the good old-fashioned NA round from Winthrop. Insanity, however, sets aside on the top lane.
Things slowing down quite a lot. The big thing that Winthrop has going for them is 4 minutes. They are playing for that Dragon Soul. Eric, you said 0-0?
Yeah. This gives me a chance to talk about my Insanity story.
What's your Insanity?
Oh, okay, maybe I don't get that chance. Dinner bell rung. Okay, we do get that chance.
It's fine.
Yeah. I started casting Tier 2 back in 2019 for Team Liquid Academy. Sanity was on that roster. And so, yeah, it's been a long time with them. I remember Tier 2 teams used to be flown out to Los Angeles to actually be with their parent teams. And I got to meet Insanity in person, have dinner with him a few times. Absolutely awesome dude, and it's great to see where the road's taken him over the years.
Yeah. I think that's come a long way. Again, it just proves over and over again that we always say if path to pro is not linear, it is not. Bumps, tips and turns, anything you can think of. Hey.
Bob Blossom lands on the Tomio. Zach looking to sidestep out of the Glacial Storm, but Tomio is down. Zach gets the kill. No jungler, no smite. Ooh, the Anivia caught out by Wilson, who jumps right onto Insanity. True Shot Barrage. Another kill for Zach. Gets away from the Deadly Flourish in time, but finally gets picked down by Meech. Here comes Denethor on the flank, pushing the rest of Conviction away. 25 seconds on the Death Timer for Tomio. But down Zach makes this harder to push for the Baron.
Yeah. Honestly, small win there for Conviction to be able to do that. But I think the numbers are still enough in Winthrop's favor. Still, Conviction want to try and do something. They might get their opportunity.
It's a Meganar for Denethor, which is a good window for Winthrop to counterattack if there's an overcommit now coming out from Conviction. But there we go. The onslaught is found by Sniper. Denethor jumps in. He lost the Meganar, catches Meech, and Meech is dead. Mobility still fighting through, but Sniper will chase him down and hunt for his head. Now Wilson forced to bail on out, but Tomio is back. That death timer has expired, and so has Wilson. Now Tomio looking for a jump right over the wall, throws his spear, and Conviction, thanks to Sniper saying, I am the wall, push away Winthrop.
And now they are going to get their turn onto the Baron here, even with Zach alive. There's really just not a response here that Winthrop can have. All they can do is get turned on. You have Pop Blossom, but like, really?
Zach.
Okay.
Pop Blossom now coming in, able to land onto quite a few, but Kindown's going to give his life for the process. Now Zach wants to find Insanity. Insanity gets the Flash Frost onto him. And we take this if we're Winthrop. They stop the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, it cost them Kim Down's life and his ult, but ultimately, I think we call that worth. Preserves the lead Winthrop had. You deny a powerful tool away from them. Now, reset the map a minute before this next dragon, which is Winthrop's soul. So it's scrappy, but it's working.
Yeah, this has been a real interesting season, Pete. I mean, just last week we had the whole thing with Blue Otter and NRG, and now Winthrop, after a rough first half, they're punching above their weight right now.
Yeah. This is more of what we saw from Winthrop University, something that Mash even pointed out. The surprise that Winthrop's not playing the way we usually have seen from them these last couple of years. Just the fact that they've been able to punch above their weight often. Even if they can't always convert those into wins, they still have been struggling. But today, looking like we're finally getting a glimpse of the old Winthrop.
Meganar, ooh, it does get burnt. So Denethor is going to go to that Meganar form a little bit earlier than he would like to. That was thanks to Insanity putting up that wall, getting some extra damage on the Denethor. So for this dragon fight, makes it a little bit harder for Winthrop to posture up for the soul. Conviction, they definitely feel that.
Yeah. A lot of pretty much every ultimate is up. Wilson, as you say, looking for a flank.
Battle line's now drawn with Curtain Call opened. Each falls to about half health, and look at Kim Down. He's coming out from the flank. He's looking for the Pop Blossom. He's able to find it, and here comes the fight from Winthrop. Looking for Insanity. Insanity is going to go down. Mobility still being up. He needs to bring the damage. Magnar Form's able to land Conviction right into the wall, and now Mobility has a health bar. Says Sniper, I need my revenge. I don't know where that Mystic shot was going, but I know where the dragon is, and that is straight to Winthrop University as they'll take the fight against Conviction.
Oh my god, Sniper. Trying to take the dragon with the zombie form. Doesn't quite end up working. But Winthrop, they increase their lead yet again. There is an angle to go for that Baron, but without jungle, I'm not sure how confident they're feeling. Even with Wilson coming up in 14 seconds. They're ready to just let this one go, spend their gold, and play out for that next one. And of course, to top it all off, they have the Chemtech Soul. Another big buff they're sitting with for the rest of the game as they set their sights on the Baron next.
I was not prepared for this game. I was not prepared at all. We should put like a new stat. How many times does Winthrop win when Denethor actually has last pick?
I mean, surely more than that, because there's no way they've only won 13% of their games.
I mean, it's been a rough start of the season for Winthrop. Like, actual jokes aside, but this is such a better showing from them.
Yeah.
Now, here comes Kim Down. Kim Down's been great with these pop blossoms, and he's going to continue to be great. Goes golden in the meanwhile, gets the egg of insanity, which Zach is able to scramble. Now, unfortunately for a sniper, you're not allowed to leave. Winthrop get 2 kills.
And they're going for the Baron next. This is finally the angle they were looking for. Clean fight, 2 for nothing, and full health bars top to bottom. Conviction know it. They got to let this go.
Can I say it yet?
I think you could say it.
Throps out. Here comes Tomia, though. He's going for a steal. He will not get it. The only thing he receives is death. Realm Warp looking to cut off Breezy, and Breezy, this is not your pond. You are chased down by the Eagles as Mobility just waiting for one more jump forward. It doesn't matter. Wilson will clean up the rest. Jumps in, takes down Breezy. Now it's Throps out for Winthrop as they start marching towards the base of Conviction.
Oh my god, for a second I thought Wilson used the Dragon's Rage. But on Breezy, but he doesn't.
It looked like it.
And
oh,
now,
Insanity.
oh my God.
Are you kidding me? Mobility almost takes down Insanity, but Sniper gets the counter engage on Mobility, forces him to have to back out. Mobility's low. Winthrop are going to have a hard time pushing forward. Two-shot barrage goes in, but there's no one in the crosshairs. Pushing from 2 lanes, Denethor holding the mid lane all the meanwhile, but because of a little bit of the scuffiness of that engage, Winthrop have to peel back.
Still, 2 minutes on their Baron power play. So much cash for them to spend as well means they're only going to come back more powerful. And this 10k gold lead that they've gotten, yes, 10k almost, is really going to start to show in these fights going forward. And now we're at that critical junction where Winthrop, early mid game, goes well for them. In the late game with a big lead, can they close out? That is the final question, Eric.
Yeah. Big shout out to the performance of Kim Down. Did highlight that, that time on Team Liquid Challengers kind of brought out the best of him. But these showings on the Nico have been tremendous. But this bush now set up by Conviction. Zach is surviving the majority of the damage. Finally going to get caught by the bubble and go down thanks to Sniper. But here comes the counter engage for Winthrop University. It is a struggle to get forward. Guardian Angel now going to be popped. Conviction set down the trap. And just like that, they caught an eagle.
And it works out perfectly. That's why you're seeing the response, the pings. We're seeing Mobility just going to go ahead and push this wave in and expose both the mid and bot inhibitor. So, yeah, best thing you can kind of hope for is if he can get this done and leave. Oh. Yeah, but it's Ezreal.
Yeah, it's pretty hard. Ooh,
oh, never mind.
Oh, no. It's no longer just Ezreal. Okay, wait. If he pulls this off, no, Insanity can do the Glacial Storm over the wall. He's slowed, and Insanity gets the kill. But these are small blunders. It was almost a 10k lead earlier. It got cut in half off of those picks.
That's crazy. Just essentially after one play. And you can see it on bottom side, too, where while this is happening, Meech has shoved a huge wave bot lane that Denethor has to answer. So Conviction already starting to swing back, like you said. Gold lead cut in half. We're reaching some critical power spikes on their side as well. And now the Baron is expired. The big advantage Winthrop got didn't end up giving them as much as they'd hoped. So Conviction far from out of this one yet, especially considering we're a minute away from the Elder. They're not out of the woods.
Oh, no, don't say that, Beat. Don't say that. Elder's a bad word now. It's a no-no word. I'm tired of Elder flips. Why are we... I feel like it might actually come down to that, but yeah, let's take another look at that bot play.
1 minute? I mean, this is basically the end of the play. What really matters is, yeah, sending Meech to that bottom lane you can see on the mini-map just to be able to push that wave very, very deep. And of course, taking out Mobility here. It took some time, some resources, but at the end of the day, he's pretty desynced from his team with that death. And it gave Conviction the opportunity to get a better setup here around this Dragon Pit. 30 seconds in Elder, that cannot be understated.
It can't be Elder Flips 3 series in a row for me. I literally casted that earlier.
Oh yeah,
man. I can't take it anymore. But here comes Kim down. Pop Blossom is beautiful. Doesn't have enough of his team to follow up though. But still, picks are being found by Zach, who's able to jump in and get there in time. Meganar coming out from Denethor. Will chase down the rest of Conviction. Tomio looking ahead for the hill. Sniper gets dropped, and just like that, Kim down brings down Conviction.
That's right, we're seeing pings on that mid wave, so it's looking like we might not even be going for this dragon. We're going for the end of the game here. We have long spawn timers, they are committing everything, while Tomio is trying to see if he can get rid of that wave, if he can buy some time, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Nope, there's no tower there, so now they just got to focus on those inhibitor towers. Wilson will tank it up. And Winthrop, you can feel those wings flap for the Eagles as they fight against one of the toughest teams in the league.
And not only fight, defeat them in game 1 of this series. 1-3 Winthrop University take it to some of the best we have here in the NACL. Some of the best we've ever had when you look at the pedigree of some of these players. And now we can really see why Tails was not too concerned with some of the bumps in the road here for Winthrop University. That hard work is starting to pay off.
Tell me when Tails is telling lies, because we are seeing this team begin to hit their stride, man. And big shout outs to Kim Down. That is the player that stood out to me the most. Kim Down's Pop Blossoms beat. Those Pop Blossoms really defined the team fight.
Oh yeah, and I really like the build path going for the Zhonya's Hourglass. Preserving his life allowed him to survive a lot of those situations where normally going in like that would spell your death. So he's able to get off more spell rotations, you know, more damage, more utility, and just become that much more useful, even post Pop Blossom.
So incredible game coming out from Winthrop University as they take it to the veteran squad of Conviction. But it's a best of 3. We got to get ready for game number 2. So we'll be right back for more of Winthrop University versus Conviction.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Hello everyone, my name is Desrux, and on this recap we'll go over week 4 of the NACL and the showdown between Blue Otter and NRG.
In Game 1, Blue Otter drafted a composition for long-range sieging with Caitlyn Ziggs. NRG, try as they might, could not stop the romp from stomping as Blue Otter stacked Drakes with their superior objective setup and crippling poke for an upset Game 1 win. In Game 2, seeing a Scion locked in, Zamudo would counter-pick Rek'Sai and farm up a gold gap that constantly threatened Blue Otter's backline. Game 3 is where things got hot. At Dragon Soul Point, Blue Otter stacking would be stopped short by Kizno splitting up the Otters. Eventually, Ariana's cannon flank would give Blue Otter a critical Infernal Soul. But after a 40-minute slugfest, it all came down to an Elder Flip, where Kizno would clutch out a smite that would lead NRG to securing the series.
We're going to develop some players that maybe in the future will be the ones that can challenge the Asians at Worlds.
Week 4 signifies the halfway point of the season, and taking a look at the standings, NRG remain in first with a perfect record. Maryville, CCG, Supernova, and Conviction trail with 1 loss. That leaves the rest of the league fighting to be another name in the current playoffs picture. The second half of the season will feature a lot of teams from the top end of the standings going to battle with one another, so expect heat on the road to playoffs.
Thanks for watching the recap, brought to you by our friends at Philip Norelco. Be sure to follow us on Twitter and tune in at twitch.tv/NACL. We'll see you there.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL Winthrop University versus Conviction. And while Conviction, they might have the experience, they might be the favorites. Winthrop, they're looking good right now, B.
They won game one, which is, I said it before we came back. I didn't expect that this was going to be our potentially a 3-game series, because you got to imagine Conviction will get an answer back. But for now, Winthrop had the lead, 1 game away from getting their 2nd win in the split. Very much needed win, given all the standings implications that we have been talking about. And now we're going to take a look at these stats from the last game. Shout out Zach, very quietly pumping out the most damage than anybody else.
I wouldn't even say quiet. I think Zach was pretty loud in some of those fights. If you take a look at that last
Kim Down
fight,
was louder.
Kim Down was louder for sure. Yeah. But there was a really good engage that Kim Down did. And I was worried for like a brief second that, oh, Kim Down's by himself. Oh, he has Hourglass, so he buys some time. And then I was wondering, how in the world did Zach get into the middle of the fight and kill Insanity? The dude just realm warped into 5 without a care in the world.
He's goated for that. He's goated for that.
It clutched in that damage, and it's a great look from Zach. I mean, like, Kim Down was obviously the MVP of that game, but Zach is someone who's been grinding for a long time. You know, he used to go by the name Conveying. We've seen him in so many different qualifiers over the years, and finally see him, like, kind of have the performance that he's had. You know, it's just really, for those of you who are investing into Zach stonks, it has gone up.
Yes, long-time holders very satisfied with Zach's performance of late. Some really good stuff. And, you know, instead of making a joke about quarterly earnings, Kim Down could be leaning more towards, okay, it is going to be that engage, like we were saying. Yeah. We found that he's played both styles of support really well. You know, that common response to the Lulu is just going to end up being something that can try and lock her down.
Yeah, I do like the hook potential into a lot of Enchantresses and Nautilus. You always gotta like it a little bit more than something like a Blitzcrank, because over the old days, like Blitzcrank's just, man, that was my common thing to do. And whenever you miss the hook, you just feel useless afterwards, where Nautilus has much more in the tank, to say the least.
Message received. Guys, if you're ever wondering what to do in League of Legends, just think, what would Deserex do? And then do something else.
Exactly. Oh, exactly.
Yeah. I figured there would be, like, no contention there.
Okay, I will say I do like this from Winthrop's side. Grabbing the Xin Zhao. The moment you see a Lulu, you're always at threat of Xin Zhao being the next pick-in for Conviction, because Xin Zhao works so well with Enchantresses and can be so deadly with that combo. And speaking of deadly combos here, look at this. We're getting a Skarner locked in by Conviction.
Yeah, I mean, already you know this comp from Winthrop wants to go in, so Domio's going to make that exceptionally difficult with Skarner lock in. Something we've been seeing pop up quite a lot more, and already tells me Winthrop a little bit more damage. And oh my god, the Denethor Jace, can it be? It still would be blind, but at least it's blind on R3. So it means that, you know, they can ban away a couple things.
So we'll have that Jace over in the top side. Classic blind by Denethor, but yeah, as you said, R3. We're gonna ban away whatever can beat up this Jace.
Irelia.
To allow Denethor to potentially have the better lane and match up well into Sniper. Meanwhile, for Conviction, you see that the bot lane, you know, you got some ADCs, you got to focus down, and that's what they're gonna do as they take away Misfortune.
Yeah, makes sense. Very popular pick for mobility. Can you know, offer a good amount of damage if you go that crit build, so probably wouldn't be surprised if they threw another ban on mobility's side. And I wonder wonder what it is. Probably another 80 carry. Yeah, okay, it's the Varus. Man, I'm just kind of spitballing here. I don't think this is actually like ideal, but I realized a couple patches ago Callista was buffed. And, you know, it would be fun.
That's a scary one, man.
Yeah, like, I don't know. Something about Callista Nautilus, far from what's common, or maybe even ideal, but it's speaking to me right now. That's all. We probably won't see it. It won't happen. But ever since I saw that buff, I've been thinking about her. And they have enough damage elsewhere that, you know, I could see it working. But instead, we're going to do Ziggs. Makes more sense. Wave clear,
a little bit
range.
of a flex, too.
Yeah, it could be Zach playing it in the mid lane. R5 Callista, what do we think, guys? Damn it, why is that in my head now?
Callista's all fun and games
Yeah.
until you lose lane and realize you're completely worthless afterwards.
I mean, it's fun enough for me. I'm not playing her. But,
I'm definitely not, man.
We gotta play her or something later. I really want to play it now.
I want some mayhem after this.
No,
you won't see me on
Can we play regular ARAM, please?
Hey, okay, fine.
Yes.
Just for you.
Thank you.
Here comes the next
All right.
lock-in for Conviction. We're happy to take the Syndra. And I do like that for like peeling off the Xin Zhao. Scatter the Week's also a good pick tool if you need to catch someone who's out of bounds.
Yeah.
But the more interesting topic here is going to be that Aatrox. It's something that Sniper's been more willing to play than other top laners.
Yeah.
Conviction to take that.
Yeah, the Syndra's nice too because you got a lot of range with that Scatter of the Week, and it will kind of help disengage a little bit. There's not the most amount of engage that Winthrop University are working with at the moment, so I think it's going to end up working out pretty well. Insanity has a lot of power to make space for his team, to kind of break up these fights or stop them from happening. And yeah, it's the way last pick for Zach. I mean, he was buffed on this patch, right? We were talking about it last night.
Yeah.
But more importantly, it really just fits with the identity that Winthrop are working with right now. It's range, it's poke. Especially given that the only real engaged Conviction have is Skarner. I actually really like it. I'm a fan. So it's really just about playing your range. Poke. Set up at objectives first. These are all really important things Winthrop need to be going for this game, but if they can do that, especially when things go late, I like what they're working with.
It's kind of funny because you mentioned that we talked about the patch notes last night. We're saying like, oh, we don't have to really think about Hui too much because unless it's Sammy can play him, no one else is probably going to play him.
Yeah, we did
There it
say
is,
that.
right there. Yeah,
we did say that. There you go. Zach pulling that one out, making us from last night look very silly. And, you know, us contributing to that because we didn't need to share that information, but here we are.
Of course we needed to share it.
I mean, bro, we can say whatever we want. We could have said, I knew for a fact Zach was going to play Hui there. It's super unbelievable, but we could have said it.
Game number 2.
Yeah.
Winthrop University versus Conviction.
Woo!
And yeah, we're definitely going to be talking a lot about this poke comp. I kind of think back to NRG Blue Water. It seems like all roads lead back to that conversation. But their game 1 win was they knew how to objective set up using their poke composition. So maybe we can see something similar here.
Yeah. I will say, playing champions like this does mean lane phase can be a little vulnerable. So good warning and good information gathering early on I think is going to be really important because Tomio, we saw what he was able to do in that early game with the Pantheon. He's going to be able to have just as much agency, maybe more in a way, with this Skarner ability to pass through walls with that Ishtal's impact. So Winthrop University, the laners need to be very mindful of where this Skarner is and respect the timers where he can jump them.
The Hui, I really do like, not just because of the buffs and whatnot, and not just because of the poke comp, but because I think it does pretty decent into using your utility to try and deal with the Skarner. Skarner's running at you, you can fear him away if you use like some of your E combos. You can also place the trap down. Like if you know the Skarner's coming from an angle, you can place your trap that'll snare him. And the moment he gets out of his like burrow, just suddenly, I can't really do much after that.
No, very, very true. A lot of options there for Zach and how he wants to play this one out. Also, thing that's I think is interesting, especially given the way the game is in 2026. The fact that every turret has turret plates, I think that is a sort of indirect buff to Ziggs. Even with the nerf he faced last year to the execute threshold on his satchel charge for turrets, I still think being able to execute every turret with it through plates is pretty good. A lot of gold potential, a lot of earning potential that they can get quickly.
And it also gives mobility kind of a situation where it's like, hey, Meech, I don't have to interact with you. I'm just going to interact with your tower, and that's about it.
Yeah.
Getting that stacking going, if someone tries to finally get on mobility, you always have Kim down there who can provide that peel and make sure that mobility is going to be A-okay. I feel like that's going to be the greater theme for Kim down when he's on this Nautilus. It's great engage to have, and if you can find an angle, go for it, but I feel like peel will be the bigger deal.
Yeah. I think that is pretty accurate. I think it's in line with Wilson and kind of space creation he can make on Xin Zhao with Crescent Guard.
Creating space, that's the proper term.
Peel is an acceptable term.
I accept
I
you,
think
B.
you're fine. I accept you too, buddy. I got you. Don't you worry yourself. Even if you want to play Arab Mayhem, I still accept you.
Come on, the augments are fun.
I mean, they're fun like 20% of the time.
35.
Sure, man. If it's that important to you, we'll say 35.
Oh, that actually brings up a whole different conversation to talk about now.
What, only 35? Not the honesty. I knew it, bro. I knew it. I know you. I know what you're like. You know that I know that you know.
I should have done the typical setup. Speaking of 35.
Could have. Or you could have made some. You could have found some way to say only 35%. Oh, by the way, missed opportunities.
I think this does echo back to game one, though, is the choice between only 35 and Kim down, and opting to go Kim down and to have CCG doing as well as they're doing with only 35. It's kind of a breath of relief for Winthrop, given their roster construction.
Yeah, Kim down's
See,
been
we
a really
got there.
good addition. Good stuff, man. You did it. Good for you. Kim down. Been a really nice addition to this team. I mean, I've been a fan since his Team Liquid days. It was oh, you're joking.
Ooh, my word, Kim down. Goodness gracious, no mana on Breezy,
we need to farm, guys.
Well, be a recall. Yeah, just farm up. Don't miss the cannon. I'm watching.
Yeah.
And you can see how far Breezy's going before he takes his recall.
Kim down, do it. Do it.
Yeah, he really thinks Wilson is nearby. So that's why he's
should.
pushing back so far. And yeah, he's just going to take the super safe recall.
Yeah. I really like that one. Nice hook. Again, just as we're praising Kim down. Does it again. It's a really nice advantage, too, for mobility. Able to get yet another wave into the turret. He's able to collect the plate as well. He had to use the teleport already. But all things considered, it's still a pretty good start here for the Ziggs.
Yeah.
Who is looking to scale. Looking to knock down some early turrets, but really get to 3-4 items. And then be a big boy.
Who needs kills? I just want plates. I want towers. I just want structures.
Mm-hmm. That's
Dragon.
fair.
He's going to be spawning now. If that comes up, you do see a little bit of first step coming out from Kim down, who puts out that control ward rather early. Make sure he has sight on what's going on with that pit.
Yeah. Wants to know very badly. Denethor. Big change, big trade. But I kind of want to look at bot lane. Yes.
Yeah, Kim down getting caught out by Tomio. Forced into the wall, forced to burn his flash. So good punishment coming out of Tomio.
Yeah, but you know, Kim down has Hex Flash, so it's really only half a summoner spell lost.
Oh, we are not done.
Yeah, this is really where it matters.
Oh, the satchel too. Tomio. It's still a Nautilus, even if it's a Nautilus recall, and you gotta respect him.
I had a whole thing about how this is potentially dangerous because they could go for a dive, but little oopsie there from our boy Tomio.
Oopsie whoopsie.
And yes, which is huge for Winthrop though, because not only do they chunk down this Skarner, they get the flash out, gonna make it a lot easier to go for this first dragon. Winthrop winning out a little bit in the early game.
Yeah, Tomio, that misstep, very sus. I mean, I totally get the idea. You see someone recalling, you know he just burnt his flash. You're like, how do I be a menace? Make your life miserable?
Yeah.
Just always remember it's Nautilus. Now Insanity, taking a lot of damage from Zach. And it really does speak bounds for Zach to actually be taking it to Insanity like this. Forcing him on the recall. And should be a little bit ahead on CS by the end of these 3 minions right here. So pretty good look by Zach.
Yeah, really nicely done actually. I thought he was gonna let the wave come in just to deny some of that farm. Insanity. I guess he wants to look for a recall on his own as well. But overall, good stuff. Ghost there from Insanity as well. Just make lane a little harder, but being able to move around in those team fights is super nice for Syndra. So I imagine that's where we'll really see that Ghost start to show its purpose.
Yeah. A little rotating coming out and Kim down as well, just to get some vision and make sure things are going to be safe for Denethor all in the meanwhile. Control word play should be an easy pickup, but here's Kim down. He's roaming around. He's taking a trip, seeing the sights, killing your mid laner.
Yeah.
You know, the regular things that you do on vacation.
It's just Nautilus things, and of course, leaves that opening. No one's going to be able to help Tomio. So Tomio, unfortunately, he also has no flash, so...
Oh, he's using the Impale. It's an
Nice
interesting use of the
hook.
Impale, and they're holding it down!
Wow.
So he couldn't hit the Blast Plant. First blood for Wilson.
Really nice stuff from Kim down and Wilson. Tomio, again, we really need to be paying respect here. Not just to Nautilus, but the fact that your bot lane can't help, your mid lane can't help. You're in a 1v2. A down flash.
Yeah, Kim down just went coast to coast, man.
He does. We just need him to go top lane.
I mean,
when he's level 6 and dive sniper.
Kind of story of his career. He did start out in UCI back in the day. Now he's in Winthrop. That's literally coast to coast.
Yeah, I like it. That's a great point. There you go, coast to coast gaming.
Man, Kim down is great in this series so far. I mean, we talked enough about the Nico, but now already making kind of the highlight reel plays in this game number 2.
Yeah, it's a good look. I think Winthrop, very happy with how this game has been going for them overall.
He's everywhere.
We'll say Conviction. Conviction. Yeah, they still have a lot of late game tools.
Yeah.
I think Aatrox is going to get really strong. Syndra scales really well. And of course, Yunara is really strong later on. So I think Conviction shouldn't be stressing too much, but I do think back to something you said earlier on was too much scaling would be a problem Conviction might face, especially with the pressure their laners have had to face from Wilson and Kim down. And it does mean as time goes on, and if Winthrop, with all these grubs, are able to secure turret plates, get that max value out of the Rift Herald as well, and Goldley's just going to get crazy to a point where scaling's not going to matter as much.
The state of the game so far for Winthrop has been really solid map control. And wherever they set up, they get good vision control on top of it. I don't know if you saw earlier, but the Dragon Pit, everywhere around that jungle was bright for Winthrop. And even when they go after the grubs, they did the same thing on the top side. You can see the remnants of that. They have such good vision, so they're scouting exactly where Tomio is.
That's right. That's what we said they needed to do in this early game. Keep track of him, limit his impact. And I think they've done a really great job of that. And, oh my god, wait, who is that? Okay, I thought that was Kim down. I was like, no way he's actually doing
He's in my walls!
Yeah.
Wilson shows up, but Sniper's not going to take the bait.
It's fine. Gets the wave in. Denethor can recall. He's going to get his first item. Nope, he wants to stay. All right. I wonder if he's going to go for some sort of all-in. Are we fighting topside? Topside?
I don't know if you really want to fight an Aatrox with World Ender up.
Also electrocute, which we hadn't talked about, which I kind of respect. Oh, World Ender, can we look at top lane? Can we look at top lane?
Oh my god. So they did fight, and World Ender was used, and flashes were burned both ways.
That's so funny. I wonder... Oh, is he going to hold that wave? That would be respectable. No TP there for Sniper, so... Be a big opportunity to deny a little bit. Dragon is spawning again. I think now we have a bit of a lead up there for Conviction.
Flash is still down.
Moved up first. Oh, and
Flash is still down. Insanity's dead.
Maybe he's gone.
It's a very nice pick coming out from Wilson. And right now, Insanity's like, bro, I just want a 1v1 lane. First Kim down, now Wilson. What's going on?
Yeah, the nice thing too is that, you know, most of the time you look at a health bar like Zach's and you think he is probably out of this one. I honestly expected him to stay a little bit just because, okay.
Hail coming through, Crescent Guard going to be used, and Wilson turns on to Breezy. Breezy forced to flash over the wall. Meech wants a piece of Wilson, who has to flash backwards. Now a lot of damage onto Kim Down. Kim Down trying to run away, will flash away. Smite secured by Wilson. Can he get out? The hook comes in, it takes down the jungler, gives his life as a support, but he's okay with that. Now flash out from Meech means it's time to pounce back. Jungler for jungler, but Kim Down makes it work, and securing the smite, securing their support with that long range artillery.
a little mixy, but we got there in the end. Winthrop, they win another fight. They secure another dragon, and with that, they continue to solidify their lead into this game. I actually expected Zach to hang around a little bit and just, you know, spam the Severing Bolt a little bit. Hui has such range that I think at low health, it could have offered value in that fight early on, but I think this worked out just fine as well. And he is in a better position to continue laning, so I think in the end that ends up being that right decision. But wow, Winthrop University, you're watching Winthrop, you know, for the first time. First of all, welcome to NACL. Secondly, you want to know, you know, what we've seen from Winthrop over these last couple of years. I really think this game is a great idea of it. Yeah. You know, you draft a comp where Wilson can affect multiple lanes, can help his laners get ahead in that early game, and them as a team making these decisions, playing the map in a way where they're able to win out on so much of what they want. Whatever objectives they want, they're able to secure them. Whatever objectives they don't need and might have to risk an unnecessary fight for, they let go in favor of other monetary gains, and it's worked out for them so nicely over the years. So you would never think that they struggled these last couple of weeks if you were watching them for the first time. And honestly, if you're new to Winthrop, don't worry about the last couple of weeks. This is what you can expect.
I think another issue we used to have with Winthrop was their ability to close games.
Yeah. We still have that issue.
I mean, in this series, at the very least, we finally found the answer thanks to Kim Down.
That's true.
Yeah, that's always been kind of a big thing that they've needed to get through, and things are starting to come together. Kim Down.
Oh my god.
He really is in every laner's walls right now.
Yeah.
This dude's the boogeyman.
Yeah. Good stuff. Winthrop.
It's a tower.
First brick, especially over to Denethor, shared with Wilson. This Jace is just going to continue to become a problem. Really just add to this poke comp. We haven't really seen that poke setup yet for Winthrop. They've been really engaging and getting in front of Conviction's face, but once we get setups at these later neutral objectives, you're going to see it. Like, what Denethor, Zach, and Mobility are all able to throw out from such a far range to be able to whittle down their opponents. Conviction, no tanks too. Going to make it that much harder to survive.
Now, to give something back to Conviction, Meech is doing well. You know, he did finish his second item. He got 2 kills. Even in CS with Mobility all the meanwhile. So if Meech is able to get to the later stages of this game and maybe even pick up a lead for himself, you kind of know the history of Meech. He does position really well for a lot of team fights, and knows how to play with the lead when his team does need him. We've seen that all the way back to his like CLG Academy days back in 22. But here we go. Maybe Kim down, you know, calling an exterminator. Got to get this pest out of my wall, and that's what they do. Meech goes on a killing spree, so more gold over. Denethor has to flash out. Now Wilson's going to show up, eyeballing Meech. Teleport coming through. Here comes Sniper. Zach has to back out. Tomio looking for the chase, but gets caught by the fear. Now Mobility using that satchel breaks the chains of Sniper, but you got to watch out for that Severing Bolt and the Mega Inferno Bomb. Almost takes down Tomio in the process. Zach going back in. He'll be able to get the kill, but it's a sacrifice paid by Winthrop. Now Denethor looking to get out, but look at Sniper. He's way too deep in the thick of it, so he's going to get cut down. The World Ender gets ended by Mobility.
I can't believe Winthrop turned that one around. I thought they escape, are satisfied with this, and they go on about their day. But no, they turn, they fight, and they win. As this gold lead shoots up to 3,000. And now they have this presence in the mid lane. Rift Herald ready to go. And of course, Mobility has that satchel as well. Okay. You know what? Probably expecting Unleashed Power. It is up in 3 seconds. He doesn't want to die, so respect.
But yeah, Winthrop, I mean, the guts that they have to fight that one back out, man. Yeah, you know I hesitated for a reason there.
Yeah, two scatters and 2 flashes. That's like crazy value.
All right, but here we go. Scatter of the week gonna find Zach.
There it is.
Unleashed Power takes him out. Meech dukes it out with Kim down, but absorbs a lot of it thanks to the shield.
Yeah.
Infernal is now up. Winthrop at the very least can try and find an angle through pokes. That's why Conviction are just going to press the issue right here. They polymorph Wilson so he can't escape. He can't fight back. And now Conviction find their answer.
Yeah. Really nice pick off there onto Zach. Finally, Insanity found a target who didn't have flash. They were able to blow him up instantly. And that just means it's an easy dragon. Would have been huge for Winthrop. Infernal Soul Points. I think something they would have been very happy to get, but it is belonging to Conviction. Winthrop, they're going to try and take gold elsewhere on the map by knocking down that mid-tier 1 turret. So still maintaining a little healthy lead here that I think they want to increase.
Kim down.
Yeah, get him.
He got the flash out of Breezy. He even got the ultimate out of Breezy.
Yeah.
I mean, Kim down, man. He's
I like the time wasting too. It's guaranteeing they're going to get another turret. It doesn't mean they can also push out mid a little further if they want to. Seems like they're going to back off, not going to overextend. Oh, goodbye, Kim down. Oh.
You got the yo-yo treatment. Tomio's around the corner, so I don't think Kim down escapes this unless Wilson could do something about it. Oh, the Impale will also catch Zach. Wrong place, wrong time. Conviction capitalize.
Sometimes you got to let your people go, man, Zach.
Yeah.
It's just Nautilus. It's fine. But he ends up dying for it. Unnecessary gold given away. And Conviction, 2 successful plays back-to-back. Whittling down this gold lead a little bit further. And kills going over to this Yunara. Especially problematic as the big scaling element that we pointed out. Meech being a player who plays out these team fights really nicely. Good at maximizing his damage, spacing, and everything like that. So already at that 2-item breakpoint. I think any more gold is going to make him that much more dangerous for Winthrop.
Taking stock of everything as we head into the 20-minute mark. You know, Conviction grabbing that dragon a little bit earlier, looking at where the power points are for Conviction. Sanity's caught up a bit. He's definitely gone with the gold efficiency, grabbing the rocket belt. Each is going to be one of the bigger ones here. 2 items now completed. But everywhere else on the map is pure Winthrop. 1k lead for Wilson, 1k lead for Denethor. But it's about playing around that. Sometimes if you kind of put yourself in a bad position, like that last dragon fight, it's very easy for Conviction to say, okay, we just go. We need to get in your face before you poke us down.
Yeah.
It's something Winthrop need to really pay attention to.
And it's why it's so important for them to get that first touch on the neutral, like we were saying. Conviction in that fight actually were the ones who had a better position. Part of what led to that pick in the first place. So, concern for Winthrop going forward. Now Baron is up on the table. Conviction probably take it slightly faster. And they have the actual marksman there in the 80 carry slot, but still not going to be that simple.
Here we go, Kim down, looking for Breezy. Breezy gonna use the ultimate, but gets chopped down by Wilson. Impale finds its mark. Mobility looking to get out, needs to satchel over the wall, but Sniper will shut him down and lock him down. Now Zach, the primary carry still available for Winthrop University right now. Wings need a flap in the opposite direction. He can't keep running into Conviction or else they will punish. Denethor looking to escape this one. Flashes on the beach, brings the hammer down onto him, but it's gonna cost him his life. In the grand scheme, it's 3 that still stand for Conviction. 1 stands. Zach looking to hold the line for Winthrop.
Yeah, I actually think that was a really good call from Denethor at the end of the day, because if Meech lives that fight with his health the way it was, they go for Baron. Not just the tower, the Baron. They could have turned for that immediately, and there would have been no response. But without their marksman, Conviction don't have a hope. So they save the Baron. He saves the tower in the process, so I just really want to call that out. I think that is pretty clutch. Still, Winthrop really starting to slip after, honestly, a really good 15 minutes from them. These last 5 to 6 have left a lot to be desired. Getting caught out right before objectives, I think not really doing a great job at marking Tomio and warding areas where he might end up being. He got caught by him a couple of times now, and it has been really big for Conviction.
If this is going to be the call for Winthrop University, mentioned a little bit earlier, first touch. They need to be the ones in the river first. A lot of that comes through trying to get some level of control of the mid lane and then transferring that through the river. So Conviction are fighting into you, fighting into your poke. Not allowing Conviction to just get this hard engage with the Skarner, the Ixtol's impact, and the Impale that drags members of Winthrop to their demise. But here it comes. Pressing guard going to be used. Kim down, pulled in, but it's only the support. Winthrop still got a chance to fight this one back. Big tools used on both sides.
Still, Wilson executed.
All I can say is disgusting, and Conviction are not done. Looking to chain up mobility. Satchel charge will get mobility out. And that's the challenge really set forward by Conviction, led by Insanity.
Yep, and every individual Drake, a little more adaptive force, just going to make Conviction that much more dangerous in these not even adaptive force. Attack, it's AD and AP. Very cool. So Conviction really starting to pull ahead here. I know the gold is even, but this is a lead as far as I'm concerned. 2 Infernal Drakes to their name. Winthrop have officially stalled out. And it's hard. You can watch in these team fights that they're really not able to do a lot of damage. They're relying so much on their burst from members like Zach and Mobility. You saw what they were doing to Tomio. They were tickling him. All he has is a Canic Rookhorn. That's 1 MR item. And already it's so difficult for them to take down this tank. So there is that much more pressure on Denethor. But even then, you're not really working on a sort of DPS timetable here. It's more about, all right, we blow our whole load. Did it work? No? Damn.
Insanity getting pretty close to getting his Rabadons. That's where things really do get worrisome. You mentioned earlier the Infernal Beast.
It's already worrisome.
Getting pretty bad, man. Here we go. Sniper getting pulled in. Spiraling Despair going out. Big Inferno Bomb doesn't land onto anyone. Oh, next shot comes in. Sniper having to bail out. Same thing with the rest of Conviction. There's nothing really on the map for Winthrop to fight for.
Honestly, just think it's really funny. Sniper flashes with the Spiraling Despair on him. Chunks Breezy's health bar. Which is pretty funny. So, a lot used for Winthrop. Not much gain. Aatrox flash, it's not nothing. But we need kills. We need numbers. Because now they're starting to feel that pressure where this is at the point where they need to be able to take this Baron. Or go back to stacking Drakes. Because they stalled out at 2. They haven't been able to secure any more. Even when they group as 5, you can see how difficult it is for them to actually threaten a kill at this point. Unless it's on Meech or Breezy. But look at Conviction's comp. we're playing a poke comp. Like, there's no way to really circumvent this front line, and you also can't kill this front line.
I think at that point with Sniper's flash, the only thing you're saying in comms is, did you die though? Did you die though?
Yeah, literally. It's fine.
It's fine. You got out, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all that matters.
This part of it feels like Winthrop not really playing to their win condition as much as they should. But I know a lot of that just comes from the fact that Conviction are just pressing the issue time and time again. They're making it really hard for Winthrop to get like any level of setup so they can utilize this poke around a neutral objective like Dragon.
Yeah. No response, really. Now we're seeing a force.
Hey, here we go. Impale going to be used. Crescent Guard popped as well. But Kim down, pulled right into the grasp of Meech. Here comes Sniper on the deep flank. Wilson still going to be up. Survives, but he is low, and Sniper notices that health bar, says, I want to take that to 0. Over the wall, here comes Meech. Meech fighting it out, getting a good burst of damage, but Denethor will take down Tomio. Jumps onto Meech. Meech is able to flash back in time. Wilson now jumping forward, gets the knockup, finds it on the Sniper. Sniper gets dropped by Sack in the process.
What's happening?
But Meech is getting lower. Meech is getting lower, and Meech is gonna fall. He puts up the barrier, has not hit the ground just yet, but Wilson, with one audacious charge, will get the gray screen for Meech.
And that's the fight Winthrop needed.
And they're not done. Hook comes out from Kindown, finds Insanity. Rocket Belt gets Insanity out of there. And Winthrop, what a fight to come through, saying they still got some fuel left in the tank.
I was going to say, guys, we need to be recalling somewhere else. You know, Eric, as exciting as that fight was, I hate to be, you know, that guy.
Be that
but
guy.
The fight was not as good as it needed to be. Insanity living there was so brutal because it just removes any option of going for the Baron, and that fight was them really just giving everything. There's no Dragon quite yet. Yeah, they should be able to get a good setup, but I don't think Winthrop University are really out of the woods just yet. They should get all their cooldowns back. I think one saving grace, but it's tough. They want this Dragon. Conviction, I don't think they actually care. If Winthrop overcommit to the bottom side of the map, they can just take the Baron. I'm very happy with that.
I also think it took a lot of work to get Meech down, and that doesn't bode too well. If Meech is able to still stay alive longer and longer in these fights, you gotta take him out quickly, and then you should set your sights on Insanity, but here we go. Engage going to be called out, looking for Insanity. Already one-for-one trade going to come through. Wilson holding it down with the Crescent Guard. Impale's going to be used. Kim Down's looking to bail out of this, but look at Meech go. Auto after auto. He chips away at Winthrop. And a 2-for-1 exchange benefiting Conviction will set them up for another Dragon.
Yeah, Meech is the guy now here on Summoner's Rift. Unless they can look at him, Winthrop don't have a chance. In this fight, Wilson he wants to trade. Bro, you got to go in right now if you're going to play for this steal.
He's looking to find it. Gets the knockup onto Meech. Meech is getting low. No steal going to be found. Tomio secures it. Now retreat called by Winthrop. They will not continue the pursuit. That is Dragon Soul point for Conviction.
Man, this feels very... This is tough for Winthrop University. I think they had a really good opener this game, but I think these last 10 minutes have been pretty difficult. You know, some by their own fault, and others just by the fact that their comp is sort of running out of steam. And Meech, especially on this Yunara, is only getting stronger and stronger. Insanity with that Syndra passive, with the death cap, and even the individual Infernal Drakes all playing a factor. The amount of damage he's able to do really shows how difficult these fights are for Winthrop University. I really feel like at this point we're circling the drain. Unless they're able to actually find a fight where they can get Meech. Not just Insanity, not just anybody else, but Meech.
Meech.
Yeah.
See how easy it is for Conviction to hold the mid lane. Split push coming out from Denethor. He has his teleport available, so this is where Conviction are gonna try and bait out that teleport by starting up the Baron. It could be dangerous though, because a lot of that poke, you're in a pit. Mega Inferno Bomb will do a lot of work. Here comes the turn, now focusing on to Kim Down. Kim Down looking to survive. Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't do enough. Tower goes down in the bottom lane. Zach is still standing there, but Zach's got to be careful. Wrong angle, and Askarner's on top of you, but here we go with Denethor. He's still focusing up on to that tower. Recall's going to be made by Conviction. So even though Kim Down was sacrificed, Denethor did grab that tower. Now he needs to get out with his life, and that's not going to be the case.
He also did not grab that tower, which is a big feels bad. I respect the snap decision, but it did not pan out, and it's to the point, too, where Zach is either in trouble or Conviction are just going to go ahead and start that Baron.
Now Zach standing on the sidelines. Watch out for Meech, though. Meech flashes forward. Zach has to burn his flash. Wilson is trying to help out. He wants to alleviate the situation. Needs to get onto Meech fast. There is the fear. Wilson will dash forward. Audacious charge, 3-tail strike, looking for the knockup, but there is Insanity. Wild growth onto Meech. Will keep him even more safe. Still going forward. Zach has fallen. Crescent Guard going to be used, but he's polymorphed in the middle of 5 of Conviction, and they will stare down Wilson as they lower him 6 feet deep.
And that is going to be the Baron there for Conviction, finding their stride here in this game 2. This big purple worm is really going to be the beginning of the end here for Winthrop University this game. Teleports are coming through, but I don't really see a world in which they... Right? Okay. They had me stunned for a moment, but no.
Smite was a little bit early.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
It would have been a really funny steal, but you know, the result, it didn't happen. Denethor TPing, I mean, kind of tough. Wasn't able to do much. Maybe clear out some waves, get a little vision down. But at the end of the day, it's a big spell used for not much gain. This game only gets more difficult for Winthrop as well. Like we are definitely not trending upwards, especially with Baron buff in tow. Conviction are at this point probably one fight away from just winning the game.
And that fight might be Dragon. Minute 20 before that Dragon spawns. And that's Soul, so Winthrop feel a need to contest for this. With all the itemization that you currently have on Conviction, it's only going to amplify that so much more. You can see Meech already building for that Infinity Edge. It's that late game fantasy for Yunara to really be locked into. And we've already talked about the damage of Insanity. Scatter the Weak goes out. Good chunk of damage onto Kim Down. He survives the Unleashed Power. But Conviction are not going to be denied this tower.
Oh no, they are not. Baron buff. They do quite a lot of work. Small grace for Winthrop as the Ziggs offers a lot of wave clear. So it could be good for base defense, but I think in this game state, that may not matter.
Oh, here we go. Wilson going forward, but it's too deep when Meech gets into your face. Now Kim Down, he wants the blast plan. He wants to find safety. He gets over the wall in time. Insanity is low. A bouncing bomb could end him. And Insanity realizes that as he flashes out. But still, Wilson getting picked when Dragon is spawning is just doom and gloom for Winthrop.
Yeah, that's right. And I think he's not the only one getting picked. Impale goes wide.
Oh, he's not getting out of this. There's no way he's getting out of this. Yeah. Goodbye, Kim Down. It's a good run. Infernal Soul. This firmly belongs to Conviction.
Yes, sir. Big buff on top of the Baron. This is what Conviction will be sitting on in just a moment. It's going to just make... Oh, God. It's going to make Syndra very scary. I don't know if you've seen Syndra. Yeah. Yeah. One scatter the weak. You're going to see the big fiery boom.
It's the one thing that Conviction will not allow. Mobility's dead. Insanity gives his life for the process, but that takes away the poke. And this is what Conviction keep doing. They see Winthrop and they instantly jump at them saying, you're not getting a chance to set up. You're not getting a chance to poke us. We're taking you down right here, right now.
Yeah. And that is their 4th Infernal Drake. Of course, Infernal Soul there for Conviction Esports. And at this point, we're rounding out these item builds. Meech getting close to his last item. Alright, oh wow, just finished the Infinity Edge right as I say it. And you can already see what he's able to do in this fight. I think really a lot of credit to Breezy. I think we haven't been, you know, given the proverbial pat on the backs enough. I think there were a lot of close fights that he was able to help sustain his team through before we got to this game state where it's become so one-sided.
Yeah.
Really good stuff on the Lulu. In a league where, you know, not every support can play both styles. Breezy's making it work. alongside Kim Down.
What did Winthrop? What can they do, man? I know the answer. I don't like the answer. Elder flip. But that's literally all that's left. Like that's the only window back for Winthrop.
That is actually comedy, bro. It's gonna be Elder flip every game tonight, man. I'm really sorry to be the one to tell you, but I mean, truthfully speaking, Conviction could end the game before.
Oh yeah.
Before we even get to Elder. At this point, they know it. That's why they're grouping up like this. They know Winthrop's only hope is in that 5v5, so they're sticking close.
4:30 is a lot of time for Winthrop to have to survive.
Yeah.
I got you for 5 minutes.
Holy Spider-Man reference.
Oh, Wilson. Be careful. Tomio is right there, and that is a scary Scorpion. See right now, Zach taking so much damage. We'll say it's been a pretty rough game for Zach. I feel like a lot of the times he's biting off more than he can chew. And forcing himself into situations really early on that kind of gave Conviction this level setup. Just like that, you can see these multiple angles being set up by Conviction. Here comes Tomio. Sees an angle onto Wilson. Impale's not going to land onto anything. Teleport's now coming out. Sniper's looking to join the battle, but Winthrop are peeling off. They're able to get a safe disengage.
They're just slowing back down. Sniper. Holy, that shield is huge. Now, oh yep, here we go.
All right. It's a choke point, though. Mobility might be able to find a good Mega Inferno bomb. Gets it onto the back line. And you can see right now, Spiraling Despair is going to do some work. Winthrop's last stand is not looking too good. They get one kill in return. They get 2 kills in return, but Meech is still alive, and Meech is a problem. Denethor looks to flash away from the angle onto Meech. Meech is still pumping out damage, though. Sniper goes on a killing spree, taking out Denethor. And like that, Winthrop, they still fight back. They claimed 3. That's a fight in their favor.
Yeah. So again, playing in that choke point, as you pointed out, was pretty good for them. The tough thing is that they're still not really in a spot to actually kind of fix the state that all these waves are in. Only Zach really able to clear out this wave and potentially push out that next one. But mid, top, still in a really tough position where Winthrop don't have much of an angle to move or access the rest of that map. And that's going to be really important because Eric's favorite part of League of Legends is coming up in 2 minutes time. And I don't know if that's enough time for Winthrop to be able to, you know, get the shambles of their map state together.
2 minutes, man. 2 minutes before Elder's up.
That's right.
We are at this stage of the game. You said we're going long. You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
I should have believed you straight from the get-go. You are all-knowing beatdown.
Sorry you had to find out this way, Eric. It's never fun.
Oh, Baron's on the table. Conviction. Setting the lines right now in the river. You gotta watch out. Ixchel's impact right through the wall. Could be devastating, but Zach right there. The satchel coming out for mobility, able to stop Tomio. Shock Blast looking for some poke. First offense, thwarted. But what about number 2 and 3 that's going to come out of Conviction soon?
Maybe 4. Now they're going to go ahead and start that Baron. See, they're just waiting for the turn. Yeah, this is what they want.
Oh, they found Tomio. Sniper's a little bit isolated right here. Keep a close eye on Meech and that big DPS. Crescent Guard going to be used. Wilson trying to survive, trying to buy time. Mega Inferno Bomb creates some space for Wilson. So he does get out. Insanity's dead.
Wow,
Hooking
are
back
you
in
kidding me?
onto Sniper, but watch out for Meech. Denethor playing this well. It's a pick. 2 going over to Winthrop. They're going for the chase now. Meech is still a threat, so Kim Down needs to lock down that Yanara, but Winthrop have positioning right now. And look at this, they're all 5 strong. This is suddenly looking like an angle for Winthrop.
Oh my god, this is looking like an angle for a win. They're going to get this Baron uncontested, and those fast recalls means they should be on time for the Elder Dragon. This gold injection. We literally watched Winthrop mostly get smacked around for the last 15 minutes, but now, even with some fights kind of going their way, none have been so impactful as the one we just saw.
Yeah.
They have all 5 members. We're still waiting on the solo laners of Conviction, and the Elder is spawning in 3 seconds. No teleports. They're going.
Flash comes out from Tomio. Tomio's going to have Flash down. They need to take down the blast plant as well, and that's going to be burnt away. Ixtal's impact is still a threat to try and get that still in the favor of Winthrop, but Tomio not having Flash means if he gets caught again, he is dead to rights. Now respawn timers working in the benefit of Conviction, but Winthrop, they're starting to feel momentum on their side, but they can't let hubris be a factor here as a bunch of damage is found onto Wilson.
Yeah, Insanity here is so strong. His scatter lands, you die. It's basically a certainty. So he is going to be fishing. Anybody he goes for is a free game. Wow.
Mega Inferno Bomb goes out. Kim down, looking to find Tomio. Tomio's knocked up in the air. Wilson's going forward, but Wilson needs to bail right back out. Crescent Guard going to provide him some protection. Going forward again, his sniper, but Guardian Angel now pops. Sniper's low.
Wow.
He will get killed. Tomio's critically low as well.
Is it happening?
It's all coming down to Elder. 7k health remains. Conviction are peeling away. Insanity trying to find whatever picks again, but here comes Denethor. He can't bite off more than he can chew because Meech is right there. Elder
Look at bot
has
lane.
been secured by Winthrop. Minions are in the bot lane inhibitor. Winthrop are looking for an angle in.
Oh my god, the inhibitor was destroyed on its own. And who got caught out there?
Kim down.
It's Kim down. Not a great feeling. Wilson, though, and he's hanging out here just to see what he can catch. I think he just wants to go for that recall. You still have 4 Elder buffs. You're still in suddenly such a great position as Winthrop University. They've been playing these fights out amazingly. Despite the power that Conviction are working with, despite the scaling, the Infernal Soul, every advantage they've had from him in this late game, they have managed to make it work, and now this is going to be that final stand here for Winthrop, that final push. They know how hard it is to repeat the teamfight victories that they've gotten these last few minutes. So they need to make this Elder Dragon count. Yeah. This could be the difference between a Game 3 series where anything can happen and Winthrop beating Conviction, the most experienced team in the league, 2-0.
Came down, just respawned. So Winthrop is going to be a full 5 stack. They have a good amount of time left with the Elder. Winthrop University, you want to rebound from what was a weak first half of the season. This is how you do it. But Tomio wants to play spoiler. Jumps in, gets immediately feared. And here comes Kim down. Pulls Tomio in. Breezy's dead. Tomio's dead to the Golden Eagles. And with Denethor pushing the bottom lane, it's only a matter of time. Conviction, fight, they find mobility. Now it's 3 versus 4. Winthrop have the advantage.
It's on Insanity. He has so much damage. He is so strong. Him and Sniper and Meech, all the damage dealers, have to clutch.
Hook comes out. Wilson's getting low. Is able to pop that Crescent Guard. Gets away from Meech. Sniper's popped by the Execute. One more Nexus Tower remains. Looking for the hook as Kim down. Doesn't find it. Takes a chunk of damage coming out from Insanity. Knox is going to be found onto Meech. He's dead. Wilson gets him. Double kill for Denethor.
You're kidding me.
Winthrop drops out 2-0 against Conviction.
And the 2-0 no one could have ever predicted. Winthrop University knocked down Conviction Esports. They knocked down former LCS pros. They knocked down what we touted was one of the best teams in the league, literally top 2. And Winthrop at 1-3 took them down 2-0. Not 2-1, not a series that went the distance. 2-0.
You talked to Mash earlier, and he talked about the expectations of what Winthrop could do. We had questions. Where is this Winthrop then? When are they going to show up? Today, Today is the day they show up. And what a performance, man. I mean, it really did feel like the later half of that game was pretty much the end. It felt like Conviction were closing in on a victory when Meech was so fed, when Insanity was getting picks, but they hold their ground. They bait Tomio into bad fights. They catch out Sniper. They keep picking off Insanity time and time again. And in the 11th hour, the Golden Eagles, they shine above it all and take down Conviction. What an incredible series. What an incredible performance from Winthrop.
I mean, it's just been an amazing game here. I really thought we were going to game 3. Again, I even said the words, Winthrop were circling the drain, because it looked like their comp had started to run out of steam, run out of time. But that coordination, that work that Tails was saying was on the way, that lack of concern for this team's previous week's struggles, really just all come together today in such an incredible performance here. I think game 1 especially is something that they should be really happy about. The way they pretty concisely beat Conviction, but even here, being able to clutch it out. Fight after fight when it really counted here in this late game. Also, incredible stuff from Winthrop University.
Oh, that Elder, that damn pesky Elder. Hopes and dreams are crushed around that Elder, and Winthrop being the team to keep it together for that long. And you saw the impact Elder had in the later half of those fights, man. I mean, it was well-played fights from Winthrop in the very first place, but you kind of lose a big chunk of your health bar the moment the enemy team has Elder, because that execute is so deadly. Winthrop University, I mean, there's so many commendations we can really give to the squad. I think Kim Down, for example, was the engager that Winthrop needed and was the pillar to catch out Sniper and Tomio multiple times in a row. Zach, who we've had so many questions about time and time again throughout the first half of the split, really starting to shine out in that game number 1. Sure, he had some struggles in game number 2, but finding the picks he needed to, being able to fear away Tomio before the Impale would come through. And of course, Denethor, who really put up a good showing against Sniper, took it to the limit, realized some of the win conditions that Conviction had. You had pointed it out earlier, right? Meech still alive. What does Denethor do when he's dead to rights? He flashes onto Meech, takes him with him, so they can't grab the Baron, they can't grab the turret. This was a team effort. This was a team effort.
It was. Yeah, it was. I think really everybody stepped up here in the series, especially in game 2. Of course, props to Denethor for that mammoth Jace game. We really don't see him often on these champions, though we know he's played them. Of course, that signature Camille that we've seen him play in years past. But these days, on this squad, it's been, you know, your Scions, your Nars, your more utility team-focused pick. But in this moment here against Conviction, they gave him the Jace, and he fried. He played great, and I think that's something for him and the rest of the team to really be so excited about, so proud of. And even though it was a blind pick, we were always had those jokes about his counter pick percentage. Still a great performance from him and the rest of the team.
Yeah, I love that stat, man. 13% before this game.
It's probably still the same.
No, it grew a little bit game 1. Game 1, he got to have the
but then he didn't, you know, so even down.
Okay, whatever. I think it is very easy to look back at this game and see where the highlight is, and I believe we're having an issue with one of our things coming up, so we're just going to say it outright. Denethor.
No,
incredible.
It's going to be the interview first. You ruined it, man.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm too excited. I'm too excited.
Yeah, we're coming down off a really exciting high.
Jeez.
This has easily got to be like this is got to be the biggest win since their first defeat of Near Airport last year for Winthrop University. Again, LCS, a former LCS pros team that they were able to overcome not once but twice in a row, and just really great series here from Winthrop.
And you got to keep in mind the core of Conviction's roster, right? Ran this league, absolutely dominant this league. Tomio and Insanity were absolute beasts when they were on Luminosity Gaming. So to take down those two, to really put on the performance they did, and seeing that now this time around this team has more LCS veterans, Sniper and Meech, I mean, credit to them. They did put up a good fight. Conviction, we were multiple times throughout this game where we were like, Conviction's got this one. Like, this is the window has now closed for Winthrop. It never really did. They just broke right through the glass and fought back.
They sure did, Eric. Really good stuff that we got to see there. Congratulations to Winthrop University. And, you know, when we talk about the standings and we were going through it about winnable matches, you know, before now, Winthrop were 1-3. Not a great place to be in, especially considering, you know, some of the difficult matches they have in the coming weeks. We pointed to Blue Water and AMI, I believe, and even Citadel as potentially winnable matches for them. Never once did I ever consider that they could beat Conviction, especially in this fashion. So this is going to do wonders for their confidence, their chance at making playoffs, where this is suddenly... Playoffs is a very real and almost convincing possibility in my mind for Winthrop University, as long as they win those other matches I stated. So it's a great time. It's a great time to be a Winthrop fan.
This is a good time to re-reference the standings. It's 6th place. That is the cutoff for playoffs. And no team was really in contention for 6th just yet. Every single team below the 5th place slot had just one win, and that was it. So it's all up for grabs. And Winthrop, they're running the fastest at the very start of the second half of the season. But we are getting word that we are ready for an interview with none other than Zach. Let's go ahead and bring him on.
Nope.
Zach, what the heck, man? What's going on here? What are they feeding you out there? What did CNV do to you? Tell me. What was it that made you look so beastly today, man?
It's probably just maybe the low sleep. I just have like no fear.
Yeah, I mean, I saw bits of that. Sometimes you were getting a little bit too close and friendly in that game number 2 in the early stages of it.
Oh yeah, I think that's like usually my play style. I like to be confident in my laning.
So talk to me about game number 1 first and foremost. You're playing Rise. It was into Insanity's Anivia, and it was one of those cases where you were taking some of these insane angles with Realm Warp. I remember Kim Down got an ult in where he was in between the entirety of the team, and you just Realm Warp on top of them immediately after and take down Insanity. So talk to me about that game 1 and how things were going, how you guys were feeling afterwards.
Yeah, early game was a little bit rough, but I knew that once I would get 3 items, I could carry with the Nico flank. And as soon as Nico, she called that she was going to look for a flank, I would just Realm Warp right on top of all 3 of them and then kill them all because they have like no CC. So that was basically our game plan.
And then what about game number 2? This was an incredible performance. It started off a little bit slow. It started to look very conviction-sided, especially when they picked up Soul. But how in the world did you guys stay so calm and composed to be able to outfight them and eventually get Elder and close the game?
Yeah, I'd say it was pretty chaotic in the comms. We threw a lot early game, and we knew that if they messed up their engage, we could still win because we had a pretty good poke comp. And once we had Baron and Elder, it was pretty much GG.
What was some of the game plan just like try and stifle Tomio or bait him out? Because I saw a lot of the time Kim Down, when Tomio would come in with the Ishtal's impact, Kim Down was right on top of him and you guys just pounced.
Yeah, as long as Tomio goes in first and they don't Cinder Stun and then go in, we would pretty much win the fight. So their only threat is like the Cinder Stun this game.
So backing it up a little bit more, what was preparation for this match looking like? Obviously, you're going against a very experienced team, players with LCS experience, one player who's a journeyman when it comes to the NACL. Were there any worries? Were there any preparations, little pep talks? What was going on?
Well, we've had some pretty good scrims, so I'd say we're pretty confident, but lately it hasn't been well. And to start our day, we took a flight at like 8 a.m. to go to a CNV LAN. And then we got set up like 5 minutes before the match, so we didn't really have much prep. But obviously we did a little bit of draft prep beforehand.
How in the world do you do that? What do you mean you went to a CNV LAN, jet-lagged, coming out, and you suddenly bring this? I was wondering why I was seeing a lot of the similar backgrounds. I saw music had the same background going on over there, but...
Yeah, Maryville
Why
was
in
right
the
in front
world?
of us, like all 5 of them, and then music was playing like right in our spot right before here.
That's incredible, dude. Well, here, let's talk about CLOL as well, because it's a bit of a balance going on. You guys got the CLOL bracket that's going on the weekends, and you have to come into NACL. So how are you guys balancing that?
We're just gonna be playing both of them at the same time, so we're gonna play NACL here and CLOL, and then just try to go from there.
Hey, that's awesome, man. I mean, you just work with what you're given, right?
Yeah.
I want you to talk a little bit about yourself, because you're a player where we're wondering, like, is this going to fit the identity of Winthrop? When are we going to start to see the fruits of your labor start to flourish? You got that today, so tell me a bit about your journey and like finding improvement and synergy with your Winthrop teammates.
So yeah, I came in like 3 years ago on the original Winthrop roster, and I was playing, and then I got put to the side a little bit, and then I took some time to reflect, and then I'm here to end it out because they needed a mid laner. And hopefully I can show what I had shown a couple of years ago, because I thought I was pretty good, but yeah.
I mean, we've seen bits and pieces of you for quite some time. I know you spent a lot of time in the qualifiers, and of course, as you mentioned, CLOL with Winthrop University. So it's great to see you step up to this level and really put on these displays, man. I'm just as someone who's watched Winthrop for a long time, man, I just had to tell you that, because this is incredible stuff. So
Thank you.
now that you're looking at the rest of the season, you know, do you feel playoffs is kind of bound for you guys? I mean, you got Blue Otter, Dorado, CTG, and then probably your biggest opponent, Maryville.
Yeah, this was a pretty important match, because I know we were like teetering on the edge of not being able to make playoffs, but I'm really glad we secured this win. And I'm excited for playoffs. I think we can make a deep run.
I think you guys can too, man. I really think if you guys keep doing shows like this, it's very, very positive. So one of my final questions here. You're all in person. Y'all just played. I know that's already like normal for Winthrop given your university program. But now that you're out in a different environment, are you guys going to go celebrate? Do you have any post-game plans that you guys are going to do?
Well, tomorrow we're probably gonna sleep because everyone's pretty sleep deprived, but we're gonna go probably Korean barbecue on like Friday, and then we have a CLOL LAN tomorrow from like 9 to 4 p.m. So yeah.
So it's just sleep and then rise and grind.
Yeah, rise and grind. We're grinding.
Great stuff, man. Fantastic performance. Awesome upset victory to come through. Before I let you go, do you have any shout outs you want to give?
Shout out to Foles. That's about it.
Just straight up.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you so much. I want to wish you the best of luck on your road to playoffs and the rest of the season, and in CLOL, any lands you guys are playing. Have a good time, man, and thank you for the interview.
Okay, thank you.
Sleep deprivation. That's the
It's
sauce,
OP.
apparently.
Yeah, it's OP.
Yeah.
No fear when you're sleep deprived.
Wow. Good interview there from Zach. Really cool to hear.
Fantastic.
I mean, clearly it feels so good, and I'm glad he also even is mentioning that road to playoffs that they're trying to take on the side of Winthrop, and how this win is such a big deal for them to be able to achieve that.
Yep.
So, man, I don't know how many times I can say good stuff from Winthrop. It was really a great series to watch from them. And wow, it makes me really excited for their matches, you know, in the coming weeks, because now that they've been able to do this, like, what else can they do? How far can they go?
Yeah. I know we're talking a little bit about that Maryville game that they have that closes out the season thus far. I know they have some opponents that are on their radar coming quite soon, because CLOL, that means, hey, you get to face Maryville a little bit earlier. If they win their next match against UCI, they'll be going off against Ole Miss, and then afterwards might be an angle to take down Maryville before we get to that final week of play. But yeah, hats off to Winthrop University, everything they've been able to do. As we will take a look at what the schedule is going to be for tomorrow. AMI versus Blue Otter. Blue Otter have been finding their stride out here. AMI, it's your turn to step up to the plate and find yours. Meanwhile, Conviction, they'll be looking to recover their loss against Supernova. We're looking to bounce back at the same time. So some pretty good matches coming up in our...
And it's tough for Supernova because they are facing a Conviction who just lost.
Yeah.
It's 2-0 to Winthrop. So I wish them luck. We can't show the standings at the moment, but Winthrop shoot right up to 6th place after this win. They have plenty of opportunities to be able to keep themselves up there. Oh, no, we can show it. Let's go. We're back. There it is. Winthrop, 6th place, already within that playoffs threshold with such a momentous win here against Conviction, giving them their 2nd series loss.
As Zach had mentioned, this was a very crucial win because...
I agree.
Yeah, like you're taking on a lot of 3 teams who are below you currently, at the very least. And yeah, that's one thing, right? But taking out a team who's above you that high, and one of the teams that seem to be big playoffs contenders, it's a big shift of momentum, but it also really pushes you forward into the standings. And it's like, maybe Winthrop don't just end at 6. Maybe they push up even higher than that.
Maybe. I mean, you know, at this point, anything's on the table. Already shattering our expectations with such a great match today.
I do want to give one more shout out because unfortunately there were some graphical errors, but Denethor is the MVP of that series. It's a big thing to mention because I think it was well deserved. He played that Jace out of his damn mind, B.
It's basically entirely off of game 2. I mean, the Gnar was really good, but it was the Jace game.
That Jace game was insane.
Just fantastic stuff.
Yeah. And
holy moly! Oh, there it is.
Oh, there we
did
go.
it.
Yeah, Denethor. Bill Scar, I know you're in the chat. That's your boy, man. That's your boy. Literally, that's his son. For those of you who don't know Bill Scar, but yeah, that's well deserved, man. Well deserved from Denethor.
No, it is. This is just like put Denethor on more carries, bro. Holy crap!
For real. For real.
Denethor is going to become my new like. I don't want to see carry. I don't want to see carry mid laners on Galio. This is my new thing, but like for top lane. Don't put Denethor on.
You're not allowed to do tank duty, Denethor. We got to see you carry. Go back to the old Camille and Gwen and any other carry champions that used to pull out. Good stuff.
Right.
Good stuff for Denethor. And fun day, I would say, on the series. I mean, we had a lot of good times. We got to be reunited, Twix Bros.
And it felt so good. You need to say that again because the mic cut out and it sounded weird.
Oh, reunited.
No, the Twix Bros.
Oh, the Twix Bros.
Twix Bros is what I needed you to say again because.
But now you left me hanging on the other part. Reunited.
And it feels so good. There you
go. Any closing thoughts before we get on out of here, B?
Holy moly! I don't know. I have no thoughts. I'm like super deflated now after all that hype. Great to be back with you, Eric. Definitely the most fun I've had this split. And, you know, I'm going to check the calendar. I might edit the doc myself without telling anybody so we can cast more together, you know?
Yeah. Hopefully we get more banger games like this, man. That was fantastic.
Yeah. That would be great.
So shout out to all the players, the coaches, the staff, production, everyone who makes this broadcast possible. Of course, a shout out to you guys for tuning in to our Ugly Mugs. Be sure to tune in tomorrow because we're going to have more action, more NACL. It's just the start of the week, baby. We're just getting rolling. We'll see you then for NACL.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.